Sometimes we forget why we're here. It's easy to fall off track. These help us remember.
These battle scars don't look like they're faded, don't look like they're ever gone away. They ain't never gonna change. These battles.
Growing up, I had a dream, something no one else could see. Tell me what it means when your faith is falling beneath your knees and you can't breathe. Everything you see reminds you of what you're not or something you won't be. You gotta take what you're given, that's how we live it. Don't be mad at the system, it's simply how we've existed. I hear a lot of people talking like they politicians and choose to be an accountant because it's safe in a business. Not because they want to do it, just because they heard it pays. And who the fuck wants to be poor knowing that's how we've been raised? Society is getting heavy, I can feel the weight. The pressure of success is like 100 million pounds of shame. And that's the reason I'm staying up late, trying to find a way to escape the stereotypes. This day and age is making me feel like the only way I'll be happy is getting signed to a label and making money through rapping. I want to share my emotion because this world is attacking the very principle of life that lets the people be happy. If you don't have a reason to breathe, why even live? These battle scars are impressions of everything that it is.
Don't look like they're faded, don't look like they're ever gone away. They ain't never gonna change. These battles don't look like they're faded, don't look like they're ever gone away. They ain't never gonna change. These battles.
Now, if I had a voice that reached 100 million people, I'd tell them there's a reason that we're all created equal. Cause some decide to be great and some decide a sequel to an average person's life is simply what they want to be. So you make your decision, all I know is what I'm given. Won't define the life I lead or the way I dwell in existence. I've seen a greater image on the walls of where I'm living, and the words twisted and scripted remind me of something written. Faith is a gift that is given down to the people. If one believes it, one receives it. It's given if it is needed. Don't ever think you're trapped in a life that you never wanted. Your options are infinite, that's some mathematical logic. I'm not saying I'm a prophet, I'm speaking for what it's worth. These lyrics define my prayers and these battle scars on my church. Not saying I'm a prophet, I'm speaking for what it's worth. These lyrics define my prayers, these battle scars on my church.
Don't look like they're faded, don't look like they're ever gone away. They ain't never gonna change. These battles don't look like they're faded, don't look like they're ever gone away. They ain't never gonna change. These battles.
Bob.
Hey, what up, everybody? I hope all of y'all is having a blessed and humble morning. Continue to have a blessed and humble day. This y'all, Shorty Racheal. I want to welcome all of y'all to the Writers for Life brings you the Let's Talk About It podcast. Let me make sure my mic is working. All right, y'all. All right, so we're gonna have some random thoughts, random topics today, right? We're gonna be speaking on what happened in the what happened at the Georgia high school, right? So they say that the accused Georgia school shooter Colt Gary faces judge after massacre, right? So apparently the young boy that shot up the school, is facing charges. We're gonna be looking at some, videos of minors, right? Angry kids reacting to their life sentences. Like, it's crazy, right? Like, you wouldn't think, right? Something pure, something innocent could sit here and have a life sentence. Like, ugh. We got Candice Owens once again, right? Yo, they be coming at Candice, but I don't think this was, let's see what happens, right? Because they say Candice Owens destroyed woke student on a heated debate. And hold up 1 second, I gotta switch this right here. We got Kamala Harris, right? They said Kamala Harris fumes after ABC crushes her last-minute debate. And then we got, last but not least, update on Sonya Massey. And before we get started, guys, I want to remind everybody, no trolls allowed. For real, you can't respect the chat. You can't, respect the host, you can't respect, the mods. Listen, man, you will get 86K'd out. I will listen. Mods are allowed to block. Mods are allowed to, timeout and much more. Let's keep it respectful, right? I ain't got time, for people that don't got nothing better to do but, hide behind a keyboard and be miserable and be mad at people's opinions. If my opinion offends you, right, that's on you, right? There's no safe space in the internet. The best safe space you can have is logging out or getting off the channel, right, that's making you feel some type of way, right? Because the shorty's going to speak her mind and she's going to give her opinion. These are reviews and reactions, right? Hey, let's talk about it. Random thoughts, random topics. If you get offended easily, I suggest you walk away. All right, so we're going to get this joint started, and we're going to start off with the Georgia shooting. So we got a clip from Law and Crime, right? We're going to do Sonya Massey at the end. Here we go. My bad. All right, so let's see what they talking about, right? So we got the accused Georgia shooter, school shooter, Colt Gary faces judge after massacre. I mean, if you seen this, man, hey, listen, kudos, shout out to you, right? For those that haven't seen it, hey, let's check the update out. Because listen, this may be old to you, but it's new to me. So let's review and let's react. And shout out to the person that sent me the clip.
All right, good morning, sir. Are you Mr. Colt Gray?
Sir.
My name's Curry Mingledorf. I'm assigned to preside over this morning's proceedings.
Hey, my bad. Blessings, Pastor. Blessings, the commander. Blessings to everybody in the chat. Cutting Edge. Shout out to Cutting Edge, yo. Blessings. Much respect to Cutting Edge.
Proceedings. Mr. Gray. All right, good morning, sir. Are you Mr. Colt Gray?
Sir.
My name's Curry Mingledorf. I'm assigned to preside over this morning's proceedings. Mr. Gray, I do need to inquire as to whether you're able to read and write the English language.
Yes, sir.
All right. I also want to inform you, I want to ask you, do you understand that you have the right to be represented by an attorney in these proceedings?
Yes, sir.
And you are, in fact, represented today. Is that correct? And Mr. Zane Harmon, you're here on behalf of this defendant. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And you understand that you have the right to be continuously represented throughout this proceeding. And if you cannot afford to hire counsel, then this court is obligated under the Constitution to provide counsel for you without cost to you. All right. I am going to inform you of a few other matters. And I'm not going to ask you anything, just inform you. So one is, I want to make sure that you are aware that you have the right to remain silent. You don't have to say anything at all. And it's important to understand that because anything you might say could be used against you at further proceedings associated with you.
Blessings so much. We got, we're doing some random topics, right? Random thoughts. We're going to be reacting to the Georgia school shooter. We're going to be speaking on Candice Owens. We're going to be reacting to angry kids, reacting to their life sentences, Kamala Harris, and an update on Sonya Massey. And once again, listen, let's keep it on topic. Anybody wants to join the panel, just ask a shorty. We could talk about it. But let's keep it respectful. If you can't have a conversation, this is not the place for you. If opinions offend you, this is not the place for you guys.
Your case. I want to inform you of the charges that you currently face. In essence, you are charged with 4 counts of felony murder, as outlined in the state warrants that have been issued against you. I want to make you aware that the maximum penalty for felony murder So for each,
I don't know if any of y'all heard, but I think the father is being charged, right? Damn, I don't know what's going on with these kids nowadays, right? Like, yo, it's crazy. I want to hear, fully what happened to him. Hopefully they, go into details what caused this teenager, to sit here and take so many lives. Like, was he bullied? And, shout out to who sent me the clip, right? Because I'm going to keep doing, my reactions to this. I'm going to keep doing my research on this because I want, it's like there's got to be something in the air.
count, the maximum penalty is that you could be punishable by death, by imprisonment for life, without parole, or by imprisonment for life, with the possibility of parole. If you have any questions about these charges, then I would urge you to discuss those with your attorney. I would invite you, Mr. Harmon, to inform the court as to whether there's a request for bond at this time.
At this time, Your Honor, there is not a request for bond. We will file the appropriate motions if that becomes necessary.
All right. An indictment by the grand jury for most felony offenses or accusations, well, you have the right to receive an indictment for these offenses. And I assume Mr. Brad Smith is here on behalf of the DA's office, or he is our district attorney, and he's accompanied by Ms. Patricia Brooks, who is his chief assistant. A preliminary hearing, you'll have the right also to a preliminary hearing, unless you make a bond, which of course at this point there's no bond being requested, or unless you waive such a hearing. You have the right to a speedy and public trial by a judge or a jury. You have the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses. You have the right to call witnesses on your own behalf and testify in your own defense if you so choose. As you sit here in this courtroom today, under the law, you are presumed innocent. Your refusal to testify at any point in any proceeding will not be used against you in determining whether you are guilty or not guilty. Counsel, let me just inquire as to whether there are any other items that the court should address before we conclude this preliminary hearing.
No, Your Honor.
Well, I do have one piece of information to convey to the court. There was a development yesterday afternoon that makes it necessary for our office to have alternate counsel appointed, and arrangements have already been made in that regard. I've already explained that to Mr. Gray, and alternate counsel will be appointed by the end of the day today.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Donna C. Graves. All right, then with that, this hearing is concluded, and you may escort this defendant out.
Damn. Where this happened in Georgia? Georgia has the death penalty? Yeah, it's crazy. I didn't know they can give the death penalty to a minor. Is he a minor or is he 18? Like, was this, because what was it, a high school, a middle school? See, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Right. With that, I understand that we have another parents hearing.
Well, that's his dad.
And
I
at
guess.
this hearing, I'm first going to ask you just a few questions, and then I'm going to advise you of your rights and also let you know about a preliminary hearing that's been scheduled for you. Why don't you just state your name, please? All right, pull the microphone down, please. There you go. All right, and how old are you, Mr. Gray?
54.
And are you able to read and write and understand the English language without
Yes,
any
sir.
difficulty?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Andrew Martinez. May all the kids and teachers who lost their lives at the Georgia high school, may they have peace in paradise. Andrew Matthews says, rest in peace. I say peace in paradise. It's the same thing. Shout out to Andrew Matthew.
How far did you go in school?
11th grade GED.
Okay. And I note that you have counsel seated with you at the table. You understand that you have the right to be represented by an attorney at all times for this and all future proceedings in your case?
Yes, sir.
I'm about to find out why the
And
father
you
was
understand that,
arrested.
of course, if you cannot afford an attorney, that the public defender will be appointed to the system is working. And all right, so the following aren't questions that I'm going to ask. I'm just informing you of some things. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you at further hearings or at a trial on the charges that you're facing. For this hearing, you're not going to be questioned about facts and circumstances surrounding your charges. You are currently charged with, and you'll be provided with copies of the warrants if you don't already have them. You're currently charged with 2 counts of felony murder in the
Damn.
second degree. You're charged with 4 counts of felony involuntary manslaughter. You're charged with 8 counts of felony cruelty to children in the second degree. Now, for these offenses, for the felony murder counts in the second degree, felony murder in the second degree, the maximum the maximum penalty for each count is up to 30 years in prison.
I think that too. Conquef. I can't even say your name, so I'm not even gonna try it. But my guess is the same as yours. I think he didn't store his weapon safely. I'm guessing the weapon was his. If the child is under 20, yeah, it's got to be, because either way, if it was in high school, he was still a minor. I don't think in Georgia they would give a weapon to anybody under 21, would they? I don't think so.
Imprisonment. For felony involuntary manslaughter, of course, again, there are 4 counts. The maximum penalty for each of those offenses is 10 years imprisonment.
Damn.
For the 8 felony cruelty to children counts,
Damn.
the maximum penalty under the law for each of those 8 counts is 10 years imprisonment, for a maximum total possible penalty for the charges that you.
No, he's telling him, the judge is telling him what the charges are, like what he's being charged with. I guess the day of the trial, what the hell, the jurors will decide if he's guilty or not. They gave the son the death penalty. That's one of the options on their life. They gave him the life sentence, the penalty, and some other options there. What could happen? And they're giving the dad, I guess, time and a life sentence. So it's not determined yet what they're going to give him until the trial is there. This is a preliminary hearing.
Currently are facing of 180 years
Facts.
imprisonment.
Facts. Let me get to my StreamYard real quick.
If you have questions about these
facts.
charges, which I assume that you will,
That's true.
the court urges you to discuss those with your attorney. Let me inquire as to whether there's a motion for bond if Mr. Gray is moving for bond at this time.
No, sir, not at this time. We will allow alternate counsel to make that decision.
All right, thank you. All right, I also need to inform you that you have the right to an indictment by a grand jury, and you also have the right to a preliminary hearing unless you make bond or waive such a hearing. You have the right to a speedy and public trial by a judge or jury. You have the right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses. You have the right to call witnesses on your own behalf and testify in your own defense if you so choose. I want to make it clear to you, Mr. Gray, that you are presumed innocent. Your refusal to testify at any point cannot be used against you in determining whether you are guilty or not guilty. I mentioned the first appearance hearing a moment ago. That is being set for you for December 4th, 2024 at 8:30 a.m. Currently, that's set to take place in the Magistrate Court of Barrow County. It could be subject to change, but I just want you to know that that is the date that we currently have. In fact, counsel, could you approach, please? I have
Blessings, MTG. Blessings, Ms. V. Guys, make sure y'all check out MTGV Crime Podcast Show. Great conversations, great topics, yo. Make sure y'all check her out. You will not be disappointed. I'm just getting into this. So I think Ms. V already covered this, right? If I'm not mistaken. So if y'all go check out Ms. V, I think she already covered the Georgia shooting, if I'm not mistaken. This is me. This is right here. This is more of an update, right? And I am going to check the news clip so that I could, know a little bit more about it. Facts, Andrew Martinez.
Let's see, I need to scratch this out.
And this is why I don't get tired of telling parents, like, yo, keep these weapons away from the kids. It doesn't matter if they're a teen. Like, even if your teen knows that you have a weapon, right? Put that in a place where your child can't get it at all. Only you. You should be the only one that should be able to get into a case, a safe. Wherever you got your weapon, you should be the only one that's able to get it out. Like, for real. But maybe I'm wrong.
This document that discusses bond and gives the date of the preliminary hearing. And I guess I could sign that, and then he can just get a copy of it. And then the warrants are attached to that. So I would like for him to sign it. Please.
Right there, just so you're getting a copy of it. He is giving you a copy.
I know this father is scared.
Do you want me to go ahead and give him his copy?
Yes, please.
He looks scared.
And the page continues.
Yep, see, Ms. V did, Ms. V covered this. She did 2 lives on it. So to get a better coverage on this, I suggest y'all go check out Ms. V. Ms. V, if you can leave the link down below, so they could go check your channel out. That would be really, really nice. I appreciate you. And guys, make sure y'all go check out Ms. V. Hey, no problem, Ms. V. Look, listen, man. I normally, I do the school.
Copies of the warrants.
I cover the schools and stuff like that, but when I cover it's due to the bullying. So let's see what this is about. If this involves bullying, I'm gonna go deeper into it. So it's gonna be a multi-part. But I know that Ms. V did a good live. I know I caught part of that live. So I wasn't able to catch the whole live, but I caught a portion of her live. So go make sure y'all go check out Ms. V, and she has a better breakdown. Trust me. I'm just, I just got this clip last night. I'm just reacting to it, right? So I'm just getting familiar with the story in the news. So I'm not gonna sit here and that boy was not bullied. See, and I don't mean like I'm disappointed. Like, damn, like that's fucked up. Was he the bully? I mean, damn, I should cover this. I think I am.
Those are provided, and they say service copies on them, so I assume that they're for him. Sergeant Briscoe, do you concur with that? Is that what those copies are for? Those are for the detention center? So he's got his own copies, or he'll have them provided? All right, so the detention center wants to hold on.
The father don't look like a bad person, though. So I don't know, like, Why? What would make this
All
child
right, let
act like
me, and
this?
thank you, Ms. Seagraves.
I don't know. Does the
I want
father?
to
I don't know.
certainly
I don't know
acknowledge
much
the
about the
presence
father at
of our
all.
district attorney, Mr. Brad Smith. He's assisted by his chief assistant, Patricia Brooks. Is there anything else, counsel, that the court needs to address that I have neglected to address?
No, Your Honor.
No, sir, not at this time.
All right. I do want to thank those who are in the gallery, who have an interest and who have appeared. I appreciate the decorum that has been maintained throughout this proceeding, or both of these proceedings today. And with that, this matter is adjourned.
Queen, that's a fact. That's a fact. If you buy your kid a car and he drives drunk and decides to run people over, should a parent be charged as well? No, I don't think the parent should be charged. I don't know who Pam G is though. So I'm guessing somebody wrote a comment. I'm guessing somebody else wrote a comment. It's just that, I mean, I get where Andrew Martinez is coming from. Like, they shouldn't give the father a life sentence. Like, like learn your lesson. They should give him maybe, a year or two in jail. Like, you shouldn't have left his weapon out. You see where I'm coming from? My biggest question is, what was going on? Like, was he going through something at home? Was he going through something in the community if he wasn't getting bullied in school? I mean, this is weird. Like, normally when you hear school shootings, the child is being bullied. So, let's see. We got a video here. Let's see what.
And here's what we know so far. It happened this afternoon at a high school in Barrow County. It's about 40 miles northeast of Atlanta. 2 students and 2
Wait. Miss MTGV just said something, and I just seen that video. Oh, so he was questioned a year ago. So this looks like it's deeper. Shout out to Miss MT. Shout out to Miss V. Go check her podcast out, MTGV podcast. Yo, I didn't even know that. Let me check this one out first.
He was questioned about
Oh no, I don't fuck that
this
shit
morning.
right there.
New details from the Georgia high school shooting that killed 2 students and 2 teachers.
Facts. So it says the Georgia school shooting suspect was questioned by police last year. He was 14 years old. Oh shit, he really is a 14 year. I mean, it wouldn't be the first 14-year-old put to the death penalty. I didn't know Georgia had the death penalty. But that's one of the options, that they put there, that he might get a life sentence, he might get the death penalty, or he might get a couple years in jail. So, I mean, the father got a couple years in jail or the life sentence. Like, that's crazy. But they're talking about giving the father like almost 10 years in jail or some shit like that. Wow. Let me see what this got. Let me see what this is about.
There are new questions about possible missed warning signs, and we're standing by for the 14-year-old suspect's first court appearance. The alleged gunman is expected to face murder charges as an adult. Officials are now revealing.
You're not wrong, Con Queen. I feel like they're exaggerating, right, on giving him a life sentence. So I understand where Con Queen is coming from. So, I mean, I get where she's coming from. He was neglectful though, so at the end of the day, he's got to face some charges and some punishment. I agree with Con Queen. I agree with Andrew. Like they both making some good, talking points. But as a minor, this minor shouldn't have had this, gun. As a teenager, you don't have a license or a permit to carry this. He can't even go to the shooting range with his father. So it's like, we got to really cut it down the middle, for real. You see where I'm coming from? Like, this father was very neglectful. Like, if this father wouldn't have let this gun out, right? Even though he didn't make his son grab that gun and go shoot the school down, this father left the weapon out where, the son grabbed it and the son went and did what he did. So, y'all, shout out to the chat.
He was questioned about online threats to shoot up a school just last year. Police are trying to learn how he was able to get an AR-15 style rifle and why he turned it on his classmates this morning.
Yo, this little young boy had a damn AR-15. Like, what he thought he was playing? Grand Theft Auto? Like Call of Duty or something? Like, shit. Like, he brought the game to reality.
Morning, those classmates are describing the terror and the panic they felt as they hid and ran for safety at school.
I was scared I was going to die, to be honest. And when I heard hard lockdown, I knew it wasn't a drill. I just kept my feet up and I prayed and I closed my eyes and I tried to stay calm, but I was shaking. I was worried that they would hear me. Then I hear the gunshots and then everyone ducks behind desks and the teacher is like flipping tables and stuff and barricading the door. So I was just scared out of my mind.
I did not personally know anybody that was hurt, but we were sitting at the field up there. One of my cadets was going through it, and we found out his friend was killed, sadly.
It is such a sickening tragedy as school has just started, and here we are with a...
Damn, this is twice I hear. Well, I the other one wasn't even a teenager, because the young boy that shot Trump was old. Wasn't he like 22 already? So he wasn't even a teenager. But why are these kids how are these kids able to get a hold? I mean, I know you could order it anywhere, but it has to be an adult that gets it for them. Like they just getting these type of weapons that it's like, how you manage to pull this shit off? It's not like you could just sit here and put your hand through a video game while you're playing it, on the screen and just pull out the weapons and bring them into reality. Like, shit, the only way you could do that is if it's a simulation. I mean, listen, man, don't get me started.
A school shooting. Here are the 14-year-olds being remembered today and the 2 teachers. For heartbroken families, as grief engulfs another American community, we will share more with you about the victims' lives. But first, CNN Nick's Valencia is live at the school just about an hour outside of Atlanta. What are some of the new details that you have been learning in this case?
Yeah, chilling details this morning, Sarah, and a really heavy atmosphere around the school. The alleged gunman identified as 14-year-old Colt Gray, a student at Appalachia High School, somebody who was familiar to law enforcement. We'll have more on that in just a moment, but we're also learning about the caliber style of weapon that was used, an AR.
Damn, he was also familiar with law enforcement. Like, familiar, like, do they mean that, he's had prior encounters with law enforcement? I don't know. This is crazy. Damn, I was on mute. I think that's what he was trying to say, that he's had prior encounters with law enforcement.
15. The community, though, really focused on the victims and trying to huddle around the families that were impacted by this. Late last night, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation releasing the names of those victims, 2 of them students, just 14 years old. One of them identified as Mason Skirmerhorn, the other classmate Christian Angulo, 2 of them teachers, those adults, one of them a 53-year-old math teacher, Christina Irami, and the other Richard Aspinwall, who also was a coach on the football team, a defensive coordinator. The 39-year-old was a teacher here. He was beloved. And in fact, we interviewed a student of his who described him as just being a really, really sweet person. Among the other victims, though, that were injured, 9 altogether, 8 of them students, 1 of them an adult. And yesterday, we were bringing you details of that adult who we know that was shot in the stomach, was in surgery yesterday during the hours that I was reporting, still waiting on an update on their condition. But we are getting...
Yo, listen, that's another thing. What would make a father like this? Listen, the same thing with the Donald Trump young boy that, allegedly did the assassination, right? The father gave him the gun. Why are these parents buying their teen kids guns? Why? I mean, y'all barely have conversations with these kids. You see where I'm coming from? Then y'all sit here and just put a loaded weapon in their hand and hey, like, listen, man, I swear to God, I'm in the wrong generation.
New information from the students here who were eyewitnesses. And was yesterday my colleague Isabel Rosales caught up with one of the students here impacted by the tragedy.
I just remember, like, the moment that it happened,
he was at the door, and I knew they were looking for him already, but he was at the door and they almost let him in until they backed up, and then he turned away, and that's when you hear like the first rounds of fire.
So he was in class with you, in algebra class. He left. Then he came back, was at the door, and then knocking to be let back in. Why? You told me something about the doors.
Yeah, they lock automatically, so you have to be let in to come back into our classroom. So I think he wanted to come to us first.
Come to you first to shoot?
Yes, to shoot us.
The big questions this morning: where is Gray? When will he be seen next? When will his first court appearance? And will he be facing charges as an adult? Sarah?
All right, Nick Valencia, thank you so much. A lot of people don't remember those who have been shot, not just killed. There is so much tragedy there in that community, John.
All right, CNN Chief Law Enforcement and Intelligence Analyst John Miller is with us now. Nick just alluded to this, John, but the shooter was on the radar of law enforcement, federal law enforcement, in 2023 when the FBI picked up on some kind of a message board, then related it down to local authorities. What more could have been done there?
I mean, if they already had him on the radar in 2023, what took them this long? Like, did they slack on the investigation? I mean, I feel like they slacked. Why didn't this family have a social worker involved if that was the issue a year ago? And then again, once again, DHS, CPS and all of them befell the kids. So it's like, whew, hey, correct me if I'm wrong. Somewhere along the line, they slacked.
I'm not sure anything more could have been done. When you look at the system and ask, well, did the system work? Tips came in from the public. That's people on the internet who saw this threat to shoot up a school coming from a handle on a gaming website. They then sent that to an FBI threat line that you can reach online, which goes to the NTOC, the National Threat Operations Center. They then take those tips and they run it down. Where's this IP address where this threat came from? Who's the subscriber? Does it have a physical address? They then forward that to Jackson County Sheriff in Georgia. And Jackson County does not drop the ball. They send investigators out. They go to the house. They ask, is there somebody here that uses that computer? Yes, we have a son. Are there guns in the house? Yes, there are, but they're locked away and he doesn't have access to them. They question a 13-year-old boy who turns out to be our shooter a year later. And he says, that wasn't me. Somebody else must have done that threat to make it look like me. So they end up closing the case because it's not arrestable. It's probably not prosecutable. He's 13 years old. They even notify the local school district.
Why would I block you, Donald J. Plump? You respected me. I mean, you joke around. As long as you don't disrespect anybody, I don't block nobody. Now, if you're disrespectful, then I'm blocking. Just keep it respectful, guys.
But when they move from Jackson County to Barrow County, that information, we don't know whether that followed the Jackson County school to the Barrow County school. It's unlikely. But at that point, instead of looking at authorities who checked all the boxes, you really have to shift that look to where was the concern in that home? What was the level of that concern by the parents? How did they engage that child about that threat? And obviously,
that's exactly what I just asked. I mean, there's a reason they're going hard on the father. That's why I was like, it's hard. It's hard to speak, when it comes to the parents when they neglectful. But damn, if you was this neglectful and you gave your child, you gave your child a weapon and just like, I don't know what's wrong with some of these parents. Like, what the hell is you trying to make some G.I. Joes or something? Like, this is not a movie. These little kids will go out and shoot some shit. Like, they ain't been playing Grand Theft Auto and Call of Duty and what's them other games? Like, shit. Listen, man, those are the few that I know. I don't play games. I don't like games. I can't stand games. They irk my soul. I'm not gonna sit here and lie. These damn electronics really irk my soul. I know I'm 35. I know I'm young, but at the end of the day, it's like, I don't know. they just took the fun out of video games. I've been stopped liking video games for the longest already. It's like, and then people get in their feelings when they play video games. I don't see the fun in playing that shit at all.
Obviously, if that gun came from the house, there's another issue there.
To answer that the dad, who's this? Chris Wilson. I'm not totally informed. I'm learning too. But it turns out that the father bought him the AR-15. Why would he do that? I don't know. He's only 14 years old. What would cross through a parent's head to do that? I don't know. Like, listen, I really don't know. This is like shout out crazy, out of pocket.
We also were talking about the idea that this young man was a loner, right? Let's listen to what one of his classmates said.
Nothing too off. He was just
That's the
another
same
quiet
girl.
kid that didn't really speak too much.
And I know you've been in school here for a few weeks. You've been sitting next to him all the way through? Did anything different today about him?
No, he wasn't here when when school first started. I think he transferred in, but nothing really seemed too off about him.
So what does that tell us? I mean, the idea that he's a loner, that he didn't really talk to other kids. He's also new in the school.
I mean, not everybody that's a loner is crazy. Some people just like being left alone. Some kids are like that too. They don't like being in crowds and stuff like that. That doesn't make them, have a mental issue. The question is, what would cause him to do this? What was happening? What was going through his mind? What triggered him? I don't know if I'm asking the right questions, but I got different questions than what they do. I feel like they asking all the wrong questions. Something was off with the young boy that made him shoot up a school. Y'all focus should be on the why. What caused him to do this? If he wasn't bullied and if he wasn't a troubled kid, but apparently something was wrong, because if he was in the FBI radar, I mean, I need more details. I really do.
So that could be perfectly normal, or it could be a sign that he is feeling ostracized, that he is feeling as an outsider. We find that as a common theme in some of these young people.
Con Queen, that's a good question. Con Queen said, I can't say the whole name because, I don't know that's a T or L in there, but I don't want to say it wrong. But she says, or he says, I'm really interested to learn if the father got the rifle before or after the FBI talked to them. That's a great question. That's a real great question.
Involved in school shootings. And it has become a part of the school doctrine to kind of look for these signs. If there are concerns, to report them. Even the school had that electronic system that they installed a week ago. I think it's called Syngenics, where they press one button, the entire school goes on alert that there's an emergency or an active shooter. It goes into lockdown. This technology goes then right to the police, to the front office. Police can see on their devices where people are in the school, floor plans, maps. There's another company that came after the Fort Lauderdale shooting by an entrepreneur named Gino Rafaro, who set up Safer Watch. It does all that, but it also has an anonymous tip function where if someone has concerns about someone who may hurt people or may be contemplating self-harm, that you can report that. So these technology is catching up to some of our human failings in this area.
I don't trust technology personally, but I feel as though that they should do, a mental health physical on him, like some type, get a therapist involved, a psychologist. Something made this child do this. He's only 14. Why would the parent buy him, a weapon, whether it was before the FBI talked to them or after the FBI? And if he did it after the FBI talked to them, that's even worse. So it's kind of like, what the fuck? So is that the latest? No, the latest. Let me see. This was 3 hours ago. What are they saying?
All right. Good evening.
You so
as you can
low.
tell, we know that it's been a long day. I want to thank you for being patient with us today. I want to thank you for understanding that this is still an active crime scene. But from the minute that this tragic incident happened today, Governor Kemp has been with me and been talking to me and several times and has been on our side and law enforcement side. And I wanted to introduce him to make a few statements. Again, thank you for your patience. And at this time, I'm going to introduce the governor, and then Director Hosey will take answers. And
So that's the governor of Georgia, huh?
Well, thank you, Sheriff. Just want to thank you and your team for the incredible work that they've done. The response of our first responders today has been unreal. Superintendent LaDuff, Principal Leroy, who just did an incredible job with these kids. This hits home for us. Being from Athens, just down the road, Marty and I, having a daughter that taught first grade just a few years ago. This is everybody's worst nightmare. And I just want to offer my sincere condolences and our thoughts and prayers to the families that have lost loved ones, for those that are injured and continuing to fight.
This is crazy. Guys, if y'all go check out my channel, right? My page. If y'all go check out my page, if y'all click, where it says Writers for Life down below, right? Y'all get my page, right? And on my page, I have a couple websites. On there, you will see a link to a petition called moveon.org. On that petition, right? If I get enough signatures, I can manage to, get the senators and the governors together, the mayors and all that stuff, right? So that we can get more cameras into our schools, right? And we need them in each and every one of these classrooms, right? Each and every one of these classrooms. We need more security. We need deeper background checks on the staff that is in these schools. So that petition is for that. I'm not the only parent sitting here fighting, right? So that we can know what's going on inside these school walls. It's deep. It's deep. I've had lives about this, but when I get a chance, I'll do a whole nother live speaking on the petition and, the benefits that it will bring us parents. And hopefully, we can get enough signatures on this. Like, the petition has been slow, and I feel more parents, need to sign that petition. This is not something I'm just doing for Philly. This is something that I want to do for each and every school nationwide, worldwide, wherever there's a zip code. If you live in a place that, you have a zip code, you can sign the petition. And if you, decide to start a petition like mine, you can in your own city, which makes it even better because they will see that the parents are uniting and coming together. For those of y'all curious, I spoke to, what's his name? I think is Robert. I forgot his name. Well, basically is Senator Brandon Boyle, right? He's here in Philadelphia. He deals with the schools and much more. I spoke to his right hand, right? So basically, he goes to Boyle. He's like, look, this is what, a lot the people from this community want done, blah, 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 blah. So I spoke to the guy. I uploaded the video. I actually have the live, right? So I uploaded the videos. I split it. There was a parent that spoke on that meeting too. There's a couple of parents that spoke about, on that meeting about what happened, to their kids in these schools. And I feel as though that we need to do this. We need to be more involved with our kids. Or if not, our only options, right, as humans, as parents, right, those that really care about, their kids. And I say those because there's a lot of parents that don't give a fuck about their kids. Those that really care about their kids, right, we're going to have to boycott these schools. And what's crazy is that would take away a lot of parents' jobs and much more. It would take away from that. But if we want something done, that's the only option. And I'm not talking about rioting or none of that stuff, protesting. No, I'm talking about boycotting. But that's my opinion. That's what I think. And that's how I feel. things could get done, but we need to come together and demand it. But my opinion, once again, let's proceed.
Through just a tragic time for really this whole community that's been affected by today's actions. And I just cannot thank the first responders enough. I cannot thank Director Hosey, Colonel Hitchens, Director Stallings at GEMA, the whole state response. I want to thank Special Agent Farley and her team from the FBI that are embedded with us in the school as we speak, running down every single lead.
Facts, Con Queen. They should have the camera set up so the parents can watch on their phones. That's true. I mean, some classes are starting to do it. Like here in Philadelphia, they got something called the dojo, but they only have it for like pre-K and kindergarten, right? In first grade. And I think second grade, if I'm not mistaken. But the only way we was able to do that, right, was parents coming together, going to the school meetings, demanding this stuff. We need this in every classroom, in every grade, in every school, and we need it worldwide, nationwide, however you want to say it. But that's how it's needed. We need more security guards. We need some schools have it here in Philly, officers outside of the school that are armed. You see where I'm coming from? Some schools have it. Well, guess what? We need every school to have it, right? We need deeper background checks on these teachers, on every staff that's in the school, principal, counselor. It doesn't matter because too many of these teachers are also, well, let's put it like this. Too many of the staff is also part of these problems that are going on in these schools. Shout out to the teachers, that do their thing. They do what they got to do. They have a passion for teaching. But some of these teachers, some of these counselors, some of these principals, I don't even know why they in that field, right? When some of them are out here just, I don't know. I guess, let me put it like this, snatching cribs. I don't know why these grown-ass women and grown-ass men are having sexual relationships with the minors. Some of them, is consensual. Some of it is not. Some of these teachers are also instigating a lot of these fights that are happening in these schools and much more. It's a lot going on in these schools. A lot. And I feel as though that more parents need to come together. More parents need to speak up. And like I said, I want it to be a last option if these petitions don't work out. But our last option would be boycott. I don't want to make it the first, never that. But something got to get done. I don't know if I'm the only one that's feeling like this, but I've made my stand. I don't know how many of y'all going to make y'all stand, how y'all going to do it, but this is how I made mine. I attend these meetings, I speak up, I talk, I give ideas. Since that, they say that we need money, we need that. They're out of funds because, they got to give Ukraine. They got to support these private prisons and stuff like that. Oh, that we got to find a way to get this money together. All right, so if we do manage to find a way to get, all this stuff done, right? Get these cameras into these schools and we find the funds and get the money, right? And get these cameras into these schools in each and every one of these classrooms, right? Would that mean that we have the authority over these cameras, like the 24th district, 25th district, any district, any police district here in Philadelphia has over the cameras that are in every pole outside and in each and every one of these stores that they have cameras in, right? We should, right? Because if we came together, put all this money together to put these cameras, because y'all said y'all don't have the funds, we should have rights over these cameras in a say-so. But a shorty's trying to get this bill and this law passed. We need to help our kids. They got rights. But for some reason, their rights get overseen. Like nobody pays attention to it. These kids got rights. In the ways, that their rights can be, seen is if us, the adults, right, the ones over 21, do something about it. Don't get mad at me for what I'm saying. Real shit. Because it's just my opinion, and that's just what I'm thinking and how I'm feeling. And opinions are just like assholes. Everyone has one.
And other things that Director Hosey will mention tonight. I represented Barrow County when I was in the state Senate 20 years ago. These are our neighbors. These are our friends. And this community is hurting today. And I would just ask all Georgians and all Americans to continue to keep these families, these educators, and these students in your thoughts and prayers. And we will provide every state resource that is needed from here until they're not to support this community and support this team behind me. And with that, I'll turn it over to Director Hosey.
Thank you, Governor. Real quick, we wanted to provide some additional updates from today's event.
Wait. I know what the FBI is. This is something new. What is GBI? What is GBI? Oh, okay. Georgia Bureau of Investigation. GBI, Special Agent. Oh, I didn't even know that existed. Okay. GBI. That's new to me.
Events, and I will mention too that this will be our last update for the evening. So I please hope you'll understand that. Let me start by saying that there's no evidence to report that any additional shooter was involved in this incident.
Facts, Con Queen. You're not wrong. That's why, you know what I started doing? I started doing it locally, right? Because these local meetings out here, like in my community, right? They have community meetings every 3 months, and they want the community and their leaders to go. I'm a leader of my community. I'm a block captain here in Philadelphia, right? So they always invite me to these type of meetings. There's always a senator. There's always a mayor. There's always a governor. You can always see DAs, commissioners. You see where I'm coming from, judges. You can meet up with them and talk. So since the school board is not listening, I go right to the big honchos. They not listening. I want y'all to listen. So, like I said, like the school district wasn't listening. I had to sue the school district of Philadelphia, and I won that lawsuit. My son got into a private school, and that's why I'm still speaking up. If I was able to help my child, I could probably help other kids that went through a similar situation like his, or probably worse. We can't give up. We got to keep fighting. You see where I'm coming from? Like, these motherfuckers wanted me to sign up and let my child give up his rights. At the age of 11, my son's going to be 18. I've been fighting this for 6-7 years already. And I'm finally just starting to get heard. 2023, the senator, Brandon Boyle and his people heard me. I went straight to them. Y'all the ones that pass the bills? Y'all the ones that get these laws written? You see where I'm coming from? So that these presidents and stuff, whoever's in office, signs, boom, approves. And sometimes the president doesn't even sign these bills, and these laws just get, passed. So since the school district won't fucking listen, right? The school system's not listening. I'm coming over here. One way or another, my voice is going to be heard. And what I want done is going to get done. Like, we have to find a way. That's why I said, I have it as a last option. I don't really want it to make it as a first option, because if we make it as a first option, a lot of parents will be without jobs. Boycotting. No kid goes to school until, our demands are met. We tired. We're not going to keep losing these kids to suicide or to murder. Because a lot of these kids are taking their lives. A lot of these kids are getting killed. A lot of these kids are getting abused. A lot of these kids are turning into bullies. I could go about this in so many ways. But what's crazy is when it comes to the schools, the bully walks, right? And the one getting bullied is the one doing time. It's the one paying the consequences. Let's make that make sense. So once again, when it comes to this kid, right? I want to know what made him do this. If he wasn't being bullied, right? Does he have mental health issues? Because something is not right. And then he was on the FBI radar for almost a year already. What would make the dad, like, if the dad knew that his son was in the radar, why would his dad purchase him a weapon? I mean, I got 1,001 questions on some real shit. But I be trying not to get like Olivia Benson.
today. Investigators are actively pursuing, however, any leads of any potential associates of the shooter that was involved in this incident. So I say that to say we're following up any potential leads through the investigation to ensure if there are any associates involved in this, that we find them, we identify them. So that's part of, again, the ongoing investigation. There is no evidence of a list of schools being targeted. However, there is a lot of evidence that is being recovered and evaluated. We're going through everything to determine if there is any active threats to any schools in this area, this county, and the state of Georgia. And we will continue to monitor that throughout this investigation, throughout the evening as we carry on. There was a call, as we're aware of, to a local high school as well this morning with a reported threat. Police responded and investigated and determined that there was no threat after all.
What?
There's been reports that a Colton Gray, who is another student here at the school, was involved, or that Colton Gray was involved in this. If you recall from a previous press conference earlier this afternoon, the individual.
All right, so I guess this happened when he made a threat the first time. So he was under their radar. So if he made a threat the first time and they, they put him under the radar and they were suspicious that he might commit an act, why wasn't they persistent? I feel like they were slacking. Why wasn't DHS involved? Right? Then the father purchases a gun and gives it to him. See, if he did it after the talk with the FBI, he was wrong, completely wrong, and I see why they're giving him charges. What would make a father do this? Like, damn, your son is in the FBI radar, and then you sit here and give him the weapon that puts him in jail. I didn't say that he told him to kill anybody. That's not what he did. But you sat here and gave your child a weapon. And then if you knew that he threatened the school before, why would you do it? I'm just asking questions.
Individual that we have arrested and will be charged with this, his name is Colt Gray. But there is another student here at the school with a very similar name. We want to ensure everyone that Colton Gray is not involved in this incident. That is the name that I provided.
Yeah, but what's crazy is, right, the school, even if the school keeps an eye on him, the school's not with him at home. Why in the world would the dad purchase the weapon? What is wrong with some of these parents? Like, this shit is crazy. I keep telling people it's not the school's responsibility. Like, it's your responsibility. It starts at home. It really starts at home. I mean, but I guess to each his own. This is just my opinion.
How did you earlier this afternoon? So those reports were inaccurate. If that was passed on to you, I do, however, want to identify the victims of this incident today. Those that lost their life in this tragic event.
Neither did I, Conquer Queen. Listen, man, I'm just reviewing and reacting, and then the random thoughts come out because I have questions. So, I mean, we learning as we go. Like, if y'all want better input on this, a better breakdown and more videos, make sure y'all check out MGTV Crime Podcast, right? Because she breaks it down. And she did 2 lives on this. This is my first time reacting to this video. My condolences go out to the families that, lost these kids, the teachers that lost their lives. And, the ones that lost their lives, may they have peace in paradise. This is crazy and shout out. Like, I don't know what I would do if my child was involved in a school shooting. Like, I don't know. I think I would turn into Griselda in that bitch.
Yeah. Mason Schermerhorn, age 14, who is a student here at the school. Christian Angelo, who is 14, also a student here at the school. Richard Aspinwall, not sure of his age, but he was a teacher here at the school. And Christina Irmery, I'm sorry for my pronunciation, who was also a teacher here at the school.
Wow.
We will post a list of these victims for the correct spellings for everyone later this evening after we complete the press conference here. Also, as has been released, the FBI's National Threat Operations Center has received anonymous tips in the past of online threats to commit school violence or school shootings at an undetermined location and time. The FBI referred this information to the Jackson County Sheriff's Office for action. The Jackson County Sheriff's Office identified and located Gray, who is our suspect in this case. They conducted an investigation at that time, and there was no probable cause for arrest or to take any additional law enforcement action. This is
So what Pam G is saying is true, right? It explains a lot. That means that this child needed to see a therapist and a psychologist. He needed help. He needed support, and he didn't have it. So Pam G says that this kid came from a very dysfunctional, abusive home. Mom was arrested numerous times in the past 17 years, and as recently as April, Dad had custody of the kids. Whoa, that's crazy. They've been through a lot. So that makes the dad even more wrong. Wow. That makes the dad even more wrong. Because you don't give a child that's been through all this, you don't just give them a weapon. Say, here, happy birthday, or, it's just a reward. A reward for what? Like, copyright disclaimer. Under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976, allowance is made for fair use for the purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Fair use allows limited use of copyrighted material without permission from the copyright holder for purposes such as criticism, parody, news reporting, research, and scholarships and teaching. Disclaimer. The views and opinions expressed on this video or any video, including the Writers for Life Brings You to Let's Talk About It podcast, do not reflects on the opinions of your shorty Racheal and the members of the Writer for Life podcast. Everything we talk about is allegedly and is our opinion. Our videos are not recommended for minors. Everything we talk about and do is meant for educational purposes and also entertainment. Please keep in mind that the majority of our videos are for educational purposes only. This world is crazy. I would say shady. Ironic, right? Nowadays, you can't trust no one. When you do, niggas be having their panties all in a bunch, thinking that they own one. Saying the things that you accomplished in life is theirs and that you owe them one. Yo, these school situations is getting deeper and deeper. So, I mean, I said there's something, there's something off. There was something, off with the child. Like something, there's a reason he just shot up the school. And it's not because he was playing Grand Theft Auto. Even though, I feel as though these kids shouldn't be playing them type of games. But, nah, I don't think this was it? Could it have been? I mean, listen. But the abusive history, yes. That's a big issue right there.
Is not recent. This is in the past, but we wanted to bring that to your attention because we are pursuing that. Working with the FBI on that, and any connection to that incident that could be connected to today's incident as well. Also, we're also aware of some previous contacts that.
Yeah, I'm gonna Google that in a minute because I don't really know their names and their ages. So I'm gonna Google it in a little bit. I'm gonna do a second live on this as soon as we get more updates, right? Like I did with the Sonya Massey. I told everybody I wasn't going to speak on the Sonya Massey until there was another update. And guess what? There's another update.
That the Department of Family and Children Services in the area had with the suspect in his family.
I just want to be right on what I speak on.
That avenue as well too.
I don't want to, give out misinformation.
With today's incident. Let me stress again, as we have many times, that this is still a very fluid investigation. It is still very active. We will have agents and there'll be law enforcement personnel that will be pursuing investigative leads and collecting evidence throughout the night and then to much of tomorrow, I would anticipate as well. We again ask for your patience in that. This is a criminal investigation and we're going to treat it like that. So I apologize ahead of time if we don't answer some of the questions that you may ask. So please understand. I also want to bring note to one very special thing that we do not need to forget about here is we have heroes in our midst. We've talked about our law enforcement personnel, our fire, our EMS, those that are deceased are heroes in my book. Those that are in the hospital recovering right now are heroes in my book. But also the heroes that we need to remember is our faculty and staff here at this school. They acted admirably. They were heroes in the actions that they took. The protocols that this school and this system activated today prevented this from being a much larger tragedy than what we had here today. So I want to recognize them as heroes because they are. And continue with our thoughts and prayers as has been mentioned for the families that were lost here today, those that were lost here today, those that are recovering in the hospital, and obviously those that were affected directly by this tragedy here at the school and all of the community of Barrow County. We need to continue to have them in our thoughts and prayers.
Thank you for doing another one of these again. Can you tell
Damn, 14 years old, life sentence, or the death penalty. That, yo, man, we got to talk to our kids. I don't get tired of saying it. Yo, man, have them conversations with them no matter how touchy, how embarrassing. Like, man, I hear a lot of parents say they ain't got time for that or they don't think their child should be, but their child can see anything else, huh? They can see everything else in the world, but you don't got time to talk to them, explain to them, break shit down. Like, let's be real, man. Shout out to them parents out there. They got time for their kids no matter what they doing, no matter how many jobs they got, no matter how tired they are. They're still there. They talk. Listen, man, there's no, great or perfect parent out there, man. No parent was given a manual. And in reality, man, the child, the child is the teacher, you the student, because you're learning as a parent as time goes by. And everybody raises their kids different. Right? And just because you're a great parent doesn't mean, that your child, right? I mean, listen, it's a blessing. It's a plus when everything that you have instilled in your child, your child shows up, shows to the world. But sometimes, there's an influence out there, right? That grips your child up, right? And no matter how much of a good parent you are, no matter how much, of a good influence you're trying to give them and instill in them, there's forces out there that, still grip and get a hold of these kids. Right? Don't let that go over your head. I'm just, I'm just talking, like, I'm just letting y'all know what I see, what I perceive. Like, it is so much. Like, man.
Tell us by chance, since he's being charged as an adult, will he be in court tomorrow? Will there be a first court appearance? Will he be booked tonight?
He will be booked tonight. I'm not sure of the court appearance, but it will be within a reasonable amount of time.
Is there anything that you can share to us about the weapon that was used by chance?
The weapon that was used in this was an AR platform style weapon.
So how did Mr. Gray get the gun into this?
Facts,
We're still
MG.
investigating that aspect of it.
Did he go out of the classroom, get the gun, and come back? We've heard some of that from some students.
We're still trying to clarify a lot of the timeline from the time that he got here to school today until the incident took
And
place.
last one from me. I mean, so often, I know people at home, we always hear something that the FBI has heard something about someone who goes and does one of these tragic events. How can we stop this from happening? Because it feels like this happens every single time there's a school shooting that we've heard that there's a prior threat or there's prior knowledge. When lives are at stake, how can we stop this from happening?
Well, there's a variety of ways, in my personal opinion. Community involvement, what our school system is doing here to ensure that. Whether we'll be able to stop it completely one day or not, I don't know. Those are decisions that each individual is making on their own to do this. But again, I go back to what I said earlier about the heroes here that prevented things from.
I mean, how can we stop this? More parents coming together? I mean, like, listen, man, it starts from home. And as parents, I feel as though that we need to come together and, do what we got to do when it comes to the school system, right? Which y'all fail to realize, and I'm not saying everybody, but if the shoe fits, right, I'm just speaking in general. If the shoe fits, wear that bitch. What parents fail to realize, right, that each chair that's filled up in these schools, right, is money in their pockets. It's a corporation.
Being a lot worse today, but we've got to take action within our own communities, take care of each other, be aware of our surroundings and what's going on in our community.
Do you believe
they found hunting rifles in the family home? Was an AR platform weapon among those weapons that were in the home during that interview?
Again, that's part of a lot of the things that we're trying to clarify within the investigation. Again, we're very.
Yo, I've thought about that. Yo, that thought comes across my head so many times. It's like they give the guns, wait for people to do something. Yo, I'm telling you, all this is happening, right? I'm not scared to say it. They try and get that martial law. Y'all seen that movie, Mad Max? They got a whole saga. It's like 5 parts to that saga, 6 parts to that saga, something like that. Y'all see how Resident Evil is? Take away the zombies from Resident Evil. The Walking Dead. Take away the zombies from The Walking Dead. Take away the zombies. Just take away the zombies from the damn movies. Do y'all see the message? That's how we're going to be. There was this billionaire, right? I did a live on it. It's on one of my TikTok reactions. And this billionaire was asked a couple questions, right? And he said, right, when the grid goes down, right, there's not going to be no electricity, no internet, nothing like that, right? So people's going to have to go back to the, old ways of doing things. Probably going to grill outside, starting little campfires to cook the food, stay warm. They're going to be scavenging, right, if there's no money out there. But the boss said one thing, right? He said when they do find a way to get the grids back on and stuff like that, right, nothing's going to be the same. The dollar bill is not going to exist. Bitcoins ain't going to exist, right? What's going to be used is going to be coins, bond stocks, and all that stuff. And what's crazy, I've always asked that question. What will people do, right, if the grid was to go down and y'all would have to depend on, fire, batteries, and stuff like that? Or make your own electricity if you know science and physics? What would the world do? Shit. From the looks of it, shit, we drop like flies. Because what's crazy is, right, we ready for war. We've been ready for war. But by the time war comes, we'll drop like flies because of how divided we are. Don't get mad at what I'm saying. Just listen to what I'm saying, because this is what I'm seeing. This is what I'm perceiving. It's what I see this world like. I don't know. It's like we giving in. We gave in. I feel as though like a lot of us have been woke. Right? And that's why, I started that, shout out to Dej Low, right? Because she started kind of like the little quote, a little phrase in one of her songs, right? And I always say it, like, for those of you that are asleep, right, and you're not woke yet, stay the fuck in bed. Because what you doing around here sleepwalking? Like, this shit is crazy. Like, we really need to wake up. Facts, Con Queen, like shit. Oh, we got a troll on here. Where he at? Oh, Terry S. You hate conspiracy theories? I didn't know I was a conspiracy theory. But damn, it's a shame that my opinion offends you. You don't have to be in the chat, right? You don't got to write. Your fingers don't hurt yet from being behind the keyboard and hiding? You ain't got nothing else to do, right? Go find something, sit on it, and swirl. Because I ain't got time for that shit. Our currency would have no value in a civil war apocalypse existence. Facts. I mean, the dollar bill ain't shit no more. The dollar bill ain't worth nothing no more. And people still think it is. But it's not. I mean, shit. Oh, yeah. I had an 86K Terry the fuck out of here. Right? I didn't know I was a conspiracy theorist. Like, I thought I just had an independent mind. And I'm sitting here just, giving an opinion on the things that I'm seeing. And, hey, look, listen, man. I'm not going to sit here and be a part of no cult. I have no strings in my back. I don't have no master, so I'm not a puppet, right? I've seen Pinocchio, and I know the real meaning behind Pinocchio, right? It's not about a little puppet whose nose grew every time he lied. That fucking movie had to do with fucking human trafficking if people's woke. They just sugarcoated the shit out that movie in Disney. Like Disney really sugarcoated the movie about the movie Pinocchio. When I found out the real meaning about this shit, I was like, damn. Now call me a conspiracy theorist. Hey, some people is dumb as shit. Just learn your history, right? Motherfuckers need to learn your history before y'all end up in a motherfucking ditch making history. You got motherfuckers talking about that they want to make a change, they want to make a difference, but still stuck in the same phase. You got motherfuckers talking about that they want to chase a bag, but stay at home and nag. Then when you ask them what they need, they say less talking, more opinions, no prayers with division. You ask me, y'all need to focus more on revision, rely less on television. How you want a future you have no vision? This world is just like fiction. What we need is more talking, less opinions, more prayers with no division. Before you come up with a conclusion, giving people false illusions, pick up a book, do your research, learn your history before you end up in a ditch making history. Division and religion isn't working. The only way to show God our faith and love is through our actions. Our convictions is the only thing that really unite us. One God, one nation, different beliefs. There's words that can't fly with the wind. There's insults that are not violent. Meanwhile, while you're home to them, they're killing you on the inside. If I was to tell you that I didn't hurt, I would be lying. Would you believe me if I was to tell you that there's truths that lie, especially when they're telling you that they're indifferent? Getting shoved to the side because you're different. There's a hug out there someone didn't receive today. Probably because of what was said about them yesterday. Probably because of the way they was dressed today. Not realizing that the one that they hate could be the one that saves their day. But you know what? Thanks to them, it's another day in history where you get to flip the pages to your book and speak your story. And Lord, it's unholy. But you know what hurts the most? As I walk down the street and I see how easily we're divided. When we all should be united. One body, one mind, one soul, a million talents. Lord, without you, we're all divided. Forgive them, Lord, for they don't know any better. They don't know that there's someone out there that loves them. But it's okay. It's okay. I understand, y'all. Y'all just want to come out and express your feelings. I understand. But just know that the internet is not a safe space. There's an exit somewhere. No, there's somewhere out there. My opinion offends you, that's on you. You know, if I lose your respect, that's not my problem. I'm not looking to get validated. What the fuck is wrong with people?
Very early. As a parent situation, was it from a 911 call from a faculty or staff member or from a student? Can you just expand on that since they got here within minutes? Could you also expand on why it was a female faculty member walking around looking for the student minutes before he shot up the school? Can y'all clarify that?
So there was somebody looking for him minutes before he shot up the school. That means that they knew that he had a weapon. Did y'all just let it happen, then try to stop it? I mean, I've noticed that about a lot of schools. Like even with the Donald Trump assassination, right? Did y'all not notice how they allegedly let the bull go up? They saw him with the sniper. They saw him with the bag. People were shouting, you know, that something was wrong with the guy. But the cops just let him up. The FBI let him up. The CIA let him up. To the point that, you know, he was able to throw off them shots. Don't it all sound familiar? I'm not trying to be a bitch. I'm just saying, like, these are some hell of a, you know, type of coincidences. And they're all young. I don't know if y'all see my point. Don't let it go over your heads, please. Right? I brought the Donald Trump situation for a reason. Right? Because I want y'all to see what happened over there, right? And then what's happening in these schools. Ain't it kind of ironic, right? Even with the metal detectors, how did he make it pass? Every situation is the same. I did a reaction video one day. It was somebody younger. It was a young boy. He was getting bullied. And he shot up the classroom. They knew he had the gun, but didn't react. That strikes me as weird in a lot of these, you know, school shootings.
I'll let Director Hosey answer that question.
Officer didn't approach him.
Ma'am, let's get to this question right here, and then we'll come
You
back
asked
to
how was they notified?
We discussed today, heard earlier, law enforcement here within several minutes. So we're just curious how the notification went through. Did 911 hear about it from a student, or was it a faculty that made that call alerting law enforcement?
All of our teachers are armed with a form of an ID called Centegix.
I say the same thing, Con Queen.
Centegix alarms us and alerts the law enforcement office after buttons are pressed on an ID, and it alerts.
I mean, y'all know there was a second assassination on Trump, right? There was a second attempt on Trump. Go look it up.
Alerts us that there is an active situation at the school for whatever reason, and that was pressed. And we've had that about a week now.
And we've heard stories of students actually pulling other students while they were in the hallway, while all this chaos is happening, while shooting is going on. We've heard stories about students pulling their classmates into the classrooms to get them to secure, to get them to safety. What do you think that says about these young folks who are, very 13, 14, 15 years old, that they're looking out?
Why didn't you give her a mic?
That's
I'm having a
admirable.
hard time hearing her.
It's like Director Hosey said, we have heroes among us, and those students and teachers that did that today saved a lot of lives. This could have been a way worse than what and again, the investigation is still trying to file through that information, but those kids are heroes and brave as well to do that when they hear an active shooter around them.
you talked about let me get this one question right here. Did you have something else, Van?
No, it was me.
Okay.
I was asking, why did the school resource officer not go looking for this kid and approach him, and why they sent a female faculty member to the room, to the algebra room he was in with my daughter, looking for him instead of the school resource officer, or why the school allowed this boy to come and go from the class all the time. He would go and sign up for the restroom pass, leave the class, and come back sometimes, and sometimes never come back. He has been wandering this school.
With all due respect, ma'am, I think your information is incorrect, and our investigation is going to lead to what we have, and we will be glad to answer your questions once that's done.
I guess victims are lying to me then.
All right, so she's trying to say that there was somebody that knew what he was doing, and it wasn't a school official. So does that lady know a little more than what we know and what he knows? Why is he trying to shut her up so fast?
Possibly.
Sheriff, what can you tell us about the SROs? You talked about a lot of heroes. You talked about how one of the SROs encountered.
They don't want to.
What can you tell?
They don't want to hear about the heroes. They want to hear about how this could be prevented. Why they didn't prevent the young boy, from entering the school with this rifle, because a rifle isn't small. How did he get into the school if y'all allegedly got these machines and all this stuff? Right? Y'all got that technology y'all said earlier in the video.
Tell us about them, who they are, how long they've been working here, and what they did today.
Both of the SROs that are here
Facts. This seems like damage control. You're right,
I have two
Con
there.
Queen.
Both of the SROs, to include a third one, was here today, not for any other reason other than to help and assist today. They're the true heroes as well. They were actively looking. They had an alert, I guess, if you will. And when they interjected, or when this shooting began, they interacted with the shooter, Mr. Gray. And as soon as they made contact with him, he gave up immediately.
Can you share these officers' names?
Not at this time. I'd rather not.
Where is the shooter right now? You said in custody.
The shooter is in custody at the Bexar County Detention Center because he is a juvenile. He's being booked in, and he will be transported to RYDC.
Were officials or school administrators tipped off?
He definitely is a juvenile.
I'm not aware of that at this time.
Sheriff or Director, can you say the condition on those injured that were taken to the hospital? Have you got any updates on how they're going?
All of our victims that are at the hospital are going to make it and going to recover well. As we've
so
been
they didn't
told,
die?
We don't expect any more fatalities at this time.
Last question.
Okay.
Has there been any shooting or
Wait.
to this scale?
I thought some passed away.
Can you speak to that?
I can't speak to that, no.
Can you put this in perspective?
This officer's not making sense.
What today is meant?
Yep. I'm with Con Queen. And this feels like just more damage control than anything. Something's off.
Tragic.
Why did they let this young boy in?
When someone preys on kids, it's tragic. Like I said earlier, Hate is not going to prevail in our county, and hate's not going to prevail in our state. And pure evil did what happened today. That's all I can tell you. I want to continue to say that. I'm proud of the men and women behind me. I'm proud of the women that stood beside me. I'm proud of the men and women who protected these kids. I'm proud of this.
I mean, I don't think that a child is born pure evil, right? I feel as though that whatever trauma he was going through made him, I feel as though he had some issues, some problems, but pure evil? I mean, he was only 14. 1, the dad shouldn't have gave him the gun. 2, y'all should have had found him some help because y'all had him under y'all radar. 3, the system failed him. 4, his family failed him. Pure evil. Everybody around him was evil. No wonder y'all created a monster. And y'all want to complain about it? Oh, no, man. Should I build caskets for motherfuckers like you too, man? I didn't know I was going to build a casket today. Man, usually the caskets would be for the predators. You said that he was preying on kids? How was he preying on kids? He was a kid himself. He didn't have nothing figured out. He didn't have shit figured out in his head yet. I feel like it was a victim that took it out on other victims.
The staff, I'm proud of this community, and I just ask for prayers. Thank you.
Is there any more your office can do to prevent shootings like this at school?
Well, look, we've done a tremendous amount on school safety, but today is not the day for politics or policy. Today is the day for an investigation to mourn these precious Georgians that we have lost, to thank the first responders that went, into the line of fire, the school staff, superintendent, the principal, and others that are just trying to hold this community together. That's what we need to be focused on right now. We also had a tragic loss of a firefighter in Greene County earlier today before this event happened, with an explosion that killed the life of a first responder that again was running in to danger when many.
Damn, may they have peace in paradise. Because, man, listen, if you've watched me for a minute, you know that to me, the real heroes are the firefighters, the nurses, and the surgeons. Those to me are real heroes. Man, cops to me are too trigger happy. Shout out to the, real cops out there, that are really heroes. It's just, unfortunate that a lot of these trigger happy cops, outshine them. There are some really good cops out there. There's some really good cops out there. It's just unfortunate these, trigger happy cops outshine them.
Many people were trying to run out. And that's what the focus needs to be on tonight. I would ask everybody to continue to keep this community, these victims, and these educators and these men and women in law enforcement in your thoughts and prayers. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor.
I just want to thank everyone for their patience and taking the time to cover this. We ask that you continue to follow the GBI for updates, as we said.
And I definitely will. I will continue to follow the GBI for updates. Give me 1 second while I get this other video ready. All right, let me pause it right there. Wow. I mean, I was expecting the kid to be a little older, right? It's unfortunate, may the families that lost, a family member in the school, my condolences that way. Those that lost their life, may they have peace in paradise. Everybody around this child failed him. Like, I feel as though that he needs some type of help, right? But now he's about to serve a life sentence. Like, I feel as though that, these kids aren't born evil. We create these monsters, whether it's the parents, whether it's the system, or whether it's a community. These kids turn into monsters. I mean, we create something pure, right? And everything that goes on with these kids around us, everything these kids are doing, right, is mimicked behavior. And sometimes as crazy as we don't realize that some of these kids suffer from mental health. A lot of parents don't want to get them help. You know, it's crazy. A lot of these parents, like I'm in Philadelphia and I see it a lot, right? They're out here getting these supplemental checks for these kids, right? But they just wanted to party. It's like every kid they pop out, right? Especially women. It's like a check for them. Shout out to them real parents out there. And y'all know what I mean by that, man. There's parents out here that give their kids time, no matter if they got 2 to 3 jobs. Doesn't matter if their day is busy. They had a hard time, you know, wherever they was, appointments, you know, grocery shopping, you know, doing whatever they doing. But, you know, they sit here and they talk to the kids. They give them that time. There's plenty of parents out here that are really, really good, right? And due to the influence outside that is stronger to the influence that they're given in the house, right? These kids turn out to be like this, right? I can't explain why these things happen. I'm not, you know, a psychiatrist or a psychologist, but I do see it. I ask questions, right? You see where I'm coming from? It's like this shit is just, it's getting out of hand, it's getting out of pocket, right? This is supposed to be America, land of the free, right? But shit, this is where you got to pay for air. Even this is where, listen, man, this is supposed to be a land of the free, but you got to pay for water, even the air you breathe. Real shit. Let me see. Con Queen says, we have no communities. I'm 32. And when I was growing up, and if I acted wrong at a friend's house, I'd get a whipping from parents and my parents. That's not allowed anymore. That's true. And you know what's crazy, right? I understand, you know, certain rules and concepts of why it's not allowed, right? Because a lot of these parents go overboard and they don't whoop their kids. They beat their kids, right? Some of these parents go overboard and they abuse their kids, right? Some parents shouldn't even be hitting their kids. Some parents should be monitored with their kids, right? Because it could be a mental health, right, issue. But I mean, it's not the same. That's why I was like, I agree with you. I mean, I feel as though a lot of these kids need an ass whooping. But some of these parents don't know the difference between an ass whooping and abuse. So shout out to the parents that are able to chastise their kids, you know, and do what they got to do. A lot of these parents are scared of the system and they won't put one hand on their child. So they're not just spoiling their child, they're letting their child run them and do whatever they want. Because, you know, oh, the system, I'm not going to jail. I'm not, you know, you're the fucking parent. And because you're scared of going to jail, you won't chastise your child. Shout out to the elders that raised me, yo, on some real shit. Because back then it was different. So, Con Queen is not wrong. That's why, listen, man, I tell people, you know what I do? I bring back a little bit of the old school. I mix it up with the new school. Boom, I got to draw my kids' attention. People think that talking to your kids doesn't work. You can get to them. Yelling at them, screaming at them, you're not going to get to them. You're going to get through them. Listen, I don't know if you get where I'm coming from, but talking does work. You might have to whoop their ass here and there so they can understand, yo, I'm the authority. I'm the parent. You the child. But beat their asses? Abuse their asses? No. A lot of these parents out here are doing it. And you know why? What I think is crazy, right? How DHS, CPS would sit here, right? And fuck what a parent is doing their job, right? While they're neglecting the families that are abusing their kids. There's a question that nobody's ever like, why? Why does DHS, CPS, oh, my bad. That money. But wouldn't you get money, more money, if you sat here and did your job with the parents that are neglecting their kids? Instead of fucking with the parents that are doing their jobs and doing everything they can. Like, these motherfuckers know the economy has gotten hard, but they don't give a fuck. Like I tell people, make sure that you have complete custody of your kids, right? Because when you sign your child up to the school system, right, they also have rights over your kids. Make sure that you have complete custody of your child. Facts. That's how it's. Yo, I'm glad she said that. I'm glad she said that. Because the times that I've had to chastise my child, I've had to break down to them why I did it. I'm not just going to sit here, pop them in the head, or hit them in the ass and be like, oh, you just deserve that. And not explain why the fuck I did it. Because now they're going to sit here, they're going to be mad at me, right? Not just that, they get used to the ass whoopings, right? That shit, too, after a while, It's not going to faze them. I mean, let's not play pretend. Let's be real. So concrete is right. So, you know, listen, man, you have to use different methods. This is an age-old question. What makes us who we are? Nature or nurture? In the case, I believe it's both. The child might have had a mental illness in his home. Life might have affected him. Facts. Yo, Pam G sees it both ways. Yes. See, when you see situations like this, you can't be stuck on one narrative, one conclusion. You have to look at everything around. It's like I be telling people, you have to be like with your kids. You have to be a detective in order to understand your child and know your child. You know how they say a parent doesn't fully know their child. Well, I know what my child is capable of when he goes into these streets, right? I don't know what he's doing 100% of the time, so I'm glad, you know, that he talks to me. He tells me everything, right? My child is not perfect. He makes mistakes. He fucks up. You see where I'm coming from? But at the end of the day, we have that bond where he comes to me and he'll tell me everything, which helps me out, right? Because when he gets in trouble, I'm able to speak up for him and not look like a fool, for real. So we have to bring back a little bit of that old school. And the parents, you know, listen, he was failed everywhere. A real parent would have noticed if their child needed some type of therapy or if their child was going through something. You may not know everything that your child does in these streets, but you should know what your child is capable of. You should know when your child is telling the truth, and you should know when your child is lying by just looking at them, the behavior. You should observe your child, right? Enough to know what your child does when they're lying and when they're not. Your child should not be able to lie to you in your face and you not know that your child is lying. It wasn't done back then. And that's not how things worked back then. Facts. Listen, a lot of these kids, when they act out and you see them lashing out, it's because they're asking for help. They don't know how to. They're screaming from the top of their lungs, even though it seems like they don't want it. They want it. They just don't know how to, you know, receive it or take it, especially if they've been through a lot of trauma. I mean, I don't know if y'all understand where I'm coming from. Like, it's crazy. But believe it or not, right? A lot of kids go to jail. A lot of kids, right, as minors have gotten life sentences, right? While I warm my food up real quick, right? Because I'm about to grab something to eat real quick. I'm about to reheat whatever I was eating yesterday. Shit, fuck that. Let's see, I don't even remember what the fuck I was eating. I just know it was in the refrigerator. I'll probably be some rice and beans. It's too early for that. I might just grab a snack. But let's listen to what they got to say. Let's watch this, right? The FBI got called to his house a year before. Facts. That's why I just said everything I said. If I have mods in the chat, no minors allowed. You know, sorry, young boy, if you know, shorty, whatever you is. If you are a minor, apologize. This is not the place for you. Let me see. Let me go to my chat. I might have to put subscribers only. I don't want to do that. I really don't. Why is my chat different from my StreamYard? Wait, let me see. Yeah, my chat over here is way different from my StreamYard. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, no minors in the chat, yo. These don't be, yo. These panels don't be conversations for minors. I don't know. There's content creators out there that leave, you know, that let minors be in a chat while they be talking, but no, not here. We ain't doing that over here. So I don't want to make it a subscribers only. So if another troll pops up, I'm going to have to make a subscribers only. I really don't want to make it subscribers only. I don't like doing that. I like people, you know, to express their feelings as long as it's respectful. But I want y'all to see that, you know, this video is called Angry Kids Reacting to Their Life Sentences. Shout out to, you know, the creator of this channel, Court Investigations. And let's proceed.
Acting I have ever witnessed since I've been a judge. You're professional. You're a professional actor.
Long sentences can lead to drama in the courtroom, but when the defendants are teenagers, these moments take on an extra layer of tension. We've seen kids who smile in the face of long sentences. There are cases of apologies that come too late.
I apologize for this happening to you, Mr. Barrett. I hope this never happens to you.
Yeah, I gotta do it like that, cutting edge, because I'm not a minor, right? And I don't know what these parents be thinking, right? Listen, I know what my kids be getting into. I get the emails. Like, hey, shit, their emails is linked to my shit. I know what they be chatting in their games, everything. Look, listen, man. And my daughter is 7. She don't have a phone yet, right? When she gets on YouTube, she uses my YouTube. I monitor everything she's doing. Listen, I don't care. If I don't agree with what she's watching, it gets blocked. It gets banned. I don't want it on my channel. I tell YouTube that I recommend it, and if they recommend it again, I make a complaint. I have kids, like, she don't like the YouTube Kids because it sucks. Like, real shit. And then I got the movies on here, so she be watching movies and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, like, I feel as though that parents need to be more involved in their kids' lives. But what's crazy is I want y'all to see that, you know, these kids, no matter what the age, they are capable of committing murder, especially when they get angry, especially when parents, you know, don't find any type of help. And even if the parents do find them some type of help, sometimes, you know, the kids with the mental health, they have issues. But my bad, back to cutting edge. Yeah, I have to do that because, listen, man, I'm a grown ass woman. What I look like sitting here having all these conversations with a minor. You see where I'm coming from? These are supposed to be grown up conversations. As parents, we're supposed to be, you know, coming together and figuring out what to do. Like, I listen to a minor, you know, I listen to a child and what they got to say. But I'm not going to sit here and be having grown ass conversations with these kids, especially when I know that I curse when I'm reacting. No minor should be in my chat. Like, this channel is not kid recommended at all. So, I mean, I don't know. Like, I feel as though the parents should be observing their kids. Why is your kids on, you know, in chats of grown ass podcasters? They got the gaming channel. They got stuff on here for kids and stuff like that. Just monetize your kid. Monetize. How can I say it? Observe your kid. Shit.
Defiance in the face of harsh realities.
I just want to tell y'all I'll be home soon. R.I.P. Keon. I love my family.
Families shattered by the decisions of a single moment.
I've lost laughter and love. I no longer have the hope of having grandchildren.
Or even the defendant's family, who are not in touch with reality. In this video, we will look at the raw reactions of these teens as they learn their fate in the courtroom. Joshua Coleman. Joshua Coleman was just 15 when he shot and killed another 15-year-old, Deasia Green, in an alley in Toledo, Ohio. Green's body was found on January 9th, 2023, just days after her family reported her missing. Coleman was charged with murder and felonious assault, and he pleaded guilty to the murder charge. He was sentenced to 15 years to life in prison and will be eligible for parole in 2039. When the judge asked him why he did it and if he wanted to speak, he said no. Coleman showed no emotion as Green's mother asked why he killed her daughter.
Why would Joshua do this to her? She didn't deserve it. She was a social butterfly. She didn't deserve it.
Coleman and Green had been dating briefly before she died. An eyewitness identified.
I'm 17 years old. Like, was it out of jealousy? You know, it's crazy. It could have been out of jealousy now that he said that they were dating. I mean, a lot of these kids, a lot of these boys is losing their, lives due to, you know, the dating situation. A lot of these girls, right, are causing a lot of these young men to go to jail or be in a casket. I mean, or it could be the other way, vice versa, because, you know, it's happening both ways. And a lot of this stuff, you know, it be the pettiest things. And what's crazy, right? This is why I say that the mind of a 17-year-old is not fully developed. They're still trying to figure things out. They're still trying to figure out them, who they are, where they're going, what they want, how they feel. why they feel certain things, and much more.
Identified Coleman as the killer.
I can't tell you enough how important it is for, if you see what's happened to someone, to come forward. And we had an individual that did that. And that takes incredible bravery.
He was arrested 4 days after Green's body was discovered. Green was a freshman at Start High School and very social, according to her mother, Tiaria Hill. Her father, DeAndre Green, was shot and killed in 2010. The next entry involves the murder of another high school teenager. Dante Wright. Dante Wright was one of 3 teenagers involved in killing Jordan Clee, an 18-year-old high school football player from Pioneer High School.
I was trying to turn on the subscribers mode, right? But I don't know how to do it. It's not letting me. Let's see. Nope, that's the creative pool. I don't know how to turn on the subscribers mode. That's crazy. Send feedback, pop chat, reactions, timestamps, moderation activity. I don't know what that means. Let's see if I turn it on. What does that do? I don't know what I just did. I think I did something. Nope. I don't know what I just did. What is that? So what do I do here? No. This is not it. This is. Let me see. On my studio? Is that on my studio? I don't know. This thing took me to the damn studio. No, he said optional. Choose how long. Go to the live control room. Live control room? Oh, yeah, he got me. Okay. Live chat. Upload default note permissions. Okay, no, that's not it. Community. No. Let me see. Leave that alone. Let me see. What's on my live real quick? Hi, this shit is crazy. I don't know what to do. Nope, that's not it. It says video. It's not set for kids. I already know that. It's not letting me. I don't know. I'm about to just leave it alone. This shit is taking my time. Yeah, I don't know how to do it. But if y'all know how to do it, can y'all do it for me? This shit is about to irk me. Because this shit is about to irk me. I'm gonna have to practice it on another live. Real shit. Cause it took me to my studio, right? But why can't I get to my chat so I could change the... Yeah, go to my channel. Where's my chat options? Advanced, no, not for kids. I ain't trying to mess up my YouTube. I gotta figure this out. But I will watch it. Bet. I will watch it. I gotta learn how to I gotta learn how to put it on subscribers mode. I'll figure it out. But let's proceed.
In Ann Arbor, Michigan. Klee was found dead with a gunshot wound on October 4th, 2016, a day he was supposed to be in class. Wright admitted that he and his friends, Jamarius Ellison and Delreno Gracie, were trying to rob Klee at gunpoint. In a June 2017 hearing, Wright calmly confessed to shooting and killing Klee. He was sentenced to 25 to 52 years in prison, plus an extra 2 years for using a firearm during the crime. During the sentencing, Wright was smiling and almost laughing, which angered Judge David Swartz. Wright showed no remorse whatsoever.
I just want to tell y'all, I'll be home soon. R.I.P. Keon. I love my family.
The judge thought about rejecting the sentencing agreement and going to trial instead.
Watching you sit there, smile, and laugh, and shake your head like this was no big deal, I'm very tempted to just say, I'm not going to accept this sentence agreement. We'll go to trial. And if you're convicted of felony murder, you'll go to prison for the rest of your life. That means you'll die there.
Wright's lawyer apologized, explaining that Wright has emotional issues and smiles when he's scared. Jordan's mother, Karen Klee, was too distraught to speak in court and had a cousin read a prepared statement.
Yo, young boy with no emotions. He had emotions when he found out he was about to get a life sentence and rot in prison, yo. His whole demeanor changed. Lawyer apologized and all. You see how fast you can humble a kid?
She expressed in her letter that Jordan's death meant
A
losing
whole killer
her only
got
son,
humbled
her
by a
baby,
judge.
and her friend, along with the joy and love he brought.
I've lost laughter and love. I no longer have the hope of having grandchildren. I've lost the enjoyment of holidays and birthdays and of everyday life.
Jordan's grandfather, John Klee, also spoke, sharing their hope that Jordan would be remembered every single day. Gracie and Ellison received sentences of 15 to 40 years in prison after pleading guilty to second-degree murder, conspiracy to commit robbery, and armed robbery. Gracie apologized to his family and Klee's family, while Ellison apologized only to his own family. The following entry features a teenage girl who...
Yo, all three of them kids, well, not all three of them. One of them kids was charged with sexual assault. All minors. Like, you know what's crazy, right? These kids ain't born like this, right? But what's crazy, could the trauma they go through make them commit, behave like this? Because it's like, how could a kid, like, what would make a kid, what would go through a child's head, right? That would make them want to commit a sex act at that age? Like, shit be crazy.
who was involved in unbelievable crimes, and her mother, who can't believe the sentence she's been handed in the courtroom. Kai Andrea Cook. In March 2017, Kai Andrea Cook was involved in 2 carjacking cases in South Daytona, Florida. She used the dating app Meet Me to lure a man named Perry Nida to South Daytona by promising sex and marijuana. Nida brought his friend, Emmanuel Manny Purcell, along to the meeting. Kendrick Bass, Cook's boyfriend at the time, jumped into Nida's pickup truck wearing a ski mask and carrying a gun. He shot and seriously injured Purcell while pushing him out of the truck. Cook and Bass committed another carjacking 2 days later. Cook was initially sentenced to 20 years in prison in June 2017.
Yo, little young bulls out here, whole Bonnie and Clyde. Motherfuckers is like, yo, shit, till the fucking wheels fall off. We're gonna die together. But y'all got separated. Yo, see, man, these kids do things that you could only see straight out of a video game or a movie. I mean, the adults ain't any, like, shit, they got it somewhere, right? They got it from somewhere. Do y'all feel as though that, kids like this, when they commit these type of crimes, do y'all feel like is a mental illness? Or do y'all feel as though it is learned behavior, something they mimic?
Charges
sentence you to 20 years in state prison.
When Circuit Judge Matthew Foxman announced the sentence, Kai Andrea Cook's mother fell to the courtroom floor, crying loudly. Her grief was so intense that the judge had to repeat the sentence for the clerk: 20 years for carjacking, 15 years.
This shit is crazy. I feel as though that a lot of these kids could go through some trauma, maybe, because I'm not a psychiatrist or a psychologist, right? That could lead them to some type of mental health that could make them do this. I feel as though that the majority of the kids, right, their behavior, right, is because of something they've seen. Could that be a trauma though? Because if they learned it because they seen somebody be like this and now they're mimicking the behavior, trying to do what they seen before, it's still kind of mental health, ain't it?
Years for attempted carjacking with a deadly weapon. The sentences will be served at the same time. Later, her sentence was reduced to 11 years in prison and 20 years of probation, which began at the same time as her prison term. The following entry is the youngest entry on this list. He was convicted of murdering his mother's lover.
Damn. What the hell did his mother's lover do that he murdered him? He said that's the youngest one in this in the all the cases I guess they put together. Is it? Because I know that I've seen one get younger than him get arrested before and do life sentence. That's why I said I got a lot of videos lined up.
Keyshawn Mann. In 2010, 13-year-old Keyshawn Mann shot and killed his mother's boyfriend, 35-year-old Jamel Stokes, at their home in Kentwood,
like
Michigan.
a pimp.
He used Stokes' handgun to shoot him in the head. The case involved claims of domestic violence. Mann told therapists that Stokes had abused him, his mother, and his 3 brothers.
That was his only way out. He didn't know no other way out. He was a young 13-year-old kid. He just turned 13. That's his.
Yo, he killed in self-defense. Trauma. That was self-defense right there. He was being abused by that man. Yo, man, that's a case where these females don't. I say he look like a pimp. See, like these females, man, they don't do their research before they lay their head in a nigga's pillow or they bring them in their fucking bed to lay with them. Like, stop bringing the people that y'all gonna have relationships with to y'all house. All right, think about y'all kids. If y'all parents, right, think about y'all kids. Do what y'all gotta do outside of the house, for real.
He didn't know anything else to do.
Mann said Stokes would sometimes hit them with a paint stick and once choked him. However, Stokes' relatives denied these allegations.
There was any abuse,
Facts,
didn't nobody
Riaz.
know it. And that kind of secret.
Facts, Riaz. Blessings, Uncle L. Blessings to everybody in the chat. Anybody else, that's coming into the chat. I'm outside the stream. I'm looking at the chat right now through my phone. So blessings to everybody, in the chat, y'all.
We do not stay in a closet like that.
Mann was one of the youngest convicted killers in Grand Rapids. He admitted guilt for second-degree murder. Under a plea deal, he was sent to the Muskegon River Youth Home, a secure juvenile facility, until he reached 21. After that, a judge would determine if he should continue in adult prison. During the sentencing, deputies tackled and handcuffed a man in the courtroom as 2 families argued.
I couldn't help myself. I couldn't take it no more. I'm hurting bad enough as it is, and then not to express yourself when you're hearing things that's not correct.
When I was trying to show a scene and disrespect the court or anything though, but I'm going through a lot too. And I was just being there for my sister and my nephew, so that's why I kind of reacted like the way I did.
At the youth home, Mann showed notable improvement. He participated in classes and counseling, and staff observed him learning effective ways to manage his anger and emotions. In December 2017, when Mann turned 21, Judge Daniel Zemaitis decided to release him because of his progress and improved behavior. Mann's mother, Lakeisha Thomas, was in court and hugged him after the judge's decision. When Mann was released, he had been studying online at Mid-Michigan Community College and wanted to keep learning at Grand Rapids Community College. He also had a positive meeting with Stokes' father to clear things up. The next teenager blamed his crimes on movies and video games.
So that teenager got his life together after 21. Like, basically his whole issue was that he was, it was self-defense. But all the other little young ass killers, what was, like, What was their excuse? That's what I'm saying. Like, damn, it's a combination of a lot of things, yo. They could make somebody, you know, they could make a young boy, like a shorty, kill somebody, yo. For real, for real. Like, this should be crazy.
Tayshawn Adams Wright. 18-year-old Tayshawn Adams Wright shot and killed 9.
You say you backstage, Riaz? All right, y'all gotta let a shorty know ahead of time in the chat. Y'all gonna join the shorty. Cause listen, man, I just be reacting to these Johns, right? And it takes me, you know, a minute. Like, I be trying to get through this John, react to these Johns. Like y'all gotta let me know when y'all come up. That way, I can go to the StreamYard and I can let y'all up. Cause I'm not on the StreamYard the whole time. I'm actually on another page. That's why I got the chat running down below. So if y'all let me know that y'all want to hop on, talk to a shorty, say what you got to say, and then a shorty can continue reacting, just let a shorty know. Like, I don't mind y'all coming up for a little bit and talking to a shorty and then hopping back down, and then shorty gets back on. All right. So I apologize, Reyes. I did not know. Just let me know on the chat next time, all right? And I got anybody that wants to come up. Blessings, Reyes.
Hey.
Yeah, I didn't know you was back there. Like, I be having this on, so I be hearing, over there. I don't know who's back here in the StreamYard. Like, my focus is over there. Like, I know you notice that a lot.
I know it's alright though. It's okay. But I feel like,
Blessings. How you doing?
I'm okay though, but to me though, it's a combination of things, and one person, what I've heard, like one was blaming like TV, games and all that though. I don't think that's always the case. He's saying he's blaming that, but I feel like can tell what's real and what's not real. I know what's real and what's not real. I guess some people, it's like a mental thing. It's a combination of everything. Can't be one
Happens
thing.
a lot when the kids go through trauma, because it's crazy. I don't think that a kid is just gonna wake up one day and just decide to kill or do this if they're not going through something. Something's happened. So I mean, it's hard to explain and put into words.
Yeah. Yes, also some people as well, though, they don't have those types of instincts to do it yet, like that type of thought to actually kill or something like that. Some people don't really possess it like that, though, unless something triggers them when they have to. With them, I think it's like an environmental thing. It's not just, the trauma stuff. It can be mental, but it's mostly environmental, like what they see around them and everything like that. And whatever trauma they have, the environment can actually double what they go through even more. And that kind of what leads them to it.
Yep, in certain cases. Yep. You gonna say anything else, Riaz, before I get back to the video?
No, you can get back to the video. Probably need to hear a bit more, but I kind of get what the idea is.
Mm-hmm. Facts.
-19-year-old Jonte Hudson inside a Nordstrom store at the Mall of America in Bloomington, Minnesota in December 2022. On December 23, 2022, a fight erupted among two groups of teenagers at the mall. Adams Wright and others chased Hudson through Nordstrom and shot him multiple times. Hudson died at the scene, and a woman shopping there was grazed and injured by a stray bullet. In May 2024, Adams Wright was sentenced to over 30 years in prison, which is equivalent to 367 months or 30.6 years, with credit for 524 days already served.
I sentence you to custody Commissioner of Corrections for a period of 367 months. Against that sentence, you are entitled to credit for 524 days. Restitution is reserved for 45 days. $50 fine, $75 surcharge, and $3 law library fee taken from prison.
During the sentencing, Adams Wright apologized for his actions, blaming video games, music, and movies for influencing him. However, Judge Paul Scoggin rebuked him, asserting that he and others had deliberately hunted down and killed someone. The judge also dismissed Adams Wright's claim of self-defense, saying that he had conspired with others.
Wait. You got to tell me to pause the video because together, wait, what you say now?
That's what I was gonna say though, and he was like blaming the music, the TV, the games. I don't think that's necessarily the case. I feel like that's just him in some way, you know. That's just he's responsible for his actions. He can get inspired by something, but I don't think that's necessarily the case. And I can see why the judge wouldn't believe him like that, cause he can, wouldn't believe it like that, cause he's responsible for his own actions no matter what. I mean, even if it's like whatever he's gone through or whatever happened to him like that, he's still responsible no matter what. And I can see why the judge was basically, not believing what he's saying because he's using that as an excuse to escape, escape his own actions because he's responsible for his actions no matter what.
That's another way of perceiving it.
I can see why the judge thinks that way, but what do you think?
I mean, I can see it two ways. I mean, there have been studies that prove that, video games affect kids' minds. So it depends. Like, is it that he's, addicted to these video games and he's been playing it for a while that he can't tell the difference between reality? You see where I'm coming from? So once again, a mental health breakdown. But
it
it should know from right and wrong. That's why I said that's another way of perceiving it. So I mean, there could be different
sense though, but I feel like this though. I mean, some people can tell what's real and not real, but I guess some people though, I guess with him though, he probably had mental health issues,
they
and
didn't
when
say
he,
that. So
I didn't say
you
he, I
made a
didn't say
great.
that.
No, I'm saying you
I'm
made a
saying
great
there's a
talking point.
possibility. I'm saying that he could probably have some form of mental health issue. I'm not saying that he has it or they didn't say he had it, but there's a slight possibility he might have it or whatever he's going through in his mind. That probably is when he used these things. He probably at some point lost touch with reality, and he cannot. Or he could not tell what's real or not real. I can tell what's real and not real, but I
Well,
guess
he's just a
everyone's
badass kid.
different.
He's just a
I
badass
don't know.
kid, and found a way to lie to get away with what he's doing because it wasn't just him; it was a group of kids. So you could put different ways to think of it because we wasn't there. So all we could do is just give opinions, and that's what I do. That's
Okay,
why I
but
said
I'm seeing it the way
yeah.
you're saying it, but what I was trying to understand why the judge was thinking that the judge could tell at some point that he was lying. Because he gave him a chance before to improve or something like that, and he improved for a bit, but then later he went back to what he was doing. So the judge could tell that whatever he went through is not what he went through. He's still responsible for his actions, and he subconsciously, it's not just in his mind. His mind could give him a thought, but he can choose not to do it. It's basically subconsciously subconsciously he literally wanted to do it. Subconsciously, deep down, in his subconscious, he wanted to do it. But even if his mind is telling him not to, but subconsciously, he just willingly did it. So that's just what he did. He's responsible for his own actions. And subconsciously or like mentally, I'm not sure what. I'm not sure what. He probably is good at lying.
It could be so many reasons. For real. It doesn't
Or
make it
he's
right.
telling
No.
half the truth though. I guess the first time what he's doing though is some people like to do, they tell half the truth but they also mix it with a lie. So when they tell half the truth, basically the judge can actually understand that, and the judge will just basically just agree to what the person's saying. And that's why the judge was easy on him the first time, because he told half the truth.
Facts.
I know it's a lot of things, but it is what it is, man. I don't know.
No, you're doing great. You did good. Listen, man, we all got our own opinions, right?
I know.
Somebody, I guess Chris Wilson knows Riaz. That's true. You gotta love Riaz though. He be making some great talking points though. And I don't mind. I mean, I let him because listen, his parents don't let him do his own lives and stuff like that. So, you know, when he feels comfortable coming up, it's good practice for him when he starts doing lives and reacting to videos.
Mhm.
It's a real good practice.
I know, but it's also the other reason why I don't do a live as well is because I don't have the mental capacity to basically handle it like everyone else has. I'm not basically undermining myself. I'm just
No.
understanding that there's a reason my parent won't allow me to do it because I'm not mentally got. I don't have the mental capacity like that though. The way how you handle a life, I don't have that yet. I'm not mentally mature enough to actually handle it yet at my age.
That's true.
But
But let me tell you
when I'm
something.
older, I'll handle it.
Let me tell you something, right? That's true. But you're proving to everybody, not just everybody, but to your parents and yourself that you're capable of doing it when you hop on these lives. You see where I'm coming from?
Of
So
course, I'm capable.
it shows that, you know, your parents maybe, you know, within a year or two probably can let you do it if you know, with somebody that they could trust. You see where I'm coming from? You're not going to be able to do this alone, never, yeah. But with other people, you've shown that you're able to do reactions. See, you're not coming on here just to talk, but you know, you like talking about music. You see where I'm coming from? If you ever decide to talk about music and you want to react to, you know, artists and celebrities and stuff like that, you can. Because coming on
Of
these
course.
lives, these
Stand up
topics
top.
are touchy and you're doing it. So you're doing a great job. I'm proud of you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I feel like it's just a matter of time now. Like I feel like what I should be doing. I get what you're trying to say, and I'm not denying that. I agree with you 100%. I feel like to me, what the best course right now is just to focus on what I'm doing right now, and when the time comes, then I can go for it.
That's a fact. But like I said, I'm still proud of you because once again, you're showing yourself that you can do it.
Okay, cool. Okay, let's
Facts.
see what I can do, just so I
Yeah,
can understand
ain't no
what this
negativity
guy
here. This
is
is nothing but
thinking.
motivation. That's all we
I
give is
know.
nothing but motivation on some real shit. So at the end
I
of the
know.
day, people is not ready to do all this. But like I said, if you could do it here, you could do it in your own channel. You're just not going to do it now because your focus is something else. You see where I'm coming from? And a lot of people don't
Of
know that.
course.
But shout out to Riaz though. Let's get back to the video, all right?
Uh,
All right, bet.
To commit murder without room for any other interpretation of the events. Adams Wright was among 4 people charged in the shooting incident. Lavon Longstreet, aged 19, faced charges of second-degree murder and assault with a dangerous weapon as the alleged shooter. 2 17-year-olds were charged with rioting for their roles and were tried in juvenile court. The following entry shot at a police officer multiple times, and the crime was caught on camera.
Now that little young boy was sitting here watching way too many movies, thinking he could just have a shootout with the officers and not have. Now him, I don't know. I don't think there was any type of mental. This little nigga was watching TV too much.
Wow, I feel like he's watching too much Power, or he was watching too much Top Boy. You know, he's watching too much crime drama. Where basically, he think he came in the way he's going out with he think he's came in basically going on a shootout with the cops and stuff. You know.
Yo, this is crazy. Young Riaz is funny as hell. Yo, let's proceed. I cannot believe this shit.
Jarian Church was found guilty of shooting and trying to kill Cleveland Police Detective Mark Barychuk in March 2023. Church was 17 years old at the time. On March 14, 2023, Church was driving a stolen Kia with 2 other unknown passengers near East 30th Street and Cedar Avenue in Cleveland. When a police detective saw the stolen car and tried to stop it, Church kept driving and eventually crashed into a brick pillar. He then ran away on foot. Detective Barychuk found Church and tried to stop his car. As the detective was getting out of his vehicle, Church shot him 4 times, hitting him in the arm and leg.
Damn.
Church then ran away, and the detective was taken to a nearby hospital. DNA, video, and phone evidence connected Church to the crime, leading to his arrest on April 14, 2023. In February 2024, Church pleaded guilty to attempted aggravated murder, failing to comply, improperly handling firearms in a vehicle, receiving stolen property, and having weapons while being legally prohibited. Jarian Church was sentenced to 20 to 25 years in prison for shooting and attempted murder in March 2023. During the sentencing, Detective Barychuk told the court how the shooting affected his life, including his fear of dying and leaving his family.
Was this how my life was going to end? Am I ever going to see my wife and my son, who was 3 months old at the time? If it weren't for my coworker's quick action to put a tourniquet on me, I would have bled out, and you, Jerion, would have taken away so much more than a life.
His wife, Alexandria, also shared the trauma and uncertainty they went through because of the shooting.
Jerion's intentions were to kill.
You know what's crazy? I be feeling bad for these cops, right? When they go through this, but it's like so many of them, so many cops is like trigger happy that it's like I've become numb, and I don't get tired of saying that. To me, the real heroes are, once again, the firefighters, the nurses, the surgeons. Like, I'm not saying there's not no real cops out here. Shout out to those real cops out there.
Yeah, but
But there's
yes,
a
again,
few of them.
cops who are dirty as well, though. You get cops, though. You get cops who are dirty as well. They're basically, the people who they're trying to fight against. They're just using their badge to basically fund or run some kind of operation while basically, taking down other ones as well. So, they're playing both sides of the fence. You get cops like
Facts, Chris Wilson. Chris Wilson says, I grew up watching and playing sex and violent content all my life. It's my opinion that if someone is that triggered by it to do something so horrific, there was probably another mental issues already. Facts. I mean, I don't get tired of saying that shit, yo. That's true. It depends. I know some good cops here. I mean, that's why I said there's some good cops here, but man, Uncle, you from Philly, man. You know a lot of these cops out here is too triggered. And then what's crazy is, right, the good cops that we do know are from our communities. It just so happens that we end up with cops that aren't from our communities. They're from, I guess, other communities. I don't know, from other places. And we just end up with so much tragedy in our neighborhoods. For real, for real.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's what I'm talking about. That's why I said, like, I don't feel bad. I don't feel so bad for the cops. Like, I know there's some good ones out here, but after learning that there's a lot of gangs involved in the police departments and stuff like that, it's like, and then you can't tell which one are the good cops no more, and you could definitely see the bad ones. Like, it's a few. It's rare to have these good cops in our neighborhood. It's a few of them.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm also saying as well that what you're saying that you get some good ones as well. You get some cops as well who were good, but at some point though they got swayed though. So they felt like they didn't have they weren't financially set, or they didn't they felt like they're not making enough to make ends meet or something. So
Then they
they
shouldn't be
felt
working
they
there.
were switched. No, I know what you mean though. You get some though who just eventually who were originally good, but then eventually changed for the worse. I ain't excusing them, but I'm just understanding why would they do such a thing. Because some people just have a reason to do things.
I'm just becoming numb from seeing all this police violence. It's like I don't even feel bad no more, unless you're a good cop. Now it's proven and known that you're a good cop, then all right. But it's like now that I hear something happen to a cop, it's like listen. I'm numb to this shit. Like, should I feel bad? Should I not feel bad? Then I'll be like, you know what? The real heroes to me is the firefighters, surgeons, and the nurses. So it's like, with all this bullshit happening with the cops and the civilians now, shout out to the good cops though on some real shit. Because there are some real good, I don't get tired of saying that. There are some real good cops out there. But so unfortunately that we have and are surrounded by these little trigger happy ones.
Yeah, I can understand why. For me, basically, my experience was positive. I've never really gotten into like that. I haven't really had that much of encounter like that or negative experience like that. Mostly though, I think one time I think I had two cops come over and they were like talking about safety stuff where they just gave like a safety kit of like when you got touched and if you had to pickpocket or spike and stuff. So he just came over to talk and stuff like that. I've had that though one time, but I've never really had, that much of an experience or encounter. For me, even if I do see him in public, I just leave him. I just mind my own business. I just leave him be, basically. I just walk past him.
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, that's how it's supposed to be. You don't challenge or confront a cop. But I mean, unfortunately, people do. I mean, it's not a problem with you speaking up and stuff like that. And cops is because you got
Different
rights.
ways.
People don't know they got rights, but you know, we're not going to get into that because then it starts a debate with a lot of people. But because I don't have the proof in my hands right now. But one thing I can
Okay.
say is that I read my laws, I read my rights, right? And if an officer, like for example, an officer comes into your house and he threatens you, you're allowed to defend yourself. That's why I be telling people, like, listen, make sure you got cameras in your house. Like, it's not just for, your kids' protection, it's for your protection too. You never know who can come in, what could happen.
Mm,
Motherfuckers
yeah, I
talk
can
about,
remember
I'm the
talked
cop, I
about the
got
ring
this.
camera.
Like, this should be crazy.
Hmm.
I've seen
I
cops slam
agree.
down doors. So
Hmm.
it's
Yeah,
like,
bro. That's why I've got like a ring camera though. So it's like, special camera though. It's not just like camera outside though, but ring camera does like your doorbell as well. So basically if you put a ring camera outside and not just the camera, but you put it as a doorbell. So when the person rings the doorbell, they're basically, the camera will see what they're doing. So if someone's outside or they can see inside as well. No, no, no. The camera can see inside as well, just a little bit though. If you can have camera inside as well, but I'm saying ring camera is very good actually.
that's a fact. All right, let's get back on the video, yo, because I got two more videos to react to. Reg, you're more than welcome to stay up here, but I'm telling you that the upcoming videos, they're just gonna get harder and harder. So I'm just letting you know.
Okay,
All right,
let's
just in
finish
case.
this one and I'll just hop down. I don't want to go yet. I want to finish it first, then I'll
Facts.
go.
No, but I'm just giving you the warning because after this, I'm gonna be talking a little politics, and then I'm gonna be talking. It's gonna get a little more
Mm,
sensitive. All right.
okay, I got it. I got you though, no problem. But I think I want to finish this one first and
No, I'm
then
not
I'll
kicking
start
you
back.
out. That's why I said you're more
No,
than welcome to stay for this
I
video.
mean, I knew. That's not what I mean, though. I know what you're trying to tell me, and I've already taken into consideration. I'm just saying I want to see what this video, not the videos you got upcoming. I'm talking about the one we're reacting to
Yeah,
now. I want to see this one first, and then I'll inform you if I want to hop down. That's what I'm saying.
yeah. But no, I give the warning ahead of time because you know how I am. Like sometimes I let the videos play. I just give a quick reaction and I move on. So I gives ahead of time. All right.
Okay, okay, I got that though. Let's see what this video that we're reacting
All right.
to
Let's
now, and
continue.
then I got you.
Let's continue.
So much more than a life.
His wife, Alexandria, also shared the trauma and uncertainty they went through because of the shooting.
Jerion's intentions were to kill my husband, all because of a stolen car and a gun. He should have to sit and sulk and think about the decision he made every single day until he is old and gray because he tried to take an innocent life away.
Church apologized to the detective, saying he was sorry for what happened and hoped it would never happen again.
I apologize for this happening to you, Mr. Berry. I hope this never happens to you again.
His attorney asked the judge to consider Church's young age, background, and supposed psychotic illness. However, prosecutors argued that Church knew right from wrong and selfishly chose to shoot the detective over a stolen car. The following entry committed chilling crimes and got a well-deserved death sentence for it.
I mean, I'm not mad at the young boy. Shit. I mean, he don't look like he's sincere because he had like a little smirk. But then at the end of the day, what if he didn't shoot the officer? Would the officer have shot him down? I'm just asking a real question. So I mean,
Mm.
let's proceed.
Wait,
Like
that
it's
makes a point. That's a good point, though, as well. I can understand from both perspectives in a way, but in some way, I don't know if he's under up and he really feels sorry there. But what happens if you let him go? What will he do afterwards? But I don't know, man. I'm just saying. I get you on that, though. Because no, I'm saying in some way I can understand why the prosecution's in that because subconsciously he knew was right and wrong, but he just chose to take action freely.
That's a fact. But we wasn't there, so once again, like I said, all I could just sit here and just come up with a conclusion from what I've heard and give my opinion. So it's kind of
Okay,
like
cool.
once again, like the scripts are flipped, but this officer arrested him or shot him down. So I mean, it's just a question. Let's
Yeah,
proceed.
that makes sense though. And also this officer could have, even if the officer didn't brutally take him out, basically, I feel like the officer would have seriously injured him, even if he managed to survive all of that. Let's say if he survived and the officer took him down, right? Basically just did the procedure to take him down, he would have brutally injured him, even if he survived during it.
Mm-hmm. That's a
Because
fact.
sometimes they don't know their own strengths.
It's another way of seeing it. Facts. All right, let's
Yeah.
proceed.
Okay.
Dexter Johnson. In 2007, 19-year-old Dexter Johnson was convicted of a double murder in
Oh,
Harris
wow.
County, Texas. The crime happened in 2006 when Johnson...
Yeah, he 19 years old. You're not going to sit here and tell me. I mean, even though you're still trying to figure your life out, but that grape right there? Let's
Wow.
listen to why he did it. Hold on. I got to listen more. I'm going to listen to the whole story. Hold on. Not even
Okay.
going to pause it.
was 18. He and 4 other teenagers, Alan Butler, Keithron Fields, Ashley Irvin, and Timothy Randall, carjacked Maria Aparetz and Hui Ngo outside Ngo's house. They robbed the couple, forced them into the back seat, and went on a joyride. Johnson then raped Aparece, and he and another teen shot and killed both victims. Johnson was sentenced to death.
Dexter Darnell Johnson, the jury has found you guilty of capital murder. In accordance with the laws of the state of Texas, this court hereby assesses your punishment of death. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this is going to complete your jury service.
Immediately, he heard his verdict. He became very angry, knocking over chairs until about a dozen officers restrained him. His execution has been delayed several times because he claims to be intellectually disabled, which would make him ineligible for the death penalty. In 2019, a federal court paused his execution to give his new lawyer time to review federal appeal issues and any mistakes made by his previous lawyer, Pat McCann. McCann believed Johnson was intellectually disabled, but didn't mention it in court because Texas hadn't updated its standards for assessing this. He feared that bringing it up might hurt Johnson's chances of getting relief in other ways. Johnson's new lawyer, Jeremy Scheppers, argued that the previous lawyer, McCann, did a poor job. Scheppers pointed out Johnson's serious language difficulties and significant stutter. Scheppers also mentioned recent tests showing Johnson's IQ is below the level considered an intellectual disability. The case is now back in the district court for further review. The next entry is about...
All right, so if he was mentally disabled, why didn't he have some type of aid? I'm sorry, this is like the year isn't that far behind. So I don't want to hear, like, I know they got AIDS everywhere, especially for kids with autism and stuff like that. Like, why didn't he have any type of support? Why was he outside, with nobody, how can I say, mentor him or nothing? Like, what the fuck? Wait a minute. He has a history of that, and y'all just let him in the streets like nothing. The health system ain't shit. Where was his support? This is crazy.
Basketball star who derailed his career by assaulting his girlfriend, Tony Farmer. In 2012, 17-year-old high school basketball star Tony Farmer was arrested for assaulting his girlfriend, Andrea Lane, in Bedford Heights, Ohio. Surveillance footage from April 23, 2012 showed Farmer, who is 6'7" and over 200 pounds, attacking Lane during an argument. The video captured him dragging her by the hair, hitting her, and knocking her to the ground. He also beat her while she cowered in a corner. Additionally, Farmer allegedly...
What'd you say?
I was gonna say that what you're saying about the disability thing, though, whatever that the aid type thing, yeah, that makes sense, though. I already know from experience that totally makes sense, though. That still technically is no excuse. If he had the right support system or if he had someone to support him, with that aid, with the right support with him, no, he could have just managed through that and be better off, in a way. So you're saying is right though. Still no excuse though, because he's still because at the end of the day, a person with that still subconsciously knows what's right and wrong. It's just that mentally they just couldn't register it yet.
Facts. I'm like, it's a big difference when you're mentally disabled. It's a delay in certain signals. So it's kind of like I want to like say fuck him, but it's like I gotta understand he got a mental illness.
It also it's like, if it's not just like a delay, also it's also that in his mind probably has too much thoughts running in his
by a delay is right. No, wait. What I mean by a delay is, like, for example, you got autism, right?
Yeah, they
Your
think
reaction
too much.
for something is different from my reaction from something, or anybody else's in the chat that doesn't have, a mental health.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you understand where I'm coming from.
I
So
get you. I understand though. I
which means
understand.
that at that moment right there, his mind was, like y'all in another world, like y'all couldn't determine reality from whatever is in your head. So that's why I was like, I can't sit here and be like, fuck him, even though he's 19, because of what he did. Because what he did is like, if somebody that wasn't, that didn't have mental health issues, man, fuck that shit. Rest in peace. Hashtag rest in peace. Rest to all predators, yo, because we building caskets up in this bitch, yo. Like,
Yeah, that makes sense. But I mean, action is the action, no matter who the person do it. And deep down inside, like subconsciously, he knew what was right and wrong. And even if he was mentally delayed in a way, that's not, he's still no excuse no matter what, I get what you're trying to say though. Still no excuse no matter what. Action is action.
it's no excuse, but you got to determine his surroundings. And that's what I take into consideration with everybody. For example, right? If you didn't have no support right now and you committed a mistake, right? You would want somebody to understand your situation and what happened. Or would you want somebody to just right away think, oh no, that's some fucked up shit in the situation?
No, I'd want the person to understand me. What you say, understand me. Of course, I want the person to understand me, but I even though when they do understand me, I'm still gonna have to suffer the consequence. No, like still have to suffer the consequences for my own actions. I'm just understanding like, look, I did something wrong, and that's my actions. However, I do want the person to understand me, though. Like, don't be easy. Don't go. If I
Oh,
did
I would
something
never go easy. You know how I am. I don't go easy just
I
because you
know,
got
I know. If I actually did such thing,
my
I don't
point
think I'm gonna
is
be here.
my point is that he should have been gotten help before he hit that adult age. There's no going back now.
Okay, never mind. No, yeah, you got a point though.
There's no going back. There's no going back. So whoever his parents was should have gotten him some type of support. I mean, unless he was
Even
in
if
the
he didn't
system.
have,
So then
if
again,
his
if he
parents
was,
wasn't there, his family should have supported him. Any relative should have just came up and supported him. Not just his parents. If both his parents aren't there, or if he don't have any parent though, or his parent is gone, no, could have had someone else come in and step in and to help him. Any family.
that's true. But sometimes people don't have that and they end up in the system. And then once again, that's a case of where the system has failed the child. You see my point?
Yep.
So I'm not just gonna be stuck on one narrative. No, I gotta look at everything around. I listen, man. I'm not putting a narrative on this. I'm just giving opinions because, like, damn, it could be so many things. And like, if he was a minor, I would have seen it a little different. But he's 19 years old. He deserves everything that's coming his fucking way because of what he did. But it's like, damn, I think about it, it's like, why the fuck didn't he get any type of support? Would the
Yeah,
support
that
have
makes
made a
sense.
difference? See,
Makes sense.
listen, I'm not evil. So I sit here and I think it's like, damn, could something have, if something was done differently, could it have avoided this situation?
Yeah, that makes sense though. Just like what you call, let me try and remember. Ah, there you
Yeah.
go. There's a UK artist by the name of JJ or JJ the Kid or something like that. He was in Brixton that time though, and he was like up and coming back then. And what he was doing though, he was like up and coming, and he had too much potential to make it in that type of thing. But his own action, what he did, and I think it's like 2012, 2013. I'm not sure what he did though, but he did something. It was not this type of crime. He did something else, right? And with that though, he in jail for as long as possible. And it's not, of course, regret is there, but it's also the fantasy knowing that, like, I should have not done that. But, like the day he gets out, he's probably gonna come out different, So I get what you mean.
Yeah, it's
Some
like the case
people don't have
earlier.
to.
You seen how the young bull got his life together. He did he did college. Well, GED. Let's just say GED because that's what it is. He got his high school diploma in jail. He came home and finished his college and everything, and he got his life straightened out. He fucked up when he was a teenager. So it's like I'm saying like kids, I feel as though that a lot of this has to do that something happened, could it be a trauma that they went through that caused them to have some type of mental health, or that they already have mental health, but either way, it all leads back to some type of mental health. And what's crazy is, right, since 2019, the HIPAA law, right, has been so fucked up that a lot of these kids that need help and support, they don't have it at all. So it's gotten worse. So there's going to be a lot of kids either, what's crazy is how they bring in back the death penalty for some of these kids. It's like, damn, the death penalty. So it's like, damn, man, we got to do something. Something got to change. Can we make a difference? Can we make a change? I mean, I guess it depends on us.
Yeah, that makes sense though. But I think I could probably help them though, because I think that's enough for me. And, I know it's gonna happen next. So I think I might as well just hop now. And so thanks for having me up though.
Oh, yeah. Appreciate you, Young Riaz. And, proud of you. Keep doing your thing. Guys, make sure y'all check out Young Riaz. He loves music. Riaz, leave your link down below. I appreciate you. Thank you for coming up on the panel and talking to a shorty. But yeah, man, it's so many things, so many reasons why, a kid, a child, a teenager could end up in jail, committing crimes, listen, people, like I've heard people say that I can't believe a child, sexually abused somebody. Yeah, they're capable of that. Now, my thing isn't, I can't believe that a child is capable of this. My thing is, what would make a child be capable of doing this?
Stole Lane's laptop, car keys, and bank card. The case attracted a lot of attention, and Farmer was charged with kidnapping, assault, and robbery. He admitted to all charges and was sentenced to 3 years in prison in August 2012.
Defendant shall serve a term of 3 years, which is the minimum on count 1 of that. Orders that the defendant shall serve a term of 2 years on that count as well.
Yo, he fainted.
Sparked controversy with some.
Yo, the young boy fainted once he heard he was getting a life sentence. Like, yo, I keep telling y'all, like, these kids just do things to do things, right? Like, not all of them, right? Like I said, a lot of these issues got to do with mental health. But what's crazy is, right, you could humble a kid down on some real shit. I wish we could sit here and use some scare tactics on them so that, they could think twice before they do something. But there are some kids, especially that deal with mental health, right, that scare tactics won't even work for them. So what can we do as parents, right, to help our kids to avoid these type of situations from happening?
Some saying the judge was too harsh, and others highlighting racial disparities in sentences.
Facts. He found out right away. Young boy fainted. Like, I was like, yo, I had to look. Like, he said, oh shit, he went down. Like, this should be crazy.
When Farmer heard the verdict,
look at that. He fainted his
in
ass.
court. This collapse led to the creation of the famous bruh meme. The following entry has some
said,
unbelievable family members
That's
who
what he
contributed to drama in court.
Wait a minute. So that young boy fainting in court is what created that damn what you call it? You want to call it a slogan, or that little slang word, a bruh. It did? Well, I don't know. I could have sworn that's been out forever. I don't think he created that. But I guess. I gotta look up where the terminology came from. When did it come out? Like, yo, but young boy fainted. He was talking shit too.
Shondell Jackson. Shondell Jackson was found guilty of murdering Nathan Potter in Milwaukee in 2009. Jackson and his accomplice, Derek Thomas, tried to rob Potter, a 21-year-old student. That night, Jackson and Thomas were looking for someone to rob. When they saw Potter leaving a bar, they followed him, demanded money, and then shot him dead. Later, it was revealed that Potter didn't even have any money on him. Shondell Jackson was found guilty of first-degree murder and robbery. Throughout the trial, he showed no remorse and even smiled at the victim's family.
Look at him thinking he gangster. No mental health there. That right there, in my opinion, mimic behavior. He think he a whole gangster. And he from the streets. Robbing people was, a thing, I guess, to him. and his little friends. But look, shit, when they faced with a judge, they tough until the judge gives them their sentence. Humble their asses right away.
At his sentencing, he behaved violently, cursed at the judge, and had to be restrained with pepper spray.
An outburst.
He received a life sentence without the chance of parole. The trial and sentencing were also marked by outbursts from Jackson's family. They hurled insults and expressed hatred toward the Potter family. This behavior caused significant distress to the grieving family and drew criticism from many. However, Jackson's uncle, who turned him into the police, showed good judgment. He also thought the sentence was fair.
You didn't have enough time to think about
Ah, so he was saying he was hating his family. His uncle turned him in? Yo, young boy felt betrayed. No wonder he was screaming across the room, I hate you all. I was wondering who he was screaming at. I was like, young boy, man, everybody hate the cops. But he was screaming at his family, yo. Unc, you went and turned your... Would y'all turn y'all... Listen, let me ask y'all parents a question, right? If your child was to commit murder, would you cover the body for them? Would you take the blame? Or would you tell your child that they committed the crime, they got to do the time? Let's be real.
a whole lot of things now, because you just can't take nobody's life. That's just wrong. I believe I did the right thing, and there's nobody can make me change that.
The next teenager murdered a police officer.
I mean, you ain't do nothing wrong, Unc, man. Yeah. Nephew was about to turn into a serial killer. Man, you had to do something about it. You ain't want to be the next one in line. We understand. That's all right, Unc. I mean, you did what you had to do, right? Yeah, it's crazy. But once again, I'm just reacting. I wasn't there. So, Unc turned him in. I mean, I know a lot of family members that, will do that. And I don't think he did the wrong thing. Like, young boy need to face his consequences. I don't want a killer as a son. Shit. That's why I talk to my kids. I do my best. And hopefully the influence outside, don't reach them. I pray that shit don't reach them for real, for real. I hope that, that my influence is strong enough to, reach them until they're 21 and they old enough to, be out there in this cold ass world. And even after that, Mama Bear gonna be right there for them. They need me. I'm just a call away. Real shit. I'm just listen, man. I'm gonna be a mom first, a woman second.
And got a maximum sentence for it. Nicholas Lindsay. 16-year-old Nicholas Lindsay was convicted of first-degree murder for killing Officer David Crawford.
Oh my God.
On February 21st, 2011. 46-year-old Officer Crawford.
Yeah, parents. Yeah. Like, listen, man. If something, listen, take these games away from these kids. Stop giving them these Grand Theft Autos, these Call of Duties. What's the other one? Manhunt. I don't know what else. They got all these damn shooting games, right? Violent ass games, right? Take these games away from these kids, right? I don't even think that Call of Duty has to do with anything about, them going outside to kill. But then, I don't know. They're soldiers, right? Nah. Take these games away from these kids, yo. Don't let them watch, killing movies, horror movies, none of that. Because these kids is really coming out. How are they getting these guns? Like, what adult gives these kids these guns? Like, I feel like what I see in the movies is reality. Because you only see this shit in the movies. What adult in their right mind gives a child a freaking gun just cause? What excuse did the child give the adult for the adult to give them the gun? We know they ain't purchased this shit legally. It had to have been under the table on some real shit. I mean, I don't know. I'm just asking questions, random thoughts.
Of the St. Petersburg Police Department responded to a call about a suspicious person near Tropicana Field. A man with a brick was reported in a backyard, possibly attempting a burglary. When Officer Crawford arrived, there was an exchange of gunfire, and he was found shot multiple times near his cruiser. On February 22, 2011, police, acting on community tips, raided a home and arrested 16-year-old Nicholas Lindsay. Lindsay initially gave conflicting stories, but eventually admitted to the shooting, broke down, confessed, and said he had thrown the gun in a nearby creek. He was then booked into the Pinellas Juvenile Assessment Center. During the trial, Lindsay's lawyers described him as a scared youth, while prosecutors highlight.
Yo, all these games got these kids feeling gangster, thinking that they gangster. Then the parents don't help the situation. Then these kids come outside in these streets and, everybody's got a gun now. Since 2019, everybody's got a gun. So it's kind of like, it doesn't help. If they do got a mental health behavior, right, then them seeing what they see around them. And then, like, there's really no, how can I say, there's no discipline in the homes. There's none of that. A lot of the parents are scared to chastise their kids because of CPS, because of the schools. So it's like, I feel as though, like, this is planned. They want us to behave like this, and we just give in. Real shit. Like, don't get offended over my opinion. But Uncle L is correct on what he's saying.
The deliberate nature of the crime, noting Crawford was shot 5 times. Lindsay was convicted of murder on March 23, 2012, and sentenced to life without parole. This sentence was confirmed in October 2013 after an appeal.
There is no indication that this type of violent behavior will stop.
Lindsay smiled without any sign of regret when the judge gave his ruling. David Crawford's daughter, Amanda Justice, felt relieved that the trial was over. She thought Lindsay acted like an animal in court.
Justice was served, and I'm glad it's over, and it just kind of proves to me that he's an animal as he sat there smiling.
In 2017, Lindsay's attorneys tried to reduce his sentence to 40 years, citing new juvenile sentencing guidelines and his rehabilitation in prison. However, the judge denied the
young
request
boys
due
out
to
here,
Lindsay's
gangsta
disciplinary
as shit.
issues and violence.
I swear to God, these little niggas, like, they swear they don't go Leon, but they don't even know how to strategize. Like, what is wrong with them? Out here acting like they Scarface and shit. Like, say hello to my little friend. Like, what's up with y'all?
Violent behavior in prison. The life sentence was upheld, with a review
Even
scheduled
Scarface
for
went down.
2036 after 25 years served. The next entry is another Lindsay, but this one murdered his own mother in the most brutal way.
Oh shit. He murdered his mother in the most brutal way. What did his mom do to him? Yo, I be telling you, man, these kids be having the minds of adults. It's like, shit, whatever spirit or demon possessed them to do what they did, like, I'm not even gonna say spirit. I'm gonna say demon. Like, this shit is crazy.
Robert Lindsay. Robert L. Lindsay IV, a 19-year-old high school senior, killed his mother, Latonia Banner, during a fight in his bedroom. The incident happened on February 20th, 2013, at their town home. 41-year-old Banner had entered Lindsay's room after an argument about text messages she found on his phone. During the fight, Lindsay stabbed his mother 7 times, including a fatal wound to her lung. Lindsay was found guilty.
Uncle L says they seem to have the mentality of I'm a kid. What are you really going to do? Man, they have the mentality of they grown. And once they in the kids' place, man, enjoy being kids. Don't want to grow up. I know y'all, sometimes feel like if y'all grown, y'all can do this and y'all can do that. But I tell them, listen, and I show them, listen, man, growing up come with responsibilities. And they know that there's consequences behind their actions. So I put them to think, man. I'm not scared to have them conversations with them, yo. And what's crazy is though, a lot of these kids' parents got the mentality of a kid. Real shit. Man. Let's just shut out.
Of murder by a Franklin County jury and sentenced to life in prison with no parole for 15 years. This mandatory sentence brought a sense of justice and relief to Banner's family. During the sentencing, Lindsay's aunt described the family's pain caused by his actions.
You are a murderer in every sense of the word.
Lindsay said he acted in self-defense because his mum was abusive, but he apologized to his family.
I didn't do it.
Blessings, Angel Hatton, big sis in the house, yo. Big shout out to Angel Hatton, yo. You gotta love Angel, yo. Angel got a big heart, yo. Yo, shout out to Angel Hatton. That's my big sis on the internet, yo.
Because I wanted to, because I wanted to inflict a death. I didn't try to kill her. It was a total accident.
However, the judge called his testimony a brilliant performance.
This court saw the greatest acting I have ever witnessed since I've been a judge. You're professional. You're a professional actor.
The following entry is a teenager who shot.
Yeah, the judge didn't believe that he killed his mom. you know, because he didn't want to. She thinks he did it intentionally. I mean, if he probably was being abused in the house, yeah, obviously it's intentionally because he got tired of it. He reacted back. But if he wasn't getting abused in the house, right? What could make a child kill their parent if they're not getting abused by the parent? Could this judge really have caught the young boy in a lie? Because she said he was acting. According to the judge, he was acting. I don't know. That judge got me thinking. Why would a kid kill their parent, right? Just cuz. Just cuz. Something missing.
Shot very young kids. Justin Jarman. Justin Jarman was a member of the Detroit Taking Over gang in Cleveland who was convicted for a drive-by shooting that injured 2 innocent children. On October 4th, 2016, 17-year-old Jarman, along with Jaron High and another gang member, targeted the
Yeah, no mental health. See, these are kids that are thrown out to the wolves. A lot of these kids are just thrown out to the wolves. Ain't no mental health here.
rival Denison Boys gang. Jarman fired shots from the back of a stolen car, but missed the intended targets. Instead, he hit a 3-year-old girl sitting on her mother's lap and a 9-year-old girl inside a home. The 3-year-old girl, sitting on her mother's lap, suffered a severe injury, losing almost half of her skull. She now uses a wheelchair and must wear a special helmet to protect her brain. The 9-year-old girl was hit in the back by a bullet. During the trial, Jarman expressed regret for his actions.
I was at a point of time in my life when I was lost. I was trying to be something I wasn't. Land, drugs, friends, and peers influenced me to do.
Yo, he might, I don't know. He might have, he might get humbled after this. He might, there might be a slight chance. I don't want to knock him down just because he from the hood. I've seen so many young bulls get their life straightened out after they done the dumbest shit. And that's what he did. He fucked up bad. Consequences, young bull, to all your actions, man. This is not where you want to be. But he has a possibility of turning his life around. I mean, I saw it in one of the videos earlier, so damn, young bull, man. The influence in them streets is, it's strong. Believe it or not, them demons out there can get, the strongest grip on any kid out here, no matter how good the parent is. Once again, you could be the best parent in the world. If that influence out in them streets is stronger than the influence in your house, this is what happens.
And I wouldn't even know what to do. And if I could one,
he crying.
I'm gonna pick up a book.
He apologized for the pain he caused, wishing he could undo his actions.
Can't do that, boo.
Sorry. I deserve to be punished. Their family gotta live with the pain ever that I caused. I wish I could rewind, but I can't.
Judge Stuart Friedman acknowledged Jarman's remarks.
He was really crying. He was choking up and everything. He wished he could take it back, but he can't, man. Like, he was a young boy that was in them streets. I mean, we don't know if he had good parents or not. That you see a lot of you see a lot of kids in these streets because they want to follow. They want to be followers, not leaders. You see where I'm coming from? And then to be a leader, you have to be taught. And not everybody could be a leader. See where I'm coming from? That's something that has to be instilled in a child. This child was being a follower. Whatever influence had him in that street had a grip on him. But you can't turn back the hands of time. Damn, young boy, man. I hope you turn your life around. I hope this is really a lesson because you fucked up.
Morse, but emphasized the seriousness of the crimes and the lasting damage. He was sentenced to 41 years in prison.
Blessings, Ange. Blessings, how you doing? I just seen you in the chat. Blessings, my bad if I missed you. Blessings. Hope you enjoyed the live.
Jarman had a long history of crime, including 8 cases as a juvenile, 3 of which were serious felonies. Besides the shooting, Jarman was also sentenced for a January robbery where he...
Angel says, sadly, you got sociopathic and narcissist children too, and they slip through the net till everything hits the fan. Yo, facts. That's what I was trying to say earlier. Facts.
He attacked a 73-year-old man at a train, stop and stole from him. The next entry, which is also the last one, is a teenage gang member who apologized to the victim's mother during the sentencing. Tariq Jackson. 18-year-old Tariq Jackson from Ypsilanti Township, Michigan, was convicted for the 2015 shooting death of 20-year-old Keandre Duff. Jackson pleaded guilty to second-degree murder, armed robbery, 4 weapons charges, and 12 counts of perjury. On July 12, 2015, after a block party in Ypsilanti, Keandre Duff was found shot in the head. Duff had previously been charged with the 2014 shooting death of 17-year-old Keon Washington.
Damn,
Those
they
charges
all
were dismissed
kids.
due to lack of evidence. Tariq Jackson was involved in Duff's death due
Yo, all this due to gang violence, gun violence, kids in the streets trying to become little gangsters and shit. Like, this is crazy. Yo, the more I look, like, right, the motherfuckers in these corners, right, hustling and doing all this stuff, and the little motherfuckers out here talking about they gang members and all that, they all look, it's like they're getting younger as the years pass. Younger and younger and younger. I don't know. Maybe I'm tripping.
due to a gang conflict between Rack Life and Finesse, which might be connected to the BOH gang. Witnesses said Keon Washington was killed because of a fight between Rack Life and BOH. Duff's death caused more revenge attacks between gangs, resulting in many lying under oath in court. About a year after Keandre Duff's death, Jackson was sentenced to 15 to 40 years for second-degree murder, plus 2 more years for the firearm charge. During sentencing, Jackson apologized to Duff's family.
First off, I just want to say sorry to the family of the victim. I wish the situation would have played out like that. I never thought that my choices and decisions would affect so many people. No mother deserves to bury her son, and no mother deserves to see her son change. My bad choice led to a lose-lose situation for me, my family, and the family.
Facts, Ange. Ange says our sons need positive male role models so badly. And that's why I don't get tired of saying, giving a shout out to all the male role models here on YouTube, right? We got The Word, the 9%. We got Nate the Great Podcast. We got Papa Duck. It's a couple of great male role models out here. Shit, we got the Meal Ticket. Shout out to those male role models out here on YouTube, right? That that are here like big brothers. They put that footwork out here in these streets and they try to mentor the young. For real, for real. Shout out to the women, the female male role models that are out here, not just on these streets, but also on social media. Shout out to those too, because our young ladies really need some female role models. Like, because, the women that they're born into ain't the best of role models. Some of them is, out here on Instagram, Snapchat, TikTok, twerking. Like, that's a thing, like a normal thing, like something that a mother and daughter should be doing. I feel as though that the women that be doing that, they be putting their daughters on social media and they be twerking with them and dancing and showing off their bodies. Like, lady, don't you feel like you pimping your daughter out? Showing your daughter off to every man to see online? Social media is big. That shit goes worldwide. They watching your daughters from, different places, different cities, different locations, yo. And it's like, y'all don't even give a fuck.
Duff's mother, Marquita Claiborne, forgave him and wished for the young men involved to improve their lives.
When our children make these decisions out here, they don't understand how it affects everybody. Please forgive you. Not forgive you.
Oh, wow.
I don't hate you.
Jackson's case
Yo,
also
that's
exposed the actions of his former.
Shout out to them parents, yo. Like, they really had a heart. Like, a lot of parents say they don't want to hear no forgiveness, no apologies, no nothing. They're not willing to, how can I say it? They can't forgive them. Let the God forgive them. Yo, these parents right here. So hopefully, listen, man, it's fucked up what happened. These kids are making mistakes. The more and more they are in these streets. A lot of parents throw these kids, out to the wolves like nothing. Listen, you throw me out to the wolves, which I have been throwing. I've been thrown out to the wolves. You know what I'm going to fucking do? I'm coming back leading that shit. I'm going to be the leader of the motherfucking pack. What makes you think these kids ain't going to try? Throw them out. They're going to try to come back leaders, or guess what? They're going to end up being followers.
former probation officer Sarah Stein. She was charged with lying to the police during the investigation. Stein was accused of hiding information, destroying evidence, and putting witnesses in danger by revealing their identities to other parolees. She pleaded guilty to lying to the police twice and resigned from her job. If you enjoyed this video, click on the card showing on your screen right now for more videos.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I enjoyed the video. I really did. Right. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Let me check the chat real quick. I gotta look it down. Angel, funny as she said, I can't twerk. I got no ass. I'm dead. Yep, Angel, they really trying. Our sons need, yep, I saw that one right there. They need positive male role models. Angel said, I saw a mom video of her twerking on her little boy. I threw up. Yo, these females be nasty. You know, the incest is getting real out here, yo. These females been watching that House of Dragons and that other show that, you know, the link to it, I forgot what it was. It came before House of Dragons. Too much incest. And says, setting them up for a failure and then wonder why their daughters drop out and get pregnant by older men. They looking for an older man with money. They look for the quickest way out. That's a fact. Yo, man, that's a shame. Ange says she saw that too, man. It's unfortunate that we're seeing things like that. Listen, right? I don't know how people be on these podcasts all these hours reacting to different videos, right? And they don't take a potty break. I'm a female. I got to take another potty break, all right? I haven't taken one in the last hour. So I'm gonna put a song on, all right? So I apologize, all right? I got to take a quick little break, right? So let me put this song on so I can go use, you know, the restroom real quick. Because I don't know how podcasters be on this bitch all day. And I'm like, yo. I don't twerk. Listen, I don't know how to twerk. I probably do in the bedroom, but that's my business and his. But I don't think I know how to twerk. I'll be right back, guys. Shout out to Tom McDonald, yo. I love Tom McDonald's. Yo, he be on point with all his lyrics, yo. And he tells you what it is without here. He been exposing everything for a minute already. All right, so we got 2 more videos that the Shorty's gonna react to. Hey man, Shorty got time. It's the weekend. So let's do this because I might not go live for the next couple of days. I will upload videos, but I got a couple things to do, you know. Got a couple plans with my kids. So, you know, I got to spend that time with them. So here we go. That's the next video we got. Candice Owens destroys woke students on the heated. I wonder why people keep trying to debate, you know, Candice Owens. This has to be about the transgender or feminism. Watch.
Recently in Texas, there was a boy who won the girls wrestling state championship. Do you think that he should have been allowed to compete in that division?
I think that a man taking down a woman on a map should warrant a call to the police.
Wonderful.
And
in this video,
I'm against that. I don't understand what makes them think that, you know, a woman's going to sit here and beat a man in any type of sport. First of all, they're stronger. They're bigger. Like, y'all seen what happened at that, I think was it the Olympics? They was fighting, right? Or boxing, wrestling, some shit like that. And the bull saying that he was a woman, he messed the shorty up. Then the one when they was racing, how the guy won. Hello, yeah, obviously, like what the fuck? They tripping. No man should be in a no woman sports. Do you see women in men's sports? Not even the lesbians or the dykes. Do y'all see them in men's sports? No.
Candice Owens confronts a group of students at Georgia Tech during a live.
Oh, my bad. Before we continue, shout out to Woke Culture. He's the one that uploaded, or well, it sounds like a he. Uploaded Candice Owens destroyed woke students on the heated debate. And before we let him keep talking, right? A shorty got to do this, right? It's just something I got to do because if not, YouTube. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976, allowance is made for fair use for the purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Fair use allows limited use of copyrighted material without permission from the copyright holder for purposes such as criticism, parody, news reporting, research, and scholarships and teaching. Disclaimer, the views and opinions expressed on this video or any video including the Writers for Life Brings You to Let's Talk About It podcast do not reflects on the opinions of your shorty Racheal and the members of the Writer for Life podcast. Everything we talk about is allegedly and is our opinion. Our videos are not recommended for minors. Everything we talk about and do is meant for educational purposes and also entertainment. Please keep in mind that the majority of our videos are for educational purposes only. This world is crazy. I would say shady. Ironic, right? Nowadays, you can't trust no one. When you do, niggas be having their panties all in a bunch thinking that they own one. Saying the things that you accomplished in life is theirs and that you owe them one. Sorry, I had to put my little disclaimer there. Y'all know how YouTube can get. That's a fact, Angel. Facts, Ange. Boxing. Wait. Y'all going real fast in the comments. Hold on. Blessings, realist, blessings. All right, boxing. He has XY chromosomes. No way. It should have never have happened. It shouldn't have been allowed. The whole Olympics was a fucking woke joke this year. Just keeps getting more and more demonic every year. Facts, Angel. Facts, Angel. Ange and Angel. All right. Facts. Let me say it like that.
A free tour event organized by Turning Point USA. Engaging in a heated discussion on transgender identity, Owens challenges the students' progressive views, particularly questioning the historical legitimacy of transgender individuals in Native American cultures and criticizing the rise of modern transgender identity as a product of media influence. With a strong emphasis on traditional gender roles and biological determinism, Owens argues against the inclusion of transgender women in female sports, all while framing her views within a broader critique of what she perceives as a harmful woke ideology. This video captures the intense exchange, highlighting the deep divide between conservative and progressive perspectives on gender and identity.
Hi, I'm wondering, there are dozens of...
I feel like Candice is highly woke, right? And I feel as though she be making some great talking points when it comes to the transgender and when it comes to the feminist act, right? I mean, I don't know why a lot of people, I know why a lot of people hate her. Why others hate her, I'm not sure. But I do know that a lot of people hate her because she's married to a white man, right? And she has her own opinions. She won't stand down. I guess she believes in something, right? And she won't fall for nothing. So at the end of the day, I'm not going to get mad at her for that. And even when she's wrong, listen, man, there's times where I'm like, oh, no, Candice, you wrong on this. You wrong on this, right? I don't agree with everything she says. I'm not a fan of Candice. It's just that her talking points when it comes to these topics is, she's saying what a lot of people want to say, but I don't know why they won't say it. And she's saying what a lot of people should say, especially if, you feel this way. I'm not scared. I keep telling people, man, there's no filters in my mouth. There's no hairs in my tongue. I'm going to speak my mind. I've had issues with a lot of people because of that in the past, but it's my mind. If my opinion offends you, right? That's on you, because your opinion doesn't offend me. You shouldn't feel some type of way because of how I think. I don't feel no type of way because of how you think. So at the end of the day, we could all agree to disagree. I wish we could all have, decent, respectful conversations, but people be in their feelings. That's why I don't have a conversation with everybody, and I avoid it, as much as I can. They're like, you want to talk? Nope. What's wrong? Nothing. I don't even know you.
Words for two-spirited people, people that would now be considered LGBTQ or trans people in the native languages. So I'd like to know how, as these people have existed for thousands of years before you were alive or anyone else in this room was alive, and before anyone even colonized America, if trans people were around then, I'm just wondering why you think it is that trans people are only here now because the media is telling people.
For those that say they read the Bible, did y'all not? If you read the Bible, y'all know what happened to Sodom and Gomorrah, right? I hope I said his name right. They got destroyed. They got banished. Boom. Bye-bye.
People these things.
Well, do you think it's weird that I graduated with 0 trans people? What do you think has contributed to the explosion of transgender people from the time that I was in high school? I'll ask you a question back.
A student raises a thought-provoking question to Candice Owens, highlighting the historical presence of gender diversity.
Candice Owens. Listen, I love being how can I say, I love when people test my noggin. Real shit. Test it. But don't sit here and tell me I'm wrong when I got proof of something or I've done enough research and you haven't. So shout out to Candice Owens, because I know for a fact she does her research. At points, she, a lot of times she's been wrong. She's been off point. But, it could be that, she's a woman. She could be in her feelings. I'm not sure. I'm not her. But I could tell you about me. I could talk to you about me. One thing I could say is that me and her think alike when it comes to feminism and the transgender, situations. Yes, Sodom and Gomorrah got cooked.
Within Native American tribes, particularly the concept of two-spirit individuals, an identity that some scholars liken to modern understandings of transgender identity. The student argues that transgender people have existed for centuries, long before contemporary societal influences. Owens, however, dismisses this historical reference, expressing skepticism about the accuracy and relevance of these accounts. She challenges the legitimacy of comparing these historical practices with today's transgender identity, suggesting that such claims are a product of modern reinterpretation rather than established historical fact.
If this was just
facts in the time of Sodom and Gomorrah, right? A lot of what's happening with the LGBT community was happening back then, right? And another issue was the incest. And what's happening now? Yeah, the same shit. So once again, I feel like, I think the Bible is a guide on how to, get through life. For real. There's stuff in, the Bible, because the Bible and history go, hand in hand. A lot of people may think I'm crazy, but I'm not. No, listen, man, this shit is deep. But anyways, for me, it goes hand in hand. And, a lot of stuff that's going on, I feel like, what was said in the Bible is more of a warning. And then, how to get through it is like, pieces of a puzzle you got to get, put together and solve. There's a lot of stuff you got to decode in the Bible. But it tells you everything. That's why when people be like, oh, it's like this. But wait, you're saying this, but the Bible says this. That's why I don't have a religion, yo. Real shit.
The natural thing, and I don't know what you're talking about with two-spirit people. Is this like a Native American tribe, like high, smoking, and talking about your spirit? I'm asking you seriously, because when I think of Native American tribes talking about their spirits, I know that they used to smoke a lot. They used to do drugs. They also were cannibals who used to eat people. So I don't know if we should be taking our cues from cannibals. But
I think
can you
that's
explain
kind
to me
of
what two-spirit is in the history?
There are people that would now be considered trans people that did not feel that they fit
What
the
part, though?
gender.
Native Americans? I'm asking you.
In fact, because there were also natives that, had slaves. Listen, man, I know it's sensitive. A lot of people gonna be like, you lying. What proof do you got? Go do y'all research. then come holler at me and we can have a conversation.
I'm telling you that not only in one Native American tribe, but in multiple tribes, there were dozens of terms that referred to people that would now be considered trans, and that was hundreds of years ago. So I'm just wondering why you think that people are only trans now because the media is telling them to be.
Well, I told you, because of the proliferation. So you can't just go from having 0% to suddenly 25%
But what
of
I'm
people.
saying is that these people were around for thousands of years.
Well, what you're saying is that some Native American tribes had people that would be considered trans today,
People that
something that we
were
can't fact check because they're dead. Right?
Historical knowledge.
It's historical
documented.
knowledge that there were trans Native Americans.
Yes.
I mean, where's the proof? I just want the proof, all right? You want me to agree with you and believe you, but you have no proof. Can we Google this? I mean, so far, that's everybody's search engine, Google. We don't go to the history books no more. I mean, I got a whole bunch in my porch. I've shown it before. But my point is, people don't read no more. So you're telling me somewhere in the history books, they condone this shit. I mean, it happened once before, but as you know, Sodom and Gomorrah, allegedly, they was out of here. Because of the incest in the LGBT communities. Let's be real.
I really don't think that's historical knowledge. But here's what I'll answer. I don't think that there were trans Native Americans. I will educate myself on the trans Native Americans that were running around America. But here's what I'll say: Native Americans were also cannibals. Did you know that fact? Did you educate yourself on the fact?
All Native Americans were
So
cannibals?
should we just assume that it's natural for us to be eating humans because Native Americans were
I
cannibals?
really think that don't apply to what I'm asking at all.
It exactly applies to what.
Listen. They made the rules. They put these laws. They put the bills in effect so that we don't go back to ancient history. But it's like people want to go back to ancient history. I like the traditional way, right? But we all evolve, right? Time changes. We grow. For motherfuckers to want to go back to a time that people fought to make a difference and a change on. Like, is y'all that fucking slow? Y'all want to go back to the Ice Age?
What you're asking, you're saying that you found a piece of historical knowledge, which I would genuinely love to fact check, that there were trans
Do you want some
Native
names?
Americans of their trans names. Yes,
Bozen, Datese, Haskinkla, Oshtish, Wehwa.
these were trans Native Americans.
Yes.
Okay, I think what you're saying is that they probably found some that they thought that they had different spirits, because we know that Native Americans were incredibly spiritual. There's no question about
Are you
that.
not
Which
spiritual? You believe in God?
I do believe in God. Yes.
So
That doesn't make me believe in trans people. That doesn't make me believe that you can switch your parts. I don't believe they were performing surgeries, and you can let me know, but I don't believe that in Native American history they were performing surgeries trying to switch their genitals because they thought that they were born in the
there
wrong
were people
body.
that felt that they didn't belong in the binary genders that we have.
Okay, so you're talking about somebody in the history of Native American history had a feeling that they were, and now you're saying that they're trans.
I'm just saying, I don't think you're really addressing what I'm asking. I'm saying that
I think I've addressed it like 20 times, and you're just not wanting to hear it because you want to believe that there were trans Native Americans.
Facts. It's like she wants to convince Candice with no proof. Convince me. Where's the proof? Show me the historical piece that shows that we're trans back then. And if there was, that they were allowed and approved of. I mean, Sodom and Gomorrah went down for a reason.
That were chopping off their genitals, they weren't. But I'm, again, happy to educate myself and explore.
Yeah.
Maybe there was a Native American that was chopping off genitals. Happen to have in my family Native American history, never heard of it, but I'm definitely happy to dive into it. I think what you're probably facing is a rewrite of history where they're taking something that was just an idea, of a spiritual idea, where people, we see this today, who take ayahuasca, they have a trip, they go back, they say that they realize they were a man in a prior life.
Right.
This is very common when people take drugs, which the Native Americans did. But again, they weren't chopping their off. So no, this is a different thing that we're dealing with here.
Candice Owens responds to a student's reference to the historical existence of transgender individuals in.
Yo, she went off. She didn't say they didn't chop off their third leg. She said they chopped off their dick. Like, oh shit, what? Candice. Oh. She had a mouth on her that day. She's like, I'm fed up. I'm tired of this bullshit, bitch. You ain't making sense. A man is a fucking man and a woman is a fucking woman. Get that through your little damn heads, all right?
Native American cultures with notable skepticism. She questions the validity and reliability of these historical accounts, arguing that the concept of transgender identity is not a long-standing inherent aspect of human society, but rather a modern phenomenon heavily influenced by media and contemporary societal trends. Owens uses a sarcastic and dismissive tone when discussing the two-spirit concept, a term rooted in indigenous cultures that describes gender variance. She frames this concept as a misrepresentation or even a modern reinterpretation of historical facts, rather than a genuine reflection of past cultural practices. Candice Owens firmly asserts a binary understanding of gender, grounded in the belief that gender is intrinsically linked to biological sex, and therefore there are only two genders.
Yo, there is only two genders. Only two.
In this world of blame and shame, we point fingers, we play the game. But as our children cry in fear, we turn the blind eye, we shed no tears. Believe our women, they say, while our kids are led astray. Lost in darkness, lost in pain, yet their cries fall silent like the rain. It's a shame how far we've come, blaming all the men playing dumb. But our children need us near to wipe their tears and calm their fears. In this land of the free, water's a commodity for you and me. Can't you see? It's not fair, it's plain to see. People struggling to pay for something they need every day. In America where we say we're free, but water shouldn't come at a fee. A shorty just speaking in general about the things that seem so small. This ain't meant towards everyone, just a cry in the dark. In America where water is marked. Brothers and sisters, hear my plea. This is not about you or me. Our kids are the future, they hold the key. Wake up before we're met with defeat. In this world of chaos and strife, we must guide them to a better life. Teach them love, compassion, and light, so they can lead us out of this endless night. Let's unite as one strong force. For our children, let's stay on course. Together we can make a change and secure a better future in exchange. Y'all should have listened the first time they let the cat out the hat. Now it's a crime. Many are falling into a trap, thinking it's a game, but they full of cap. Some are ready and fully strapped, while others keep falling into the gap. The warning signs were clear as day, but some chose not to heed what they say. Now the consequences come to light. Those who ignored are in for a fight. Listen close and learn from this mishap. Don't be caught unaware, don't fall into the trap. From the wisdom of my elders, I learned women are strong, independent, and firm. But sometimes we need a helping hand to conquer challenges and make a stand. Independence is crucial, that's true. Yet together, with a man, we can pursue. Respect yourself first and foremost, so others will treat you like the most. Ladies, growing up, remember this advice. You're capable of anything you devise. But partnership and respect go hand in hand. Embrace your strength and make a stand. Memories of the past I couldn't see, now I understand. The wisdom they gave me, respect yourself first, that's the key. To earn respect from others is how it should be. A man's worth measured by how he treats his queen. Love and romance in the air, a beautiful scene. A woman's power to uplift or demean. In her hands lies a man's dream. Lessons learned from an OG so true. In matters of the heart, they know what to do. Love and respect intertwined like glue. In a world where old-fashioned values still ring through. Peter Pan, Peter Pan. Peter Pan was a fairy tale. Now males want to be females without fail. Women want to be a man. It's a twisted tale. Flipping scripts and roles, they set sail. Fighting for roles, turning to moles. Making hits with their agenda goals. Targeting our kids, it takes a toll. To them it's a bliss, to us it's a black hole. They ain't trying to miss. Their agenda is the ultimate twist. Infiltrating young minds with their list. But we won't let them persist. I'm with women's rights, but what about men's too? Equality for all, it's long overdue. We want progress, we need to see both sides. Blame and shame won't help us unite. Don't label him a deadbeat without looking in the mirror. Sometimes it takes two to create rupture. Let's have conversations that include everyone. Empathy and understanding, the battles can be won. Men face struggles too, let's not forget. Their mental health matters, let's not neglect. It's time to break down walls and build bridges instead. Together we can strive for equality ahead. You scream for the police every time he come around. Then scream child support abuse, playing victim in this town. Enjoy that check, boo, but remember what goes up must come down. The only time he's worthy is when he bails you out the mess you found. You play the game, manipulating hearts without a doubt, but karma's knocking at your door, there's no way out. You point fingers and shift the blame around, but in the end, it's your own chaos that you found. You dance with danger, living on the edge of lies, but the truth will catch up to you, no more disguise. The man you rely on to clean up your mess is so profound, will soon see through your facade and leave you astounded. Using a child as a weapon, it's a shame. A woman who lacks self-respect, I can't acclaim. Real men fighting for what they believe in, never in vain. Standing 10 toes down, bringing awareness to the pain. Respect is earned by how you carry yourself, not by tearing others down for personal wealth. Real men don't back down, they fight with honor and stealth against injustice and falsehoods that threaten our health. Let's uplift each other instead of tearing apart, supporting one another from the start. Real men stand tall with courage in their heart, fighting for justice and truth, playing their part. Here's for the men who share their truth, never afraid to stand tall in their boots, respecting our women, fighting for what's right, supporting our kids day and night. Real women out there blazing trails, men by their side never looking pale. Rights for all, let's keep the balance true. Men have a voice, let's listen to. In this crazy world where battles are fought, let's remember the men who give it all they've got. Respect to those who speak their stories loud. Together we stand strong and proud. Together we stand, united we'll rise, setting an example for young eyes. In every step we take, in every plan, guiding the next generation's hand. Leading by actions, not just by words, teaching them to fly like birds. Showing love and respect in all we do, for they're always watching, taking cues. Hand in hand, let's pave the way for a better tomorrow, starting today. Our children learn from what they see. Let's show them how great they can be. Let's be what our children need.
Correct me if I'm wrong. It starts from home. Angel said, wait, she must have said something before this. Okay, there was a conversation. We can't validate something that harms children. They used our children as experiments. Facts. All this transing kids would not have went down when I was growing up. Two sexes. Amen. Amen. Good. God bless everyone, everywhere, every day. God bless y'all. So many adults now mutilated as children retransitioning, but hormones killed their body, affected bones, can't have children, and now feel worse as they don't even look like their sex. Also affects their sex life and get no enjoyment. There are reasons these mankind's close-ups is a wound, not a vat. The Wi-Fi password community is all about control. They want to separate kids from their parents. They mess with our kids because most don't have their own. This is what liberal mothers sacrifice kids. Angel makes a point. And that's Angie that wrote that right there. Yo, that's crazy, yo, but they making some great talking points. Let's get back to the video, man. People know how I feel already, yo. Like that should be crazy. Shout out to Candice Owens, yo, for keeping it 100, yo, for real, for real.
Male and female. Owens outright rejects the idea that gender is fluid or that non-binary genders have any legitimate basis, arguing that such concepts deviate from the biological realities she considers fundamental. She draws a comparison between modern transgender identity and historical practices like transvestitism and cross-dressing, suggesting that these, in her view, are simply forms of gender expression rather than actual changes in gender. By equating transgender identity with what she perceives as temporary or superficial expressions of gender variance, Owens diminishes the legitimacy of contemporary transgender identities, framing them as misunderstandings or misrepresentations rather than authentic identities. Her argument reflects a staunch adherence to traditional gender norms, positioning herself against what she sees as the modern redefinition of gender driven by cultural and social trends rather than scientific fact.
So my question is also about trans people, because it's specifically about trans people competing in sports.
I just noticed on this video. Okay, he uploaded this video 8 days ago. So it must be I don't think is it an original video? Candice is pregnant on this video.
Sports, because I think everyone here can agree we need to protect women's sports. Recently in Texas, there was a boy who won the girls wrestling state championship. Do you think that he should have been allowed to compete in that division?
No.
I think that a man taking down a woman on a map should warrant a call to the police.
Wonderful.
And should not, of course, be considered a sport.
Because he was actually born female and forced to compete in that division despite being on HRT.
I am so open to transgender people. Like if they want to have their own division.
I think Andrew's right, because this was when she was pregnant, so it's like a year or 2 years old.
Go for it.
But this shows you that, that she's been speaking for this for years. She's been speaking on this behalf for years. She's been talking about this for years, and she's been on point. So she hasn't just been bringing awareness to this. Like she brings proof to the table. So it's kind of like, how can you debate somebody that has proof without no proof?
I literally, in fact, I would love to watch it. I actually would love to watch it. If you are opting in as a man, as a woman, to having a man take you down on a mat, that is totally fine for me. But what is unacceptable is that we have these divisions. This is for women. This is for men. And you have people that are allowing men to compete in these women's divisions and to obviously dominate, because going back to biology, men, of course, are stronger than women. They are always going to be stronger and faster than women.
It's like how Leah Thomas went from getting second place in a race as a man to winning the race.
Yeah, it's completely unacceptable, and it's fraudulent. And the people
exactly going from second to first does not happen naturally. Yeah.
And so I think
Leah Thomas, the swimmer who came in second place in
as a man, that's right. Yeah, and then he just switched his gender and suddenly was dominating.
Went from second to first. As someone who competed in athletics in college and high school myself, no one ever goes from second place to first place.
Okay, so if you Leah Thomas was not in second place when he was competing with men.
He absolutely was. If you look at the 2019 Ivy League championships, I literally
that is not
look
true.
At the statistics. Ivy League championships 2019 men's division in the 100 free for both the prelims and the finals.
Okay, let me put it this way. Let's just maybe there was one race that he came in second place
the
in.
Ivy League championship is one
Okay,
race.
thumbs up. Riley Gaines, who has spoken about how she competed against Leah Thomas and it was not fair. Leah Thomas suddenly switching your gender, competing against women is not fair. I am open to Leah Thomas.
You're say it's not fair.
Don't ask me a question and then cut me off when I give you the answer. It's just obnoxious.
Yo, she just smacked the shit out of her without touching her. She's like, sit down, you puti puerquibris. I'm not going to keep repeating myself. Like, just listen to what I'm saying. You hearing me, but you're not listening to me. You're just one of those that you're always right. Fuck what everybody else thinks. Fuck what everybody else says. It's what you say on the motherfucking highway. Like, what's up with you, man? You're a privileged little brat.
Obnoxious. It really is. I am open to Leah Thomas and every other trans person having their own.
Blessings, T-Rail. Blessings. And yo, man, once again, I agree with her on this part. Man, listen, your sex preference is your sex preference. What you do behind them closed doors and what you do in between them four walls should stay there. It's not my business. It's not the neighbor's business. It's not her business. It's not his business. Right? I don't give a fuck what your sex preference is. Just stop trying to feed our kids the bullshit. Tell them the truth. A man is a fucking man. A woman is a woman. The only way that a man can give birth is if he was a woman before, right? And what I mean by that is, they close the vagina, they add a penis, right? And then they get them pregnant somehow. Don't ask me how. I'm trying to figure that one out. Do they get them pregnant before the surgery? I don't fucking know. But anyways, they have a baby through C-section. right? To me, it's just odd. It's shit. Female organs, no matter how you look at it. Now, the other way is, right, if the person was a hermaphrodite, which means they had two sexes, right? And even if it had two sexes, right, if this person had a penis, right, the only way that it could have a baby, once again, if the organs were female, which can happen when the person is a hermaphrodite, right? It can have a penis and a vagina. This person could decide to take away the vagina, and keep the penis, right? But this person still has female organs. Only fucking way. Or unless, you got them man chicks, the ones that come, from Asia and shit like that. And what I mean man chicks is, right, they got titties, but they got eggplants. They got a third leg in between their legs, right? But somehow, some way, some of them have become pregnant. I gotta look at it. I think that's I think that's more of a hoax, because they got penises, right? But damn, they got titties too. I have to look deep into that. They got chicks out here with dicks. That's crazy. But yeah, that is not known here in America. It's more, towards Asia, where China and all them places is at. Yeah, they got chicks with third legs, okay? Breast and all.
Category at the Olympics and allowing them to compete. That is absolutely fine. Having their own category at high school, universities, at high schools, at universities, everywhere across the country, and being able to compete. What I am not open to are biological men competing against women. If you want evidence that biological men will always defeat women, look no further than the actual Olympics and look at the time differences as it is when men are competing in a sprint versus women competing in a sprint, when men are competing in a throw versus when women are competing in a throw. If you don't want to acknowledge biological reality, I want you to lead the trans Olympics. I want you to be the person that establishes the trans events for people. Thank you for your question. There's more people behind you.
Okay, I love that your solution is separate but equal.
What? So we already have what? Your solution is separate but equal? What are you talking about? We already have men and women divisions. So is that separate but equal?
When a student raises the issue of trans,
I swear to God, it starts from home, guys. It really does. I mean, I don't know what families be thinking or what families be re-educating themselves on, but I mean, you can't change the fact that a man can't give birth, only a woman. And a woman needs the man's sperm to, give birth. My head hurt. I got a headache. I lost half my IQ. Shit. I'm back to the kindergarten. Mans, what is a penis? What is a vagina? But I thought you asked that at home. Shit. Mom. Mama. How do women give birth? Oh, you just, a woman, and a man, they get together, they kiss, and then boom, a woman is pregnant. Oh, let's not forget, since it's non-binary, you could push a baby through your knee. Fuck! Shit. If it's like that, women, can y'all push babies through y'all knees? Is it possible? I don't know. Shit.
transgender athletes, specifically referencing a transgender boy who won a girls' wrestling championship in Texas. Candice Owens responds by emphasizing the inherent unfairness she perceives in allowing transgender women to compete in female sports divisions. Owens argues that biological differences.
You still need sperm to get a woman pregnant. You see where I'm coming from? Because in order to do a clone, you see where I'm coming from? It's done through DNA. I mean, I don't know if y'all seen the videos on how they do the clones. It's crazy as shit. But they still need DNA. But for a woman to get pregnant, she doesn't necessarily need to have sex with a man. No. But a man still has to give up his sperm for the woman to get pregnant. She still has to go to a sperm bank. You see where I'm coming from? Listen. And then, Yo, I was shocked. I don't know how many of y'all, like, I was really shocked. Shout out to Ms. Yo Thoughts. Because, like, she was right when I went out and did my research after she said what she said. Like, listen, I just literally thought that the men had their sperm in the sack, in their balls. But when she said that the sperm comes from their spine to their balls, to their penis, and into the woman's vagina. Or, unless they jerk it off and put it in that cup and take it to the sperm bank, and they put a number on it. Now, a female got pregnant by number, I don't know, I guess 2 something, A, B, C, 1, 2, 3. I don't know how it goes, right? Because I've never been to a sperm bank. I've read about it. I've seen videos. But that's completely different from me going to a sperm bank. I want to go one day. You know what I should do, right? I should get, I need to get a trade. I need to get this, my trade, and I think I'm going to do it on, yeah. There's a word for it. You have to, you have to get a diploma to be a news reporter, they say. But I want to be able to do everything. I want to get permission to go back there, This should be shout out. On Twitter, I had a man to woman transitioner tell me they have the right to abortion. I won't tell you my reply. The devil is the king of lies and confusion. A man has a right to abortion. I mean, I feel as though if a woman and a man got together and he got her pregnant, right, they should both, agree to whatever decision, is going to happen with the baby. If, they should both agree if it should be, an abortion or if they should keep it or, or what's going to happen. I feel like the decision should be made by 2. I mean, they both did it, right? They was both in it together. They was both enjoying the moment. I mean, I guess some people just don't think about the consequences. Because I guess some guys be like, oh, I got a good pull-out game. Yeah, so why the bitch knocked up? Your pull-out game ain't that good then. I don't think no man has a good pull-out game. Real shit, because y'all keep forgetting about the pre-cum. Oh, my bad. I'm a woman. I don't know shit about a male's genitals at all. I'm only allowed to know about a woman's pussy. My bad. My bad. Vagina. Sorry. I got a little hood right there.
Differences between men and women give transgender women an undeniable physical advantage over cisgender women, making the competition inherently unequal. She advocates for the creation of separate divisions for transgender athletes as a solution, but stands firmly against the inclusion of transgender women in women's sports. To support her argument, Owen cites the example of Leah Thomas, a transgender swimmer who transitioned from competing as a male to dominating women's swimming events. She uses this case to highlight what she views as the clear and unfair advantage transgender women possess due to their male biological characteristics, reinforcing her broader stance that sports divisions should be based strictly on biological sex to ensure fair competition. Through this argument, Owens underscores her belief in maintaining traditional gender distinctions in the realm of competitive sports, positioning herself against the growing movement to include transgender athletes in categories that align with their gender identity. What is your opinion on this issue? Let us know in the comments section below. Thank you.
I mean, that's a good question. Yeah, it is going down with Kaamela, right? This was uploaded yesterday, so I'm guessing it's recent. It has to have been recent. And I guess it happened on CNN, but shout out to, who is this? 8 Righteous Perspectives for uploading this video. Right? So we about to get into a little politics before we get into the Sonya Massey. It's 4:45 a.m. You got to bounce. Oh shit, it's 4:45 in Australia. It is 7:42 a.m. here in Philadelphia. All right, shout out, blessings to Angel Hat and Big Sis, y'all. Man, I'm holding on to this live. I don't listen, man. When I do reaction videos is when I do long ass lives like this. And normally I don't, before I wasn't doing long lives like this. So shout out to the chat and the people supporting and rocking out with a shorty, y'all. Because if it wasn't for y'all, I wouldn't be here right now doing this.
I'd like you to answer the question.
Mr. Vice President, I'm speaking.
I don't know how y'all feel about Kaamela. It seems like, me, she don't listen. I know who's going to be. I mean, I don't know who's going to be the next president. But if you don't know that they know who the next president is going to be, I don't know what to tell you, man. Left and right for me, they work for the same motherfucker. Y'all think they enemies, like to us they look like ops when you're looking at the screen, right? But behind the screen, man, these motherfuckers is friends.
In 1864.
Well, I'd like you to answer the question.
Mr. Vice President, I'm speaking. I'm speaking. Okay.
Blessings to Ange. She says she from Canada. Yo, shout out to Canada. Shout out to anybody living in Canada. Miss Genesis 1 is from Canada. Shout out to Genesis 1.
Okay. In 1864, he said because the president wanted people to remain calm.
Well, let's get
no, but Susan, this is important. I want to add, but Mr. Vice President, I'm speaking.
I have to
I'm
weigh in.
speaking.
Yeah, you can have 15 more seconds, and then
Vice President, I'm speaking.
Well, wait,
I'm speaking.
be important if you said the truth.
I will not sit here and be lectured by the vice.
Does she always laugh and giggle when she nervous? I'm really starting to think that it's like a nervous thing with her. Like when she's lying and shit like that, I feel as though she gets this little laughing, little twitch. Like she just starts out of nowhere, just giggling and laughing. I think that's how you can tell when she's lying or when she's bullshitting.
President, I'm speaking. Yeah, I'm about to.
Hey, welcome back. It's your man Wise. It looks like the ABC debate is actually going to happen. So get your popcorn ready, as my guy T.O. would say. Kamala has allegedly agreed to the rules for the ABC debate against Trump next week, but not without throwing a little pity party first. Her campaign couldn't resist taking a swipe, saying that Vice President Harris, a former prosecutor, will be fundamentally disadvantaged by this format, which will serve to shield Donald Trump from direct exchanges with the vice president. Cut it out. They're already making excuses before the debate has even started. I mean, come on. This is the same format.
So they're not going to be in the same room debating each other? She don't want to be nowhere near Trump? Oh, shit. Trump going to have to come out with the Hulk Hogan song. I am a real American.
Trump and Biden used before, but now all of a sudden it's somehow unfair. This is also the format that her campaign asked for previously. These people are ridiculous. She's trying to claim she's at a disadvantage. But let's keep it a buck. We all know what she really wanted. She wanted the chance to interrupt Trump on that stage so she could have her viral gotcha clip, just like what we seen with Mike Pence.
I'm speaking.
I'm sorry, I'm speaking. Well, it looks like she's not going to get it.
In about a week, it's going to be on September the 10th. And Kamala Harris is heading to Pittsburgh to so-called debate camp where she's going to be hunkered down. It's going to be televised by ABC and then simulcast as well. And we'd heard that she was trying to make.
I mean, I wouldn't put it past it, right? I wouldn't put it past it on some real shit. Like, that's a screen. You can, do anything behind, it's the internet. Right? So I wouldn't pass it, certain shit being AI generated. For real. I ain't gonna sit here and lie. Like she was here in Philadelphia yesterday again. But my ass was busy. I was in pain. And since, what happened the last time, it seems like in Kamala Harris, you can't pull out your camera and go live like in any other event that happens when, you go to these places. For some reason, you pull out a camera when Kamala Harris is around, they tell you to shut it down when the questions get hard. So we'll see. What's the point, anyways? Because once I start asking questions that are hard as shit, they're gonna tell me to get out or some shit like that. Man, fuck them.
Sure that all the mics were open.
Yes.
Ultimately, they decided both sides the mics would be muted. So these are the ground rules, essentially. The microphones will be muted except when the candidate who's speaking is speaking. And immediately.
What a coincidence. No live studio, only pen, paper, and water on stage. No pre-writing notes, 2-minute answers to questions, 2-minute rebuttals, and 1 extra minute for follow-up clarifications or responses. Huh. No live audience this time, huh?
Immediately, then it goes off. No live audience to cheer for either side. There will be a pen, paper, and a bottle of water at the lectern. You can't take notes. There will be 2-minute answers.
No
to
pre-written
questions.
notes, but you can take notes on the fly.
Yeah, sure, but you can't take any in. 2-minute rebuttals and a 1-minute extra minute for follow-ups, clarifications, or responses. So pretty much what we have seen in the past.
Yes. Wasn't it Biden's team that requested the muted mics in the first place?
Oh,
so why the
shit.
change? And now Kamala, she's had the chance to debate Trump 3 times this election season, but she declined and said she'd stick to this one only. Now suddenly she sees trying to flip the rules and expects him to roll over and comply. Yeah, good luck with that. You can already see she.
No. If you're expecting for Trump to roll over and comply, you're gonna turn into a fucking skeleton. By the time he complies, you'll be in a casket 7 feet under. What the fuck?
Scared out of her mind. Kamala will be unburdened by what has been because she's terrified of what will be. The real reason she's throwing all these tantrums is that she knows Trump is going to.
Yo, I'm dead. Listen, I can't pronounce your name, Macruth. I hope I said it right. This should have been hosted by URL. You ain't lying. I swear to God that the last time that Trump was talking about Kamala, he roasted the shit out of her. I'm like, this shit doesn't seem like no damn debate. This shit seemed more like a battle rap.
Completely steamroll her behind on that stage.
She kept looking down, up. Nobody wants to cover it. I know all about notes. I mean, it's all right if people know that, but she wasn't supposed to have notes. So she's asked a question. She looks down. She had notes. That means she knew that she knew what was happening.
Did her campaign, when they said that they wanted to change the rules that they had agreed to, did they ask for notes? Did they ask for the?
They wanted notes.
They wanted to be seated, and they wanted your mic hot.
And they wanted a desk. They didn't want to do it. I said, you got to do a stand-up.
After they already agreed to the other.
Yeah, but they wanted a desk from the beginning. You know who else wanted a desk? Sleepy Joe. He wanted a desk.
All right.
Okay. If I'm Donald Trump, I completely understand why he doesn't want to jump through all these hoops for a debate with Kamala Harris. Let's keep it real. Kamala has been crying and whining nonstop about this debate. And here's the kicker. Trump's not scared to debate. He's actually agreed to several debates already.
I said battle rap because I don't know what's that thing called. You know how when they get in there and they roasting each other, like Wildin' Out, right? You know how they roast each other or they joke around. It's a word for it, but the closest thing I can get to is battle rap. But yo, he was roasting the shit out of her. It's not a comedy stand. I don't know if y'all know what I'm talking about. That's why when he say URL, yo, he funny as shit. Like, yeah, man, on some real shit. But I swear that Donald was dissing her from left to right, yo. Like, that shit is crazy. He roasted her. There was no coming back from that. Kamala cannot come back from that last roast. Like, Trump don't get, like, I swear Trump is hood. Like, Trump is from the hood. I'm telling you, man. But then, I mean, what can we expect? We talking about the man that sat here and shaved Vince McMahon's head, allegedly. I feel like, that was just a ball cap they put on him. I don't think he really shaved his head. He probably did. I don't know.
He said yes to September 4th, September 10th, and September 17th. He's ready and willing to go head to head. He basically said, I'll show up and we can get it on anytime, anywhere. So it's not like he's dodging anyone. In fact, it was Biden who had to be pushed. And now Kamala's campaign is trying to play the victim card. So what's really happening? Kamala and her team are melting down because they tried to rig this debate and it didn't work. They demanded all of these ridiculous accommodations.
I know they tricky, man. These motherfuckers be pulling tricks out their Houdini bag on some real shit.
Like she wants notes in front of her so she doesn't forget her pre-rehearsed lines from her handlers. She asks for notes as if she can't speak off cuff without.
Did he just say Kamala had handlers? I don't know, but let's proceed.
Someone telling her what to say. ABC, to their credit, finally pushed back and they told her, hex, no. They're sticking with the original rules, like the kind we've seen in previous debates. No pre-written notes, standing at podiums, and mics only turned on when it's the candidate's turn to speak.
That's
it's
how
pretty
it should be.
straightforward stuff, if you ask me.
Yeah.
But of course, Kamala's campaign can't help themselves, so they keep whining about it. And ABC is giving her these small assurances. We don't know the full details, but you can bet they're trying to slip in some sneaky little changes to make Kamala feel more comfortable.
And why are they trying to make her feel so comfortable? Didn't the world just hate her a year ago? Like for the past couple of years, they've hated this woman, bashed her, talked shit about her. And out of nowhere, everybody loves. It's like the fucking world called amnesia. Am I the only one sane in this bitch? Out of nowhere, she's the shit. I know I'm not crazy.
And they're still crying about it.
So Politico was reporting, because we know Kamala wanted the open mics. They're reporting that her debate team has been an upheaval because they haven't gotten that. Karen Dunn, who's in charge of debate prep, is being described as morose because she wants to have this Kavanaugh-like moment where she's prosecuting the case. She did it to Mike Pence. Let me speak. But there may be some nuance to the rules. Yes, I'm speaking. MJ Lee of CNN says this. There have been some assurances offered to the Harris campaign about how the network would handle any moments of significant crosstalk. So the mics are muted, but who's the muter? Who's doing the muting? Because that guy's got a lot of power if he is giving assurances about crosstalk.
It could be a woman.
Could be a
I'm
woman.
just saying.
Oh, I guess I'm biased.
Women can shut you down too.
They can.
So imagine being promised assurances. Like what? That's a huge red flag. Why is Kamala Harris's team getting these so-called assurances from the media? What does that even mean? It means exactly what you think it means. The media is working to help her out, plain and simple. You see,
could it be like the Simpsons said? Regardless of anything, she is going to be the next president. She's going to be the first woman president. People thought it was going to be Hillary at one point. But like I said before, the Simpsons ain't predictions. They're telling us. Call it warnings, call it whatever you want to call it. But they're warning us about what they're going to do to us. And that there's nothing that we could do about it. Right? I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm tripping, right? But just in case, right? YouTube, this is all for entertainment purposes, all right? I have to say that. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976, allowance is made for fair use for the purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Fair use allows limited use of copyrighted material without permission from the copyright holder for purposes such as criticism, parody, news reporting, research, and scholarships and teaching. Disclaimer, the views and opinions expressed on this video or any video, including the Writers for Life Brings You to Let's Talk About It podcast, do not reflects on the opinions of your shorty Racheal and the members of the Writer for Life podcast. Everything we talk about is allegedly and is our opinion. Our videos are not recommended for minors. Everything we talk about and do is meant for educational purposes and also entertainment. Please keep in mind that the majority of our videos are for educational purposes only. This world is crazy. I would say shady. Ironic, right? Nowadays, you can't trust no one. When you do, niggas be having their panties all in a bunch and getting their own one. Saying the things that you accomplished in life is theirs and that you owe That's a fact. She will have to show how tough and stand up to them about war. Yeah, she's going to have to show the other countries how tough she is and stand up to them. World leaders will laugh at her. She's a threat, a security. They respectfully fear Trump. Kamala is the best choice for America in that regard. Ooh, okay. I like the comments. All right. I like the way people, I like y'all opinions. Okay. Y'all straight down to earth. Y'all in reality time, huh?
They were banking on those open mics so Kamala could constantly interrupt Trump and throw in those fake I'm speaking moments. But think about it. Why does her team need assurances? Rules are rules. Why the whole bending over backwards to make Kamala comfortable? They know she's going to struggle in a real fair debate, and they're doing whatever they can to help her out. So these assurances are basically the media's way of saying, don't worry, Kamala, we've got your back.
Wow.
We'll step in and make sure you don't get exposed. I mean, too bad. And let's be clear, this isn't the first time the media has played this game. They've been running interference for Kamala and Biden since the start of the administration.
I noticed that shit.
They cover for them, downplay their failures, and now they're going out of their way to protect her in this debate. And who's going to be in charge of muting the mics? It's a great freaking question.
I would say a couple things. I remember last time that they did bring up the mic sometime in crosstalk. Yep. You'd hear a couple of words from the other candidate, and then the mic would go up. So there'll be that moment, I'm sure, of unscriptedness. The other thing was it's going to be, if we can put up those rules one more time, the ABC debate, where I think it's going to be key for the follow-ups. It's going to be the 2-minute rebuttal and extra clarification. One thing about Dana Bash and Jake Tapper, they laid out on the clarification. So I'm wondering if ABC is going to come in and say, Mr. President, Miss Vice President, Mr. President, I think you're wrong here, or that's not exactly how it went. That's when you're going to find out about the moderators. Yeah, if they're going to do that, because neither one of those anchors did last time.
Yeah, let's be real. When it comes to these debate moderators, David Muir and Lindsey Davis, we already know what to expect. These so-called clarifications are going to be aimed squarely at Trump, not at Harris. That's probably what those assurances are really about. Let's see if under the guise of clarifying, they'll basically only fact-check Trump right in the middle of the debate. We've seen this before. Whenever Trump gets on a roll or makes a powerful point, they'll stop the momentum with some scripted fact check that they've been sitting on, ready to throw at him. They'll phrase it like, actually, Mr. President, that's not exactly how it went. And boom, the whole flow of the debate shifts.
That's some real shit, yo. You may hate this man, right? I don't got nothing against the man. Like, they say he committed all these fraudulent acts and stuff like that. Did he? Or y'all, doing all this because he exposed a lot? I mean, I'm not saying he's perfect. I'm not saying he's an angel. I'm not saying he's a good man, right? He could be an asshole. I mean, he's done a lot of shit. At times I thought he had racist tendencies. But then again, what would make y'all, make somebody that was only just a businessman / celebrity the president of the United States? I mean, he's good for business. He's failed a lot, in the past, certain businesses, but you can't sit here and deny that Trump is a businessman. He's good at what he does. So it's like, y'all wanted him, y'all got him. But once again, they know who the president is going to be. Got y'all out here, 10 inches away from trying to kill each other just to see who's going to be the next president. Like, y'all didn't notice that when it was Hillary versus Trump? I mean, it really showed around that election time.
But notice what won't happen. They're not going to hit Harris with those same.
Trump has a lot. That's why I keep, I feel like he has racist tendencies. People say he doesn't, but in my opinion, he does. But it's like he don't see color to me. I don't think he sees color. I think the color he sees is green. Green or gold.
Clarifications. You think these ABC moderators are going to call her out when she dodges a question or, plays, extremely loose with the facts? It remains to be seen. But of course,
Facts. That's
Kamala's
true.
out here acting like she's the only one ready for a real debate. Take a look at this clip.
A loaf of bread cost 50% more today than it did before the pandemic.
You say even Trump has the handlers? I wouldn't pass it either. I ain't defending the man. Listen, I ain't a fan of the man either. I mean, shit, like I know the man to be just a businessman and a celebrity. Like when I really got to, I don't say that I know the man, I can't even say that. But when I really got to know of Trump was when he came out in WWE and he did that show, You're Fired. He came out in a couple, I think, what was it? Home Alone was one. I'm not sure what other movie he did a little quick scene in, but that's it. That's why I'm like, listen, man, I don't know why people want him to be president, but I guess that's what the people want. He do got some good ideas. I'm against, him giving immunity to the police. You see where I'm coming from? And you cannot take the fact away that the motherfucker has exposed a lot of shit. So it's kind of like, I'm not here to judge. Kamala, I just don't like her because of what she's done, her past. Look what she's done to men. And I feel as though that she doesn't give a fuck. To her, it's just a status. She just wants to keep going up the ladder. But maybe I'm wrong. Once again, this is just my opinion. These are random thoughts. I got way more too. But these are just random thoughts. I'm just popping them out there. Kamala talking about the cost of bread. Trump talks about the cost of bacon. That's a vote for Trump there. I'm dead. I think you say his name Malk Truth. I hope I'm saying it right. I've got to go, but stay blessed all. Blessings, angel blessings. Hope you have a blessed and humble day. Take it easy out there. Don't work too hard. I feel like they're actors. For real. And Trump is just a better actor than her. He's got experience in acting, I mean.
Ground beef is up almost 50%.
I'm Donald Trump, and I approve this message.
So many of you have been asking me about the debate, and I'll tell you, I'm ready to debate Donald Trump. I have agreed to the previously agreed upon September 10th debate. He agreed to that previously. Now it appears he's backpedaling, but I'm ready. And I think the voters deserve to see the split screen that exists in this race on a debate stage. And so I'm ready. Let's go.
Will you do it on Fox News?
On the protest yesterday. Well, we hope that there is at least one debate, maybe two debates. We would be very happy to participate.
And there you have it. Kamala says she's ready to debate Trump, but notice how she conveniently refuses to commit to the Fox debate. Why? Because she doesn't want to be in an environment where she's actually challenged. She's sticking to the ABC debate where the moderators will be sure to cover for her every time she gets backed into a corner. And now she's out here trying to claim that Trump is backpedaling. I mean, come on, man. It's completely laughable when you look at her track record. She's had the chance to debate Trump multiple times, but passed on all of them. This whole charade is just a way for Kamala to avoid real scrutiny. So when Kamala says she's ready, what she really means is that she's hoping ABC will do their job and protect her. But anyway, guys, this is where we stand on this upcoming debate. I want to hear what you guys have to say about it. Let me know what you think.
The world is an illusion, right? And what's crazy is, right, I don't get tired of saying it. Y'all do know that there's other three candidates. Well, two now, because they say Robert F. Kennedy pulled out. I mean, they're saying that he's sponsoring Kamala now, but I thought he was sponsoring Trump. So I'm listening, man. There's so many rumors out there. All right, y'all. So what I'm going to do now, facts, he is a better actor, getting shot and all, allegedly. Yo, the chat is undefeated. I mean, everybody has an opinion. Once again, I'm not here to judge nobody. As long as you're respectful in my chat, y'all can talk, give y'all opinions. I'm not here to judge y'all. But what? Y'all ain't judging me for mine. Y'all having a conversation with me, right? That's what we doing. We talking. Yo, but some of y'all be funny as shit in them chats, yo. Real shit. All right, y'all. I did 3 lives on this before, right? And I'm to this day, I'm always say something's off. What I want to see, right, when it comes to this case, right, is the video of what happened to Sonya Massey in that hospital before, she arrived to her house, before the incident with the officer happened. I want to know what happened there. Like, a lot of us knew what happened, that something was off. I mean, there is something way off with the officer, with the whole situation, and much more, right? I've talked about this. I've given my feelings about this. Like, this is one trigger happy cop. People say that his partner has nothing to do with it. In my opinion, I feel as though he does. It looks like I'm going to have to do another live on this, but it's not going to be today. So it might be tomorrow. It might be tonight. I don't know. It depends. But we're gonna, react to some of this video. So apparently, the same day before she got shot, right? The cops had came out and they did talk to Sonya Massey. So this is the body cam, right? Raw body cam. Sonya Massey speaks with police 16 hours. So this was a day before, almost half a day before. 16 hours before fatal shooting. Yeah, this was the day before. So, to me, like, once again, I say, they were trigger happy cops. No, I broke it down and I slowed it. Like, I reacted to it. Everybody's entitled to their opinion, but I really broke this video down. I have a part 1, part 2, and part 3 to it. And I told people I wasn't going to speak on it until I have an update on it. This is another update, which is going to lead me to doing another live, playing this video along with previous videos and news clips to break it down again. So now that I got another update, it's not the one I wanted, because what I want is to see what happened when she was at that hospital. What happened between her and that nurse. So, this is deep. If you slow down the video, you can see that, she didn't throw the pot of water at the officers, right? What she was holding up was a pot, an empty pot, and she was using it as defense, as like a defense thing to like shield her from the bullets that the officer was going to throw at her. Like, a lot of this all this became because she said, "I rebuke you in the name of Jesus." These officers that officer shouldn't have been in her house to begin with, because she had dismissed this officer at the door. Once she said, "I don't need your services no more," the officer should have walked in. But this case is deeper. You see where I'm coming from? That's why I'm taking my time with it. And I'm making sure, that I react to it the right way. Because at the end of the day, this was a person with mental health issues, and these officers knew what was going on with her, knew what the situation was, and he still took her life. Like, over a pot of boiling water. There was no boiling water in that pot when she picked it up. She put that pot down, got on her knees and said, "I'm sorry." Reached back up for, the pot. The water, she threw it out, but she didn't throw it at the officers. It was on the floor. By the time that water reached them officers, right, they already came to shoot her. She was using that pot as a shield. And once again, if y'all go to my channel and y'all go to the lives, y'all will go all the way to the 3 lives that I broke down on this case before. So this is an update on Sonya Massey.
Say her name, loud and clear, so they'll never forget it. Sonya Massey. Anywhere where fear runs deep, heavy trigger cops don't think, they just sleep. Over a pot of boiling water, such a shame, a coward in blue playing a deadly game. Sonya Massey pleaded on her knees, "I'm sorry," she cried, but he still squeezed. No heart in his chest, just cold and bitter. This feels like a setup by the trigger heavy hitter.
A life taken too soon for what crime? Just a pot of water bubbling over time. No chance to explain or make it right. In the blink of an eye, plunged into eternal night. The headlights scream of injustice and pain as we mourn another life lost in vain. The system broken, hearts shattered apart by those who should protect with courage, not dark. Sonya Massey pleaded on her knees. I'm sorry, she cried, but he still squeezed. No heart in his chest, just cold and bitter. This feels like a setup by the trigger happy hitter. In a world so unjust, Sonya Massey lost her life. Blame thrown left and right, but just to show ignite. Say her name loud and clear, let the truth be near. In the shadows of deceit, her memory we hold dear. Amidst the darkness and lies that cloud her fate. A victim of cruelty and a cruel twist of hate. Whispers of the injustice echo through the night. Sonya's spirit lingers, demanding what is right. Sonya Massey pleaded on her knees. I'm sorry, she cried, but he still squeezed. No heart in his chest, just cold and bitter. This feels like a setup by the trigger happy hitter. In the shadows of the night, Sonya stood tall. I rebuke you. In the name of Jesus, she called. The officer's eyes filled with venomous spite as he dared her. And I rebuke you in the dim moonlight. Sonya pleaded for mercy on bended knees. I'm sorry, she whispered, her voice filled with plea. But the officer's words cut through like a knife. A crazy bitch, she spat with hatred and strife. With courage in her heart, Sonya spoke clear and bold. Her name echoed loud as the story unfolds. Sonya Massey pleaded on her knees. I'm sorry, she cried, but he still squeezed. No heart in his chest, just cold and bitter. This feels like a setup by the happy trigger hitter. In the darkness of despair, a cry for help was in the air. Sonya Massey, just 36, her mental health in need of fix. But a heartless cop's cruel hand ended her life without a care. Say her name loud and clear, let it echo far and near. Justice must be served, for Sonya's unfairly taken. May her story be a beacon, shining light on lives forsaken. Sonya Massey pleaded on her knees. I'm sorry, she cried, but he still squeezed. No heart in his chest, just cold and bitter. This feels like a setup by the happy trigger hitter. We lift our voices high to honor Sonya's name in the sky. Let it hover over their heads as a reminder of the cost of neglecting those in need and the lives that have been lost.
All right. So those that know me know that I'm not just, I'm not going to bring up any type of case without me, bringing out, actual proof and stuff like that. Once again, this is an update. I have reacted to this before, right? I broke it down. I have slowed the video down to the point, right? So I broke this down before, right? So we're going to play this, right? So those that keep thinking that she threw the pot of water, she didn't, right? So when I do a part 2 to this live right here to the Sonya Massey update, I will be playing certain videos. You see where I'm coming from? Now I'm gonna do this right because I guess a lot of people only seeing the video just out there. You would have to slow down this video in slow motion. You have to slow it down to, the slowest it'll let you slow it down on, for you to see that this lady didn't throw no pot of water at them. When she reached back up to grab the pot of water, she tilted that pot. That pot so happened, that water, because if, she would have went like this, she would have burned herself. And the officers, she didn't throw the pot at him. She didn't throw no water at them. She threw the water on the floor, right? That's that steam that people saw. She used the pot as protection. But don't go by what I'm saying. Please don't. I'm not here to convince anybody, change anybody's minds. That's not my job. I'm here to bring the news, right? But I don't want people to be like, oh, it's bullshit, you tripping. I'm not. I know what I saw. A chest shot. Like, I don't know if she has the pot in her hand and she's going like this, right? But she has a chest shot. Like, she has like a white shirt on and it's clear 1 minute and the next minute you see a red spot on that. All right. So let's look at this real quick. So in the beginning, we're not going to hear no audio, none whatsoever, until he gets to the little shed, that little wooden shed right there. And this is why I was saying, like, what if, because when she answers the door and she's telling them that she's trying to, she was getting her clothes on, that's what took her so long and stuff like that. I mean, I have questions, right? And I'm not the only one with questions. Other people got questions, maybe the same type of questions that I do, probably even more, right? What if these officers were already searching the premises or were already looking around? Like, my question is, right, how did it get there so fast? Like, y'all want to see why I got all these questions, but I want y'all to pay attention when they're talking. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go a little forward. Yeah, all right. He's already past the shed so that we can hear everything. So let's listen carefully to the conversation, guys, when we get to, the door, the knocking, Sonya, Massey answering the door. He all over the place. Like, they've been searching for a minute, right? Thanks, no searching. You're knocking now. Pay attention. Joe, the first time I didn't even notice that shit, how he just pulled the little spring to keep her door open. I feel as though, me personally, they set her up. It just so happens that he's the fiance of the nurse, right? Other nurse where, Sonya had a problem with. What happened in that hospital? She was supposed to stay there for 30 days, but the second day of her being there, either she got discharged or she left her, because she wanted to. She saw something or, she went through something in there. A lot of shit is off on this case.
There's a bike sitting back there. Where? On the back door. I don't know if it's hers. I love that. Search warrant.
Facts. He hasn't even said that he's a police officer, but he says it though. Just keep watching. Like, I wasn't gonna react to this one yet. I was gonna do that on part 2 so that people could understand. I just wanted to show people the update of Sonya Massey, but a lot of people, haven't slowed down that part where she gets shot at. I don't know. It's because the adrenaline of seeing her get shot down, or because people listen. I don't know why. But I'm not the only one that thought about it, slowing down the video to actually see what happened. Did she throw the water? You see where I'm coming from? I mean, I was curious. Another YouTuber did it, and it's crazy. Because of him, I sat here, I did the same thing. I mean, I had the idea, I just couldn't figure out how to do it because the way YouTube did it. And I'm sitting here, I'm like, damn, he did what I should have did the first time. He used the damn video editor app. Duh, you could slow it down way more than YouTube.
Pretty nice to make contact with her. Someone threw a brick to her.
See, I think he said 1019 right there or some shit like that. He said something. He gave a code right there and then. So my thing is that these officers knew she had mental health issues from the gate. When they took that call, they knew that she had some type of mental health, and they're trained to deal with this situation. So why did these officers even decide to enter the premises once they seen that she was paranoid instead of calling for an ambulance to come?
You don't try and call her 17 back here and let her know we're out front. Yes, that's set up good. I hear the phone ringing. You didn't see anybody out walking out? No, not when I came in. I didn't see anybody out. I hear her phone ringing and she's refusing to come to the door, so we're about to go tonight.
And peep how this officer already has an attitude. Peep him. He has an attitude already from the gate.
Is this a ring doorbell? Yeah, it doesn't work though.
But damn, Shorty, you didn't peep what my crew peeped right here. The officer still hasn't announced that he's an officer. He does after a while, though. Look how long he's been knocking. He says sheriff. But damn, you could have been announced yourself. She could have probably came to the door a little faster knowing that you was the police. Damn. See, I'm glad when people notice something I haven't noticed.
Sheriff's office.
Now he says sheriff office.
Two houses down. Oh no, it's there.
All right, guys, give me 1 second. I gotta pause it right here because I'm gonna go grab something to drink. Give me 1 second. I do apologize.
Say her name, loud and clear, so they'll never forget.
Sonya Massey. Anywhere where fear runs deep, capture the cops don't think they just eat over a pot of boiling water. Such a shame, a coward in blue playing a deadly game. Sonya.
All right, my bad, my bad. I had to, go listen to drink, and I don't know how people do our lives and not go to the bathroom. I had to go pee real quick. I'm sorry, shit. So I had to pause for 1 second and go do what I had to do. But I want y'all to pay close attention to the conversation that starts off between the officer and Sonya Massey.
She was yelling inside. So hold on. You coming to the door or not? All right. Hurry up.
He talking to her like she his wife and shit. Sheriff's office, the one you called. Sheriff's office, the one you called. Smart ass.
Oh, it hurts you. You called us. So what'd you hear?
Somebody outside my house,
Is this your car over here?
Please, God, please, God.
You hear it? Please, God, please, God. But when she first came out, she said, "Oh God, please don't hurt me."
Somebody is out here, and I need to go here. Please don't hurt me.
Oh, it hurts you. You called us. So what'd you hear?
Somebody outside my house,
She says, "Please don't hurt me." I'm trying to rewind it back to, but I can't rewind it back on this, John. Maybe I should have, I should have did this on my Cyberlink. That's what I should have did. I should have put the video on the Cyberlink and they did it there, because on there I can rewind back and y'all can hear perfectly what she's saying.
somebody is out here, and I need to go here. Please don't hurt me.
Oh, it hurts.
She said, "Please don't hurt me, y'all."
Somebody is out here, and I need to go here. Please don't hurt me.
Oh, it hurts you. You called us. So what'd you hear?
Somebody outside my house,
He said, "We're not going to hurt you. You called us. So what you hear?" Right? So she's explaining to him the situation, right? But peep how she said, Selena. Well, he didn't say Selena. I mean, she didn't. Oh, man. My bad. Let me go shout out to Selena. Damn. My bad. I just noticed Selena was in the chat. Shout out to Selena. Make sure y'all go check out Miss Selena, y'all. But as soon as she came out the door, she said, oh God, please don't hurt me." Like, you felt that. You could hear it. I don't know if y'all heard it, but I heard it. Then he says, we're not gonna hurt you. You called us. So what did you hear?
somebody is out here, and I need to go here. Please don't hurt me.
Oh, it hurts you. You called us. So what'd you hear?
Somebody outside my house,
Is this your car over here?
please, God, please, God, please.
Is this your car over here? Oh,
Please, God.
that's not your black car in the driveway? Oh, well, we checked your yard. We walked around the whole block. We didn't see anybody. Right? We don't. We checked the whole area. There's nobody out walking around.
I know, y'all. Please, God, please, God. I'm trying to get help, y'all, but
What do you need help with?
nothing. I just, please, God, please, God, please. I don't know what to do.
Do with what?
She wants help. She just doesn't want help from this specific cop. And she's saying it. And she's on the phone trying to get help. And if y'all notice, I can't zoom it in on here. But if I was on my phone, I know I could have zoomed it in. Let me see. Would it get any bigger? No. Y'all notice she does have a hospital band on her wrist.
What do you need help with?
Nothing. I just wanted to see if I could help me.
What do you want help with?
Huh?
What do you want help with?
Blessings, Van D Gaming. Blessings, how you doing this morning? Blessings to everybody in the chat.
I heard somebody outside.
Yeah, we checked your house. We checked your backyard. I walked all the way through all these backyards. We checked your front yard.
We didn't see nobody.
Yeah, nobody's out here.
You didn't see anybody?
No.
Nope.
Checked the whole area. What took you so long to answer the door?
Oh, I was trying to put on some clothes, sir. I'm sorry. I was trying to get.
I got you. All right.
So, right, he said, what took you so long to answer the door? She said, I was trying to put on some clothes, right? And, you know, she has a hospital band. I mean, there's so many questions that I have, right? Because she had walked out the hospital, came home. You see where I'm coming from? Did she discharge herself from the hospital? You know, came home, got comfortable, and heard somebody knocking. But then again, like if you heard somebody, I hear me knocking. If you heard somebody in your yard or something like that, you would get dressed, right? But then she's paranoid. I mean, it's so many ways this can go, right? But she's also paranoid. Then the crazy thing about it is, right? I can go about this another way. This guy's wife works at the hospital that she was in prior to this incident. Did she hear something? Did she see something? And, you know, that they noticed it and, you know, they came after her. And that's why she was in there. She was calling the cops and she's thinking that, you know, why, how did they get there so fast? They knew it was a mental health call. They was allegedly trained for this, but handled the situation completely different, right? I mean, I got so many questions. I can go about this in so many ways, so many theories, but let's keep watching and then maybe we could, you know, solve the case together if it isn't already solved, which I doubt. It's like, it's so many theories out there, but what's crazy is it's clear as daylight that it was a setup. This officer came here with premeditated murder on his mind. He had murder on his mind.
Is there anything else we can do for you?
No.
Is there anything else I can do for you?
No, sir.
Okay.
All right.
You doing all right?
Right there, he should have left, right? When he said, is there anything else we could do for you? He said, no. She said, no, it's all right? He could have walked off, right? Went to his car, called it in, saying, well, I think she's paranoid. I think, you know, we should send an ambulance over here to come, you know, somebody is a little more trained than this officer, because they will send an ambulance and they'll have somebody that's really trained to deal with somebody that's paranoid, schizophrenic. Trust me. I mean, I've been around it. I've seen it. I've dealt with it. But he didn't do that. Listen to what he says.
Mentally?
Yes.
Sure.
My medicine stuff.
All right.
Listen.
Is there anything else I can do for you?
No, sir.
Okay.
All right.
You doing all right mentally?
Yes.
Sure.
My medicine stuff.
All right.
You doing that? You doing all right mentally? She said, yes. I took my medicine and stuff. If he didn't know her, how does he know that she got mental health issues? But then again, when they called it out, they gave a specific code, right? But it's a little different in that question, the way he asked it. Why did he didn't ask that in the beginning? He went around asking her, you know, other questions, then went to that question when that should have been the first question he asked.
Okay.
I love y'all. Thank y'all.
All right. That's not your black car though. That's you.
He should have left. He should have left. Why didn't he leave?
Parked it in your driveway.
They brought it to my driveway.
And just left it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let's run that.
Yeah. 19, I got a 20 for it.
Does anyone else live here?
I say premeditated murder because before I reacted to this video, I did my research. You see where I'm coming from? I read police reports and stuff like that. I watched the podcasters break down the videos, bring out the police report, the articles, everything. See, I read that already. Before I react to this video, I already knew what was happening. This video was given to me while I was doing a live. So I actually got to see the video way before I did my first live on this video. So there was a reaction that I did to this video before I did my first live on it. So it's kind of like, I mean, I suggest people do their research. There's a reason I'm saying what I'm saying. If you believe what you believe, even after you watch the video, you know, and I break it down the way I break it down, well, listen, I can't do nothing about that. I'm not the only one that thinks like this, right? And this is deeper, right? It's way more than this, right? If you listen to the audio calls, right? This dispatch, this officer was supposed to be at another crime scene, right? At another scene that he was called in for. This dispatcher called and said, "Let me know when you're done." He was already en route to her house, right? We don't know where he was at and how long it could take, right? But when people broke it down and they searched and they tried to see, you know, what was the closest, you know, route to that house where he could have been at, you know what we found? That the closest thing to her house was the mental health hospital that she was in, that she came out of prior to this incident, where she apparently had an altercation with the nurse there, which happens to be the officer's fiance. The same hospital he used to be a security guard in. Once again, I got questions, and it leads to more questions the more I listen and the more I watch. See, I don't know how much you've done, you know, how much research you've done on this case, but I've done a lot. That's why I be telling people, like, listen, unless you got some proof, right, that could, you know, change my mind, this is how I feel and this is what I think. First of all, I don't trust politicians. I definitely don't trust the police. You see where I'm coming from? And I know that a lot of shit that's fucked up happens. I know that there's gangs inside the police department. You see where I'm coming from? I'm not fooled by shit. I stand for something and I fall for nothing. You see where I'm coming from? Like, listen, I don't have a religion. I don't believe in no Bible. I believe in God, nothing more, nothing less. I walk with God by my side. But I don't fall for shit. I see something, I'm going to ask my questions. And there was a lot of shit that's off in this video. That's why I said I'm going to do a whole full live on this. I'm not going to have the time. So I'm going to let this play until the shooting. This is my video, so there's no copyright claims or nothing like that. I already reacted. So I'm reacting basically on a video that I've already reacted to. But before people start saying, no, you're wrong, and this is like this, I suggest y'all do some research, right? No disrespect to anybody. But I'm not the only person, right, that's saying that something's off in this shit, right? She's innocent. These cops weren't. See, y'all got to look at everything before, you know, y'all sit here and say, oh, she did this. Why? Because she had mental health? She had mental health, but she wanted help. She was receiving help. She was getting the help herself. Why? Because she's a black woman in the hood, right? I don't know if you're black. I don't know if you're white. I don't know if you're Hispanic. This is what I could tell you is that we racist amongst ourselves. Real shit. So once again, I fall for nothing and I question everything. And this is deeper than what people think. So I'm not wrong if I say that this man came with premeditated murder in his mind. That's what I feel. That's what I think, especially after watching this video, especially after hearing the audio, especially after reading everything I read and listening to what he said. I feel like his partner has parts in it too. Some don't. But I can't change their minds. That's how they think and that's how they feel.
David Mary 43556.
You got a name? Take the name real quick.
She on the phone again. You heard the phone ringing? She calling somebody now. I think she's calling her mom, her daughter, or she's calling the cops again.
Several.
Look, he shouldn't have went in there. He shouldn't have went. He shouldn't have went behind her. She told him, "I don't need you." He asked for ID. She said, "Let me go get it." He didn't have to go in there. He didn't have to. Look how fast his partner went behind him. He didn't have to. Asking her for the ID and all that stuff. And this officer walked away. Pay attention, guys.
Hello? Yeah, I need, I got the sheriff department here, but I was calling for help from y'all.
I got the sheriff's department here, but I want some help from y'all. I mean, all the signs were there.
They're here in my house right now.
Okay, hold on, you can talk to them.
No, hold on, wait a second, sir.
You can hang up, Conway.
No, hold on, okay?
You can hang up. For what?
She kept watching the officer every time he kept moving. She told the boy on the phone, hold on. She didn't want this officer's assistance. Was she scared to speak in front of him? Did she know something? How did this officer get there so fast? Huh?
Just 1 second, okay?
He goes back into the room.
What's up?
I got some paperwork. Can you grab that Bible, please?
I feel like the second officer knew what was going to happen. I mean, I don't know. I feel like he knows what's going to happen. And I think he thought he was going to be slick by keeping the camera on. I don't think this officer knew that his camera was on. Like, it's crazy. And if he knew what was going to happen, he should be charged.
Yeah. Hey, I just need your name so we can get out of here. Was there any damage previous to your car?
Previous, yeah.
Okay, what was the damage?
A dent, I believe.
But what about windows?
Oh, it was something that happened earlier.
Okay, perfect. What is your last name? Shouldn't have to think about your last name. You're not in trouble. I just need to text.
Massey.
Massey. Yeah. Do you have an ID? That'd make things so much easier.
See, she gave him the name right there. He should have just took it. Like, they know she had mental health issues. Why not take the information and get out the house? They see there's nobody there. It's something more, right? Straight from the gate. Like, listen, man, I didn't see the video until that live that I was doing a couple days back. And shout out to Commander Alpha Turkey, because she sent me the link to somebody that was reviewing the video. And that was the first time that I really saw the video, not a clip. You know, that a lot of people were showing clips. No, that was the first time I actually saw the whole video, the normal way, and then slow down. Like, this shit is crazy. It's like these officers. And if you pay attention, look how they're setting themselves up. Pay attention to how they were setting themselves up.
Just driver's license will do, and then I'll get out of your hair.
Pay attention, because it's going to go down soon.
I will get your paperwork.
What paperwork?
I got some paperwork.
Well, just get your ID.
Well, let's get your ID first, and then
one task at a time here.
Okay.
So I guess she was going to show them the paperwork of her getting released from the hospital. But peep how she got her eyes on the officer.
Here, grab your ID for me.
Okay.
Your ID. One task at a time. So let's do an ID, and then you can dig around for your paperwork.
I don't know where my ID is.
you have that stack right there, maybe.
1 second.
Pete. I'm gonna put it back a little bit. I hate doing it because you can't rewind on YouTube. I wish it could. But peep how the officer points to the kitchen, to the other officer.
And you can dig around for your paperwork.
Pay attention, guys.
You have stack right
Look at the officer. Watch. Look, he tells them to look at the kitchen. This officer goes into the kitchen.
We don't need a fire while we're here.
Right.
Good. They send her into the kitchen. We don't need a fire around here. She pours the water out there. That's where she pours the water at. Listen, listen, listen. Oh, shit. Look, 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 look. Listen, listen. Y'all heard it?
Away from your hot steaming water.
Away from hot steaming water?
Yeah.
Oh, I would rebuke you in the name of Jesus.
She turns the sink on.
You better fucking not. I swear to God, I'll fucking shoot you right in your fucking face.
Okay.
This is where he's about to. Yo, this is crazy, Pete. She said, I rebuke you. I rebuke you. So he gets mad over and I rebuke you. Yeah, she was paranoid schizophrenic. But here's my thing, right? She was no threat to him at all. Pay attention. And I think she pours the water out. So shout out to the thumb lady. I spoke to her on Kwame Brown's panel, and she did say she thinks she emptied out the water into that bucket way before the officer shoots her. And that's why we see the steam on the floor and stuff, because I think when she falls, and yes, there's a bucket there. Let me see. Y'all gonna see it when this officer goes this way.
Grab that Bible, please.
Yeah.
Watch,
Hey, I
pay
just need
attention.
your name so we can get out of here. Was there
There's
any
the
damage
bucket right
previous
there.
to your car?
Previous, yeah.
Yeah, what was the damage?
Yeah, but it turns out that she tilted the water. It looks like she still had water in the it looked like she still had the pots over there right now. But it looked like she poured some water into the sink, but she didn't get to pour it all. But y'all gonna watch. She puts the pot down, right? Puts her hands up, gets on her knees, says, I'm sorry, right? She reaches back up for the pot to use it as a shield, but it still got water in it, I guess. So she throws it. She throws it right here on the floor. But she doesn't throw it like, chucking it at somebody. She tilts. Y'all gonna see.
A dent, I believe.
But what about windows?
Oh, it was something that happened earlier.
Okay, perfect. What is your last name? Shouldn't have to think about your last name. You're not in trouble. I just need to text.
Massey.
Massey. Do you have an ID? That'd make things so much easier. I just need just driver's license will do, and I'll get out of your hair.
I want to show y'all my paperwork.
I will get your paperwork. What paperwork?
Okay. I got some paperwork.
Well, just get your ID.
Well, let's get your ID first, and then
one task at a time here.
Okay. Let me
Here, grab your ID for me.
Okay.
Your ID. One task at a time. So let's do an ID, and then you can dig around for.
She was all over the place. These officers knew what they was doing. Yo, like, they was setting her up. This officer right here talking to her next to her, he knew her.
Your paperwork.
I don't know where my ID is.
you have a stack right there, maybe.
Pay attention, look, go to the kitchen. She sends them over. They tell her to go turn off the pot.
Fire while we're here.
Right.
Look. She moves it over. You hear her pour the water out.
Your hot steaming water.
So she poured that in the bucket. It was the sink, kind of.
You better fucking not.
Yo, shout out to Commander, man, because she really tested my noggin. I went out there and really got every video. Like I said, I got to do a whole live on this, John. This case is deep, and it's getting deeper. Once again, we got the raw body cam footage of what happened earlier this day. So she had an encounter with police officers, just like her kids had said.
Sorry, God, I'll fucking shoot you right in your fucking face. Okay, I'm sorry. Drop the fucking pot. Drop the fucking pot.
An empty pot.
Shot fire. Drop the fucking pot.
Yep. So listen, man, if y'all heard it clearly, right? I don't know how many of y'all heard that, John, clearly, right? When she picked up that pot while they was talking, she poured the water out. You heard the water getting poured out. You hear it, right? I'm gonna put the video of the guy that breaks this John down. We're gonna play his video. He really breaks this John down. And it's not the same guy from the link that Commander sent me, yo. This shit is crazy. Yo, so it looks like she poured the water into the bucket, and when they started shooting, she fell, and when she fell, she tilted that water over, and that's where you see the steam and the water coming out. That's what it looks like.
Bring emails now. We got a headshot wound to the female. Headshot wound to the female. 1078. Fuck.
This is blurred, guys. It's blurred, but I want the video is gonna be blurred. It's gonna blur out the blood. It's gonna blur out the stuff. But I want y'all to listen to these two officers, especially when one of the officers, well, yeah, the one with the camera goes to the car.
I'm gonna go get my kid.
Everyone has a voice. Everyone has a voice.
All right, so since this is my first video, like I said, these guys right here are the ones that gave me the idea to slow it down. I have 2 more other lives, right, that I reacted to. I actually do slow this live down myself, and I show my subscribers. So if you're new, I've already reacted to the Sonya Massey, right? Like I said, I'm going to let anybody that's new here, right, see it in slow motion. Right? Y'all can come check it out yourselves, right? And listen to the video carefully and stuff like that. This was my first time, like I said. The deeper I go into this, it's crazy. Like, my mind hasn't really changed. The way I perceive it hasn't really changed. The only thing is, no, she didn't fall down and tilt no bucket over, right? She tilts that water over before. So let's watch this.
Yep, okay. So what I see is, let me back out. You see what I'm saying? This is the problem that I'm having. It's the positioning of how she has the pot. Now,
see how he questioned the same thing. Wait, Mara Tooth says, I feel it's unintentional but dismissive to say she's paranoid. That means unreasonable fear or suspicion of something she had valid reason. They say paranoid schizophrenia because she would hear things at times, see things, I guess. She was trying to get help. That's the other video that I got here. I guess she was going through something prior to this, but she was reaching out. Her family, I guess, was trying to help her. I mean, there's so many videos out there that, y'all could see. And if y'all pay attention and listen, you can see that she was, even though she was a paranoid schizophrenic, she wanted help. She cared enough for her kids that, she didn't want to, how can I say it, go backwards. She didn't want to mess up. So, I mean, I got to give it to her. She was trying. Like, a lot of schizophrenics don't ask for help. They don't want the help. They think they could do it on their own. But this woman was trying. My question, like, did she burn herself?
There it goes. It's just that spot. I just can't.
She already threw the water on the floor. The pot was empty. Oh. The pot was empty. I hope y'all was able to see that.
Hold on, guys.
Now, Pete, what he's trying to show us. What I couldn't show y'all.
What I'm saying?
Look. She's waving the pot like she's trying to put the pot over her head, like in her face. She don't know what part of her body to cover. But if y'all peep, I think he already had shot her, right? Look, I think somewhere around the shoulder she got shot, if I'm not mistaken. Because you see the red. I'm hoping not, but don't. But for those of y'all watching, right, it's paused right there. But y'all see that red pot right there over her head? It's empty. I hope y'all see that. The water was already on the floor. She didn't throw water at the officer. She was looking for something to shield herself with. I'm not muted. Huh?
This is the problem that I'm having. It's the positioning of how she has the pot. Now,
Keep that.
there we go.
Look, y'all see it right there? Look, the pot is empty already. Look, and if y'all look at her chest, look, there's a bullet wound to her chest right there.
It's just that spot. I just can't.
Oh, no, he ain't shoot her yet. That's the rag and the thingy. The rag on the stove.
Hold on, guys.
Hey, listen, it's on slow motion. I'm trying to put it together. There you go. He got it again.
Just that part right there. It's like, you know.
So y'all telling me that, right? He said he shot at her because she threw water at him. That pot is in her, on top of her head. Yeah? What water did she throw at him? None whatsoever. That's why by the time he reached to her on that side, he started throwing all them bullets. The water reached his floor. She threw it way before they got near her. She wasn't throwing it at them. She was trying to shield herself.
No, she's just like.
She's trying to defend herself. Look, the pot is empty.
Look.
Look. She already emptied out the water.
She's just covering her face. She got her hand here. It's just my opinion. If I wanted to
You're not
throw
wrong.
water, I would have.
Exactly. Threw that shit. Chuck that shit at him.
I just see that. You know what I can do? I can take this and actually enhance it very little. Let's do that. Let's enhance this video, guys. So video enhancement, let's just sharpen this up a little bit, all right? So you can kind of make out what's happening. And what I'm going to do actually is add some adjustment layers. And where is that?
Damn, that shit's sweet.
Let's introduce some brightness and contrast. So we can
I'm gonna put the
add
water
a little bit
away
to this. So we're going to increase the brightness and clean it up a little bit.
Oh, can y'all see that better?
Contrast will do, it will help the fine lines of the image. So we can add some life into the image, some contour. If we can.
All right. So I hope y'all got, a good look at that, guys, right? I just wanted to show that to y'all. Like, hopefully y'all got to see the pot in the air, right? Got to see that the water was out of the pot. It was an empty pot she had in the air when she got shot. It was empty. The officer was in the wrong. Kept saying, put the pot down, but the pot was already down, right? When he pulled that pistol out, she dropped to the ground. She put that pot right there in the sink, dropped to the ground, pleading, I'm sorry. Then, as he was getting closer with the pistol, she reached over for the pot. It had a little bit of water. She threw it on the floor and was using it as a shield, right? I'm going to do another part to this and I'm going to play everything, right? Because what I want to show y'all is the update to the new video that they got. So on the next live that I do, right, which might be tonight. Yeah, because damn, it's already the 7th, 9:02 a.m. here in Philadelphia. I've been on here for a minute, y'all. Right? As I can. I got the time. Kids asleep. It's a weekend. So what we're gonna do is, right, I want the to see what happened in that hospital, for real, for real. I ain't gonna sit here and lie. And I suggest, for those of you that don't know the full story, everything's out there. They got a lot of clips. They got a lot of YouTubers that break this down. I've broken this down. Like, basically, I got 4 parts to it if you include the first live that they gave me the clip to. So clip on. This is deep. I think it's deeper than what we really think, for real, for real. So shout out to Indie Star. Once again, these are clips that they give me. So I'm just reacting. Shout out to Indie Star. Raw body cam. Sonya Massey speaks with police 16 hours before fatal shooting. So let's take a look at this video and see what happens. So we're going to watch a little bit of it. This is actually 43 minutes, right? And once again, we're going to do another live. It's going to be a Sonya Massey update. And it's going to be a part 2 since, part 1 is on here. And I will break these down in shorter versions so that people can watch and, understand. And all y'all got to do is do your own research. Because basically, like I tell people, this is a reactions channel. And I bring awareness to a lot of things. Not just one thing, one topic. I bring awareness to different types of topics.
How you doing, ma'am? What's your name? What's your name? I'm sorry. Derry. Okay.
I know.
And are you Sonya?
Yeah, I know, y'all. Please.
How you doing? What's going on?
I just want my stuff. They won't give it to me.
Do you live here?
No.
Okay. Have you been staying here?
Yes.
Okay.
And they made sure my water is off, my gas is off, my lights is off.
I thought you lived at this house.
No.
Where's your other house then?
Hoover.
On Hoover?
Then they made sure my lights is off, my water is off, my gas is off.
So you don't
I
have
got the money to pay for everything and it's keeping me.
Where's your son?
Damn, who she was staying with? Wait, see, that officer knows her. He said, "Where's your son?" So I guess this is an officer from the community. It's not their first encounter with Sonya Massey.
On that.
I don't know.
Okay. What do you have inside that you want to get?
And guys, mind you, I haven't reacted to this. I wanted to react to this with y'all, but I wanted to show y'all a little bit of that, my first live that I did to Sonya Massey first, so that y'all can understand, where I've come from, where I'm coming from, and why I think the way that I think. And maybe, a lot of people haven't seen it, but, the clips are out there. And there's a whole lot of bloggers, a whole lot of podcasters that have covered this story and have done real good at it. This officer needs a lifetime behind bars, but, they all got protection. So he ain't going to do that much time.
My clothes and stuff, y'all.
Okay. Just some clothes?
This is crazy.
Y'all the angels. Look at it.
And who's inside now?
Look at it. Look at it. Look at it.
Okay.
I'm not lying.
Okay.
Look at it. Look at it.
Okay. So you have clothes inside, right? Do you have somewhere else to go today?
I have a house.
Okay, and that's where you're
I've
going to go
been there
after
for
this?
6 years. I used to live down there 5.
Yo, these allergies be bad, man.
Who's inside?
My mom and some uncles and cousins. Oh,
Okay.
need your help.
Okay, do you mind just hanging here with him and I'll go speak with them real quick? Okay, give me 1 second.
Talk to your pediatrician about a vaccine schedule that works for you. Our #1 absorbing diaper. Only Rascal's premium diapers have a unique
Hi there.
Hi, you guys the same guy from yesterday?
I wasn't here yesterday. He might have been. What's been going on?
she's been going crazy, and this is the first time it's ever happened, so I don't know.
Okay. Huh?
Yes.
Okay, did you call us then?
Yes.
All right.
Amen.
So, okay. So she's saying she has some clothing.
So, by the way, the mom admits this in one of the interviews that she was trying to get help for Sonya. Sonya herself was trying to get help for herself. But unfortunately, the way the system is, it didn't work out in their favor.
Thing here. Do you know what she'd be talking about?
She got, this is her bag. This is her bag.
Okay.
And
Well, like she
I
was-
was told by the mental health.
So I know, like, prior to the incident, before she got shot down, she was staying at her mom's. Her mom is about to explain what happened at the mental health. Let me see.
And I was told by the mental health people, she'd been to a facility last week.
Okay.
And she's voluntary. You know that we can't commit anybody anymore. They have to do it themselves.
Mm-hmm.
She volunteered. So she went. And then they took her to St. Louis because that's the closest facility they could take her to.
Okay.
Belleville or something like that. And then she was out within 24 hours. She's released herself. Then they brought her on back because now it's voluntary
Okay.
to commit yourself. So,
So she released herself. So now it's voluntary. Even if, somebody calls and they sent you in there because it's believed that you're a danger, not just to yourself and society. I mean, I believe the mom. I had a brother that was schizophrenic. So, I mean, I know the mom was going through it. And they be having a lot of mental breakdowns, yo. A lot of them, yo. I mean, and it's a shame, though. Like, that's why I said it's rare to hear of a schizophrenic that actually wants to take the help and is asking for help.
when she decided that she's okay and come back, she's
Mhm.
not okay and she's not back.
Yeah, and she doesn't live here, right? Okay,
No,
she didn't say she
this
did. I'm
is
just
my sister that she lives here.
okay.
And she's
Hi there.
in her house.
Okay.
Yeah.
You guys. That's what she said. So she did say that. You guys just want her removed? Is that all? You just want her out of here?
No, we just want her to get some mental help.
Okay.
But we can't do it because
it's all
she
voluntary.
has to volunteer. We can't take the screaming and we just can't take
Yeah.
it no more.
No, I don't
We're about
blame
to
you
go
guys.
crazy too.
Yeah, I don't blame you guys. I
I'm
think
about to jump out.
I believe we have some medical personnel on the way as well, just to kind of check her out. She's doing okay. I believe we do. So I think they're on their way.
Okay, see, now this is how you're supposed to do it. This officer called out for some medical help, for a medical personnel. The officer that shot her down that day, he didn't give a fuck. He asked the question in the beginning. He didn't really care though. I'm like, yo, is something not right? How come this one followed procedure and that one didn't? Huh? This one knew right from wrong. And it wasn't the same officer. So, I mean, was it? No, this wasn't the
Right
officer
now,
that shot her down. But I'm wondering if it was her partner. I mean, his partner.
I think he's kind of talking to her now, probably about how she's feeling and what's going on. Yeah. Is this all of her belongings?
Yeah.
Okay.
That I could.
That way she doesn't come, walking back over here later looking for it or something for you guys.
Well, we're not.
Thank you.
It's not that bad that we don't want her to. We just want her to be okay. This is her game. We're gonna keep this. This is all we got.
Okay.
And this is her speaker.
She's sporadic, and I've never seen her like this.
Yeah, is she? If you guys don't mind me asking, what is she saying? Is she like
She's-
suicidal at all, or is she?
No, she just she sits up and she cusses, and she says,
She's not in her right state of mind right now. She's having a mental breakdown, but it's not that she's suicidal. She's just not in her right state of mind. They go through them phases, yo. Wait, listen, people with schizophrenia go through a lot of phases, yo. It's hard to deal with them. Man, you can't help but love them, right? They got the sweetest hearts. Some of them, have the greatest intentions. A lot of them, I mean, listen, they can't tell reality from, whatever is going on in their head, for real. But majority of them sweethearts, for real, for real. So it's kind of like, when they go through them phases where they don't want to get the help, it's hard. So at this moment, she didn't want the help. So, I mean, according to the family, looking at the, watching the videos, looking at them, right, reviewing them, it seems like she was on and off. She had the moments where she didn't want to get the help, and then she had the moments where she did want them. I don't know. I'm going to keep researching, though. So I'm going to play a couple more minutes of this, right, and I'm going to do a part 2 to this. I might do it tonight. But, you know, if you're not subbed up, make sure you subbed up, right? Because, listen, I just pop up.
My daughter's dead, her dad's dead, somebody got her. And then she said her son, he's dead already. I mean, these kids are with their dad.
So they're not.
Blessings, Cutthroat Entertainment. Yo, shout out to the big bro. Cutthroat, make sure you check, you leave your link down below. Yo, guys, if y'all want to, you know, have, you know, a little entertainment, some, you know, laughs, a little bit of giggles, Cutthroat, you know, it's the place to go. Sometimes it gets a little, you know, the comedic, how can I say, the comedian gets, you know, a little rated R with the jokes and stuff like that. So make sure there's no kids around when you go check his channel out. Can he be a goof? Hell yeah. He be having positive topics too, you know, current topics and stuff like that. So it's like a mixture of comedy and current events and positive topics. You know, each one teach one. Make sure y'all go check out Cutthroat. He has this little thing too that he does with the puppets and stuff like that. You know, like Joselito, the one that, you know, that puppet that they be having. I think he was on Facebook or Instagram, one of the two. He has a habit of calling, you know, the women puti porquibiris and stuff like that, spider putis and shit like that. So, I mean, Cutthroat, it's kind of like that. That's that type of comedy. He's got adult comedy. So make sure you do not have kids around when he's joking around. Because he is, he's a goofball, but he's real respectful. Make sure y'all check him out, yo. You can't help but laugh when he get his bag, yo. But back on topic, yo, Sonya Massey, once again, like this was a woman that was in need of help. Like her mental health, she needed to, you know, she needed somebody to help her with her mental health. She needed support. And it's like the system at that moment failed her. Because if she would have, you know, she would have been receiving the proper help right here at this moment, I think Sonya Massey would have been alive. But she was going through it and didn't have the proper support. Wow.
I'm sure they're okay. I'm sure they're okay. But just kind of outbursts, you know, and just slamming stuff. Don't do that at my house, please.
Yeah.
And she says okay and stuff, but then stranger does the same thing all over again.
She's bipolar and
Yeah, she definitely is.
Has she been diagnosed with that?
No.
Yeah, okay.
I diagnosed her because I had her out of my body. I raised her by myself without her dad. And I know this is not my daughter.
Yeah.
This is not that one. She has two.
Mom, that's my first time watching this video. Okay. You raised her. Has she gotten mental health? Help before, or is this the first time y'all? Because you say you diagnosed her. Mom, that don't sound right. How can you say she's paranoid schizophrenic if a doctor didn't diagnose? Yo, something's way off in this case. The more and more I see it. I'm glad I seen this. I mean, I don't know. The mom could be like, you know, just because of everything that's happening. Because she just said I diagnosed her. I don't know. Maybe I'm tripping.
Just kind of outbursts, you know, and just slamming stuff. Don't do that at my house, please.
Yeah.
And she.
This is her game. We're going to keep this. This is all we got.
Okay.
And this is her speaker.
She's sporadic, and I've never seen her like
Yeah, is she? If you guys don't mind me asking, what is she saying? Is she like
She's-
suicidal at all, or is she?
No, she just say she sits up and she cusses and she says, "My daughter's dead and her dad's dead. Somebody got her." And then she said her son, he's dead already. I mean, these kids are with their dad.
So they're
and
not.
I'm
They're
sure
not
they're
dead.
okay.
Okay.
I'm sure they're okay. But just kind of outbursts, you know, and just slamming stuff. Don't do that at my house, please.
Yeah.
And she says okay and stuff, but then turns around and does the same thing all over.
She's bipolar and
Yeah,
nobody
she definitely is.
Has she been diagnosed with that?
No.
You know, okay.
I diagnosed her because I had her. I had her out of my body. I raised her by myself without her dad. And I know this is not my daughter.
Yeah.
All right, Mom, you're wrong. You gave her a diagnosis, so you're saying that she's bipolar because you say so, not a doctor. Oh, you got parts in this too, Mama. Oh shit. Hey, I'm gonna keep it real. Now I want to know, was she getting any type of help prior to this? I told y'all. Listen, I keeps it real. I feel bad for Sonya Massey, right? She should have gotten help. But Mama, you're the one giving her the diagnosis? Is you making your daughter sick? Should we have to check into you now?
Yeah.
This is not that one. She has two personalities, a very sweet one, and then she'll flip this script and she'll turn into Shiva.
And is she on any medication or anything?
Yes,
She is on
takes
medication?
antidepressants.
Okay.
She
Yeah,
has
they gave her some
lupus,
medicine, too.
so she
All right, so she's on medication. It means that she has a diagnosis. Mom is not making this easier right now because she's confusing me. So if she's confusing me, I know she's confusing this officer right now. What the freak is going on?
takes a lot of medicine.
And she has lupus and she has all that stuff. She's got a lot of stuff going on inside her.
Okay.
She
You
has
know,
kidney
so-
disease,
Yeah.
and that
Come
alone
on,
with it not feeling.
Sir, come on.
Yes, ma'am.
Please shut that door. Thank you. Just
We don't want no flies.
Yeah,
I'm trying to figure out where I can hold on to it.
That's all
Yeah,
right.
that's good.
That's good.
And does anything specific like spark this in her or start this
We
out?
don't know.
Okay.
Because we were like she cried all night.
Was she here all night?
Yes. Because her, her stuff is not appropriate at her house right now.
Yeah.
What's the point of blurring her face if y'all already showed her face? What the fuck is going on?
And I don't mind. This is my niece.
Mm-hmm.
So, like I told her, you don't have to worry about us hurting you or do anything like that.
That's all she's worried about. That she's
Like, we don't
paranoid
hurt her.
schizophrenic.
Yeah.
She's not suicidal, and she's not gonna hurt nobody else. But she's sporadic.
And she will talk
and
to
she's-
you.
And she thinks
Like nothing's
everybody's against her.
How's her son doing?
I mean, that sounds
Not
like
good. He's
schizophrenic.
he's sporadic too because she has drove him nuts.
Yeah.
But how do you know she's paranoid schizophrenic if you're the one giving her diagnosis? Listen, man, Mom's just fucked up with me. Mama Dukes right here says she gave her the diagnosis. Yo, I've been on this joint 5 hours. Man, I gotta get ready soon to start cooking right. So let's give it another 10 minutes of this, John, and we definitely gonna do a part 2 to this. I want to see what happened in that hospital. Like, what's going on?
Yes, he's come over and tried to help her, and she's cussed him out and told him to get the
They
hell
almost
out.
had to take him in
Don't do
the.
this, child.
Oh, yeah, I was there last
that
week.
you?
That was me.
You remember
Yeah.
that? The poor thing.
Yeah.
She keeps calling him all night, all day,
And
every
he
minute.
come over, and then she put him out. What is it? He said,
Because
Mama, I don't
keeps-
know what
she
to
keeps
do.
saying,
You
"You're gonna
need
kill
some
me.
help."
You're gonna kill me. You
Yeah.
made."
So we
you
don't
made-
have like when she's. I understand like where she's at right now that she's not right, but we don't have enough to take her against her will anymore.
I know.
All right.
Yeah.
I know.
And last week we
know.
got her.
I
to
mean,
go-
especially after you said you gave her a diagnosis and she has no diagnosis on black and white. But then she just got institutionalized, right? She was there for 2 days. I don't think that was enough for them to give her a diagnosis if she never had a prior diagnosis. Listen, man. This case is iffy all the way.
Oh, voluntarily.
Yeah. And she said she needs help.
Yeah.
And I hope she keeps saying that.
Yeah.
You know, because she doesn't, like I told her, I said, you get the help. I said, I want to Sonya back there. I know. This is
It might take somebody trying to apply for a power of attorney over her, a medical power of attorney, because she might end up having to do some type of inpatient basis just so she can get leveled out.
Yeah.
Because if she's not getting leveled out when she's on her
Well,
own,
does she have to volunteer to do that?
not so. So that's the thing. If you were able to, if someone is able to apply for their medical power of attorney and it's granted, then it wouldn't matter what she
How
wants.
do you get it granted?
You gotta go. You gotta apply through it. You gotta apply through it through court.
Through who?
Through court. At the courthouse. So,
My court's been open too long.
yeah.
By the time we do that, she'll be dead. I'll be dead. Somebody's gonna be hurt.
Well,
That's not gonna happen.
but that's kind of the next step, because in order for her to go into an inpatient program to get her leveled out completely, it's going to she's either going to have to choose to do it, or someone's going to have to be a power of attorney over her and make it happen.
And how do you do that? That's
You got to apply through the court.
And how? Ooh.
Sure. That's deep. Let me get off this, John, yo. If you're not subbed up, make sure you are, right? Because like I said, I just pop up. Now, I am going to do another part to this. I'm not sure when I'm going to do it. I'm thinking about today. So, I can get this out the way. I want to know what happened. I wish I can get more details into it. But yeah, this is the latest update on the Sonya Massey case. Ooh, mama, listen, Mom Dukes is not looking good. You say you self-diagnosed her. Yeah, we're going to continue this later on. I'm going to see when we do part 2. I want to give, a shout out to all those that have rocked out with a shorty, have supported a shorty, have been here with a shorty, because y'all didn't have to be here, but y'all here. Y'all could have been anywhere else, but y'all rocked out with a shorty, y'all. Once I get done doing everything I'm doing today, I might do an early live today. So let's see how this goes, man. Because y'all know that normally I do lives in the middle of the night to the morning time. So, till next time, this is your shorty Racheal. I hope all of y'all have a blessed and humble day. Continue to have a blessed and humble day. And stay tuned to part 2 on the Sonya Massey update. They don't talk about us, only when there's a crime. Would you believe me if I was to tell you that in this world, with or without money, we're all rich, even the poor? The problem is those that say that I'm reaching out to give a hand and stay they leeching hands is itching, ready to see you missing. Well, I think I went to write. Something inside me told me I can freestyle or I can rap. I can go with a rhythm that can make you dance. Tell you what I say on a daily, tell you everything's okay just to avoid dilemma. Or I can simply bring you something positive to the table and warn you of the ongoing problems that we're having. Instead, I have to reach out to my conscience once again as I watch the crime and the violence rise and the kids lose their innocence. Now, the concept of forming a home day by day loses its essence. They don't want to hear that. I can't keep my arms crossed in front of the system. If I don't do something, I'm also part of the problem. As guilty as the one that pulls the trigger, like the person in the crowd that hits the record button on their phone to expose a lie instead of the truth for clout. They need 1,000 views. The government doesn't have a solution. The problem started when we took God out the equation. The problem ain't us celebrating. The problem is that we're a nation divided when we should be a nation united and praying. That's how we live today. When problems occur, we come up with a meaning. Laugh a little, move on with no care in the world, as if it ain't even a thing in this world. If it's like this today, I don't want to see the future. Because nowadays, they'll make a meme out of a person that can't even see the day of light no more. What makes you think they care? They can't even break bread at the table. I don't know how you want to be rappers and lyricists can go on with life, living on an illusion of nothing good to write. Talking about killing someone, selling drugs with pride, until the scripts are flipped and it's someone you love dies. Right? This ain't solved by activating the National Guards and going behind bars. This is deep. This is me and you. And they say as time pass by, we'll heal everything. Shit, you know these scars? I seen time flash by and never felt everything. Leaving me on standby, ready to kill everything. Alone in the mirror, looking at myself, say, girl, you're everything. unless you about to fall in my shoes.